So it should be live on YouTube. So where we left off, and I'm going to double check these things because we've been sitting here. Where we left off last time is we have all of our Phase 3 products being made that you see at the top here. All of those are being produced now. So that's good news. We got our train up and running. I think we're down to our very last unlock for Phase 3 as well. Where you're seeing here where it mentions the blueprint thing. And we've been expanding our oil production and yada yada yada. You get the idea. We're slowly building things up, but the hope here is we're at that phase of the game where we run over and go, okay, I need more copper. So we go and we hook up more copper. Oh well, now that we've got this copper and it's improved my wire production, now my cable production is going too slow. So I need to go and fix my cable production. Okay, well now my cable production's too slow, my stratter production's too slow. Well, let me go fix my stratter production. We're doing the scale up whack-a-mole. And we were just over here because we had a momentary panic where I noticed on the other side of my my oil stuff that my plastic and my rubber crates were completely full. And the issue with that is if they get full on this side, my oil production shuts down entirely because there's nowhere for stuff to go. And we panicked for a moment and we realized everything is fine. We do need to scale up our power, but I'm gonna go and head over. I'm going to need to get the bigger pipes that we unlocked in here. Yeah, so I'm going to need to go over to grab the plastic, but we're going to start replacing our pipes with Mark II pipes, and I'm going to need to scale up my oil production so I can get more petroleum plants and yada yada yada. Athena says, I mean, other people have other tastes. First of all, Frostpunk 2 is very different than the first game, and in your opinion, it's just not as good in pretty much every way. Yeah, I do know for Frostpunk 2 it is a very different game. I've heard that repeated a lot. Where Frostpunk 1 you had like that whole circle city where you had to crowd around the coal furnace and all that. My understanding with Frostpunk 2 is it's a lot more leaning on like the settlement builder and the traditional style a bit more. You're not all huddling around the furnace as it were. But instead, if you look at the extremes that you had to choose between in Frostpunk 1, it's kind of reviewing the predictive outcome of that, because for those who haven't played Frostpunk 1, it's an excellent and really rough game in a lot of ways, in that you are facing what is a end of humanity scale event. And so it does lead you to making really difficult decisions like, are you going to have child labor? And as you go through, some of those decisions get to be more and more extreme. To the point that there are two major paths you can take in Frostpunk 1. One that goes into an extreme theocracy, and the other that goes into a extreme, basically, fascist type situation. And so you do become a very extreme ideological society, just struggling to survive. And two, the natural outcome of these things is when you have those extreme situations for your structure, that there are factions that are building up, and you have to manage them. And they're gonna have full mod support for Frostpunk 2? Yeah, for the record, I haven't played it yet, but these are things I've heard the rumblings. I still think I definitely want to try it, but it definitely seems to be the... is End Zone 2 on the dock by chance? I don't think so. So, I was actually given the dev by the keys, and I had intended to play it. But it was one of those things, as I saw more and more people play it, I failed to really see much that was any different from End Zone 1. And what did change from it was, like, just not kind of in a direction I was interested in. Like, it seemed like they leaned a lot harder into the, what's the word I'm looking for? It seemed like they really watered down the city building aspect and instead leaned a lot more into the side of things of of like setting out the exploration side of things. And so for me, that's kind of a letdown for me personally. So grab the plastic I'm gonna probably need. So I kind of think I want to wait to see it more done. Because like I said, they did give me a key and I was intending on playing. It's just, as I saw more and more of it, it's like, yeah, but this is not really what I'm looking for. Like, this is not what made End Zone 1 interesting. So we'll see. It's not a hard no or anything like that. It's just one of those ones that, between all the other stuff coming out, I kind of went, I don't know. Need to go up higher. We'll see. That's those ones I could easily change my mind on. Let it cook. Exactly.
Humble store purchase made for $35.99.
Hey, thank you for using my my Humble link. I do a bad job of actually broadcasting that I have that, but thank you for using the Humble for buying through my link. For those who don't know, when you do purchase things on the Humble store by using creators' links, which I have in various points on like the About section and all that, we do get a kickback from that. So thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. And it's okay if you don't want to answer, but what did you get? Is it anything good? The person's like, no, I hate this game. I got it because I hate myself. This game? Excellent. It's a good game. And apparently it's $35.99 in the Humble store right now. Which, for the record, I always do appreciate it if you do that stuff to support. If the game is cheaper, whatever platform the game's cheaper on, buy it there. Like, do the thing that is best for you first. A lot of times that will be the Humble store, but if it's not, don't sweat it or feel like you're letting me down or something like that. But yeah, thank you so much, Zidian. I really do appreciate that. The same on Humble and Steam? Yep, and Humble, I believe, gives you a Steam link, if I recall correctly. Most of the time they do. Alright. So I'm 6 adaptive control units from done, and we are just shy of 200 of the second thing done. So that does mean we're looking at about, like, if I don't scale it up at all, in a little over an hour, we should complete Phase 3. There's a sick Godot pack and Humble for all you game devs out there. Oh yeah, no, like I can't speak for Godot specifically, though right now that's the one that's become kind of the big pick that people are switching to who have been using Unity after Unity did their garbage. Which, for the record, finally this past week, Unity went from rolling it back a little ways to just being like, fine, we won't do this runtime surcharge at all. And I had to laugh that they killed that, and their stock price shot up. That the elimination of their attempted way of, like, bleeding people for money resulted in a very instant boost to their stock value. And, like, that's a clear sign that you've missed, is when all the people investing in your company are like, heck yeah, man, you didn't do the thing you said you're going to do. Well, you undid it. They had actually been doing it. You undid the thing you're going to do, and literally doing less makes you worth more. Good job. Alright, so I need to set up the crystal oscillators. That's reinforced plates, cable, and quartz crystal. It's pretty much the same as it was before the whole fiasco. Yep. Yep. Which is how it should have been. So we only need 3 here. Oh, let's check, make sure I'm not already using these lanes. Okay, I'm using the far out lane and the 4th lane. So we can go here. I should probably give a tour of my factory before we get into this. All right, let's give a quick tour of the factory before I get into all of that. Probably the best place is that power tower up there. Let's give a quick tour of what we got going on here. I'll give you the bird's eye view, and then we'll run to a couple of the satellite places. And we'll give the quick tour. Because, like, right now, literally, our objective is progressing towards completion. So if basically if I sat here and I just chit-chatted for the next hour and some change and did absolutely nothing else, we would finish phase 3 and it would be done and good. Like, I've got everything lined up. It's just a matter of, can I improve the efficiency? Yeah, there's still the entire drama of people from the inside selling stock before announcing changes. Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of things wrong with it. And a company fixing behavior under pressure when they were clearly trying to nickel and dime shouldn't be given forgiveness. So, like, it's not that Unity could never be a big name. Like, I mean, it's still a big name, but it could never undo the damage. I think it could, but it would need to be a long time coming. Because they did, honestly, they did do a lot of the stuff they could. If I recall correctly, the people who were responsible for making that decision are no longer with the company. They have walked back the entire decision now. So they have made strides towards fixing it, but the fact that they did it at all in the first place, it is going to be one of those things that we're going to have to wait for a long time to see what they do. Alright, so the reason I want to get all the way up here is to give the bird's eye view of what we got going on at our factory. So this is our main factory area. You can see how it's growing down here. That basically, that really big area you see that I've got my cursor over right now, that's our iron tower. Everything iron related is being produced there. If we go on this side, that's my copper tower. Everything copper related gets produced there. That's my steel tower. Everything steel gets produced there. This is not really a tower yet, but that is my limestone tower eventually. So it's producing, right now it's just concrete. And you can't see it, there's a little spot there. That's going to have to move, but that's my Caterium section. I'm probably going to go and put another walkway out here somewhere for the Caterium, probably, to give myself more room to grow, because right now it's kind of wedged in there. And then this is our quartz tower, which is doing all that. So you can see that all of my major manufacturing happens here. And you'll just see like all these conveyor belts snaking from all over the map that go here. As well as I've got the train, you'll see it coming by here in just a second, right along here. That's bringing plastic, which it's interesting that the freight containers loaded in before the train itself did. Now, if you look way out there over in the distance, about where my cursor is, that is where we're producing our steel ingots. So that's just the refining process of steel, and then it's snaked across these conveyor belts all the way to our steel tower. The quartz comes from way over there somewhere. Iron is coming from all over the place now. And we also have, like, sulfur production. You can kind of see the conveyor belts way out there in the distance, and the little pad there that we make our gunpowder on. That's also snaked across this entire area. And then where these towers go over here, that's where our oil production is at. We'll definitely visit that probably very soon. Because right now, technically, if all of my machines come on at the same time, my power grid shuts down for being overwhelmed. And you never really want to be there. And so it's just kind of one of those things. So that's like the bird's eye tour. But what will eventually happen is as these get filled in, you're going to notice less and less of the machinery down below, which is where all of the Nightmare Spaghetti is. I have lots and lots of Nightmare Spaghetti underneath my factory. That was effectively what my factory was before, you know, before we got everything moved over. How are we doing on our heavy frames, by the way? Okay. But yeah, it's the dirty closet. Exactly. You still wouldn't go back to Unity? No, I wouldn't go back to Unity either. Like, very, very genuinely for me, my view on it is Unity has shown its true colors. And going back to Unity is taking a very large risk. Because a lot of times when companies take those types of measures where they're willing to do something so egregiously greedy, is that when they get caught in trouble for it, and they back off of it because of social pressure, a lot of times the way that plays out is they'll back off of it for a while, until, like, the pushback starts to die down, and then they'll, you know, do whatever their next idea is. So that's what I mean, it's the wait and see. Just kind of lay low, wait for a while, and see if they start properly, like, if they actually stay backed off, or if, like, a year or two from now, they try and slip something new past that they think people will be a little bit more willing to tolerate. Alright, so we've got all this going on. That all seems to be fine. We've got the steel backed up there, which is good. Exactly, the Season Pass model. How Season Passes started out really bad, and then people accepted them. Oh yeah, well I mean that's a normal thing, and that's actually a it's a tactic used by a lot of people who work against your best interests, you know, including abusers and everything. Is they'll try to get you into accepting little things. So they'll give you something you want, but they'll also bring along with it something you don't. But like the very first time, you'll get a lot more out of it than the cost. And it'll be like, okay, so you'll get some feature you really wanted, but it's coming through microtransactions, but it's super cheap, so you're like, you're not happy about it. But, you know, it's you just stepped a little outside your comfort. And then they'll, like, step it forward just a little bit more, and they'll step it forward just a little bit more. And what they're doing is they're getting you used to being uncomfortable with the decision, and that be, like, they're getting you being comfortable with being uncomfortable. Until eventually you step back and go, wait a second. This isn't okay. Like, it's a whole thing. There's a whole psychology around that kind of stuff that a lot of these groups are very knowledgeable and privy to exactly what they're doing. Alright, so these are spares. So we've got everything but the modular engines sorted out for completing phase 3. And I've got 2 of those running at full tilt, but they're slow. I don't think I could throw a bunch of slugs in there and boost the production without the entire upstream kind of collapsing and imploding. I do think it's more important that I hook up the crystal oscillators, because I'm going to need that for a lot of other tech. So it's not immediately important, but I know it's going to be soon to be important. So I should get it producing now. And that's what this is about. Okay. So. Alright, this far out one is totally fine. We can use it. We're going to use the same strategy we've been using, where I take that, I snap in a splitter, and your 3 ingredients? Okay. So that's that one. Oh, I got all 3 ports open. Why did I build these 2? Okay, so from here, I want to make the next conveyor belt go just on top of this. And they could go through each other, and that's totally fine. But for me personally, I don't want it if I don't have to. Like, sometimes if it's just a location that's really hard to make work, I'll do it, because fixing it to make it look nicer can eventually become a real problem. That's what I was afraid of. Alright. We can make this work. So we can go to production, manufacture. So before I had enough room for a splitter, I've gotten rid of that. Cool. And that gets my next one here. And so we live in a strange time. The subscription model that people have accepted is not a good thing, in your opinion. Subscribing to things you've already bought and paid for in full. such as heated seats and access to suspension of BMW. That's crazy. Oh, no, I don't disagree at all. That we have normalized paying forever for that which it used to be you paid for, and then it was just done. Like, that was just a done deal. Now, I do also feel there is some place for subscription, but it is one of those things that it's being used in a lot of places I wouldn't say are necessarily appropriate. So, if we look, for example, back in the day, games like World of Warcraft or MMO model, that made sense that you had to pay a subscription for it. Because when you look at that kind of thing, you're like, okay, well, this is going to be getting development long-term. Like, there is an ongoing expense that they can justify. And so long as they are continuing to, you know, give you something in return for your value or whatever, it's justified. The issue we're running into is now we have stuff that does not fit any type of model where that makes sense. It would normally be just a game you bought, and that'd be the end of it. That we're getting mechanics bolted onto those games that are used to justify, you know, basically paying forever. So where you have your game that historically would be a single-player game, you'd buy it and be done with it, and suddenly it's a quote-unquote game as a service. But then you look at the service part and you're like, right, but is this really doing anything anyone cares about? And it can be hard, because there's definitely a line in the sand there between this makes sense and is okay, and this does not make sense and is not okay. And where that line is will vary person to person. And there's definitely stuff that we can all agree that's like, no, but really, that one's not okay. But it can be tricky to figure out where you want to draw that line. That's what I was afraid of. And you're full. And I don't want to put the splitter back here, because that doesn't help out with my buffer. And that was because I didn't make this wide enough to begin with. One moment. Alright. So, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to get rid of that belt for a minute. We're going to have to do a little finagling. I'm going to chuck you just down here. It doesn't matter with that. Grab all of those out I can with control. Drop them in here. I'm just temporarily shoving this box over here. That way I can go over here, and we're going to make this real snug here. I want just enough room that I could put a merger in between there. I think I could shove a merger in between here. I think that will technically work. I don't like it. It displeases me. But I think technically it will work. And actually, we're going to be even lazier about this. Hey, how would you feel about me just... What are you trying to do? Oh, I'm putting it on the wrong side. That's my problem. Because I don't feel like dealing with this myself. So grab one stack. And we're just going to let one box spit into the other box real fast. And then from here... Yeah, in the BMW, it's like buying bottled water and having to pay for each sip from the bottle. Yeah, nuts. There's definitely stuff with that. And a lot of it, like, a lot of it's people just being greedy. Some of it is a company realizes they have to increase their prices for this, that, or other reason. And what they're trying to do is find a way to increase the price that isn't as directly obvious. So it's kind of like where airlines being, you know, cheaper flights, but then when you really look at it, they are just kind of deferring the expense into like a whole bunch of fees. So the price still went up. They've just kind of hidden where it goes up. And so those kind of things. That's that was one of the things that for the AAA games they were running into, is that AAA games are legitimately getting more and more expensive to produce, which I don't really care because I don't actually care for most AAA games. And they were running into a situation where they're like, we need to charge more money, but for just about ever, people were unwilling to accept anything more than $60. And that's only started to finally give recently. And so a lot of the things like the microtransaction abuse and all that was them finding out that they couldn't convince people to spend more than $60 on the game itself. And so they're trying everything in their power to, you know, find a way to get you to spend the money anyways that they want to get that higher price. And again, some of it's them being greedy, some of them it's just the cost of producing games have gone up and yada yada. And just kind of one of those things of finding another way that you are willing to spend the extra money. And a lot of that is by making you not realize how much you're spending by just getting you a little bit here and a little bit there. Okay, so that should be cable is one of those. And what's the other one I need? Do I already have cable coming into the building? I feel like I do. Okay, we already have cable going into the building. So how do I want to... I could literally just go to this cable line, put a splitter on it. This is inelegant, and it'll make it harder to troubleshoot later when I forget that that's got a splitter, and I'm wondering why it's going in at full speed and not coming out at full speed. But for now, that's the cable solved. I mean, board game expansions are close to the same price as the base board game. Yep. In seeing that this type of thing has been around for a while. Oh yeah, no, it's always been a thing. Board games go through much of the same. For the longest time, convincing someone to spend more than like $20 in a board game was a hard no. It's only been a fairly modern thing where board games have figured out ways to offer like a premium board game that has allowed them to really up their prices to where they're now like $40-50 for like a really good board game. So that is actually a thing as well. Okay, so the middle port still needs to be hooked up, and that needs to be the reinforced plates. And that's this tower. And then I'll get our oscillators being made. One of the really it's interesting and also kind of clever and kind of crappy thing is how many board games we have now that you can only ever play once, because part of the board game is permanently modifying the board game. And there are some amazing board games that do those mechanics, by the way, that I actually would recommend. But there are board games that you hit certain conditions in the game and you are expected to put like stickers on your board game to permanently change it. Which it's interesting because that means everyone's experience of the board game is a little different. But at the same time, you're like, wait a second. This is a board game I can't replay. Hold the heck up. What? This is a little bit of a difficulty. So I'm going to put that there just to line stuff up. Because then I could run that down the outside. But I'm not going to keep it where that's merging in. Yeah, because that's going to be off for the whole thing. Alright. So you're going away. You're going away. And you're going away. You take conveyor like this. I want to say one of them was, if people remember, was the game called Pandemic? Yeah, because the original Pandemic, you didn't permanently modify your board game. But they had like Pandemic Legacies or something like that. And Pandemic Legacy is one of those games that, like, if you take a certain type of losing condition in the game or whatever, you are supposed to permanently modify the game to reflect that. And then from then on, you've got like this extra difficulty on your board game forever because you've modified your game. But it's a classic player versus board game. Yeah, you throw stickers down on the game board, rip up cards. Yep. And for like the record, it does add a new experience. I don't like it's not all bad news. Like they have done so at least at the point where you're saying, okay, this means like once I've done this, I've locked in that this is the experience I'm gonna have with this board game forever now. But that does have a certain allure to it as well, where they do some really clever stuff with it. But it is one of those things you look at and go, I'm making a board game that has limited replay value. That I am having a hard cap on its replay value, because once I rip up a card, it's gone forever. And all that. Up here, Pandemic base was $60. Pandemic Legacy was $90. Yep. Yeah, and that's what I was saying is a lot of the board games had reached the point where they broken into being able to have like a premium board game. Because like when we were kids, a board game running more than $20 was a pretty hard sell. Because I remember what was the one that you had it was a murder mystery kind of thing. Or no, I'm sorry, you would set up traps so you'd try and get the other person to get themselves killed in the trap so you could inherit the mansion or whatever. It's something like Dead End Drive or whatever. I remember that being a big deal because it was, at the time, like $25, and it was seen as a very expensive board game. And so it was really hard to get people to buy it. Yeah, 13 Dead End Drive. I think that was it. Yeah, no, I remember that was a big deal, that it was seen as, like, a very expensive board game, because at the time, board games almost universally ran $20. They were almost all $20. Okay, so we are finally making the crystal oscillators. These are still being produced. I think for right now, I'm going to go up to this thing, because it is expensive material-wise. I'm going to turn that off. I'm probably going to regret that, because I'm assuming the next phase I'm going to need it. But I'm going to turn that off so we're not using our heavy frames, because I need lots of those. And as you can see here, I don't have that many. Alright. So yeah, so that gets... We are producing all of the different types of goods I can produce right now. Literally all of the ones I'm aware of they can make right now that we have unlocked. And we are just a bit over 100 from finishing Phase 3. So the things to work on now is, one, is I need to upgrade my oil refinement and my power production. Those need to be expanded on. The other thing I want to do is potentially go up here and see if I think I can shim off one more layer of the thing we're making for our Phase 3. Because if I can manage to shim off one more layer on that, that'll speed up the rate we're getting there by 50%. So if it would to take me an hour to get there, we can cut that down to like 40 minutes. So that, I think, would be worth my time. Because there's also a really good chance you're going to hit the next phase and it's going to go, ha ha ha, you now need to make 2,500 of these. And I would like to be prepared for that outcome. Now, if we do get to the next phase and it doesn't require those adaptive power whatevers anymore at all, or the other thing we've got going at all, I mean, that would work out great because then I would literally just not have to worry about it. Okay, so what are you requiring? So you require the motors, the rubber, ooh. Alright, so never mind. We're not going to shim out another layer because this is slowly winding down our smart plates. So we've got a place we're going to bottleneck on there that's going to slow us down if I don't jump on it. Which is why I wanted to check all that. I was hoping to be able to expand it. That's the modular frames. That's not relevant to what we're dealing with right now. That's being consumed by the other stuff we just turned off. That's our rebar. So this is our rotor production. Okay, so we go to rotor production. They're not getting enough rods. Okay, so I need to drop down here and check our rod production, which is over here, I think? No, it's down here. So we're looking at our rod production. And it is going full tilt. But it would appear we've got a bottleneck on our ingots getting in here. Okay, so it's the middle track. Alright, so I need more ingots. Because that's running for now because there's a backlog, but as you can see, it's winding those down. And that is going to eventually not keep up. So we need more smelters. So production, smelter, do this. Okay, and you're still doing fine with that. And a lot of this is side effects of the fact that I had to split all this off earlier. Eventually I will need to split off. We'll hit a limitation on how much the tier 4 belt can carry. We're not there yet. Alright. Okay, so I need it on the middle track. Alright, so that's tricky. So the middle track is these three over here. The good news is I should be able to take advantage of that. So what I could probably do is put back some of these stilts and then stack them up one. Alright. So we can connect that the whole way across and get that going. So my plan is use this input and bring that the whole way across here. And just like that, we have increased the throughput on that track. Alright, and that's going to take a minute to start filling those up. This might also be hitting the point where we're going to hit a capacity limit on what I can put through on these. So this one's going full tilt. Like absolute full tilt. That belt, I think we are fully consuming at this point. I cannot put more on it. It is done. I think you missed a... Oh yeah, no, I probably did. The first thing I need to do is get these online. Are you gaining, though? You are gaining. You are gaining. Because as long as those are gaining, I don't have to worry about it. It means I'm on a net positive. Because for it to get the whole way down the line of all of these, and then for this to go up... Oh, are we gaining? That looks like it's going down, but this one was going up, so we might be okay. Because what's probably going to happen here is when this hits 100, it'll spill over to that one, and those ones are right on the fence, but it needs to be moving up at least the tiniest bit, and I think it is. Yeah, I think we'll be okay. That's going to take a minute for these to get their spillover, but I got to wait for that one to go. I might have to... So problem is, this is the point where putting more iron on the line won't fix it. That's this line coming in here. It goes into this track and is just going the whole length down here. So I am reaching a point that I am going to need to probably take one of these other lines. Because like this line is only feeding into a couple of these up here. Actually, you're feeding into only 3 of these. Yeah, so probably what need to happen is at some point I'll need to take this line, bring it all the way over here, you know, stop this conveyor belt, drop that one in, and do all that. Okay, that's going up. I just want to see when that rolls over to 100. So you're on a separate line. Where's the first one that's on? You're over here on a separate line. Let's go snag some ore out of this. I'm just gonna snag all of it. Go like that. And that. And that. Okay, so are you gaining now? That's the question. Yes, it is gaining, because it just spiked up to 40... No, actually, it's unclear. We're right on that fence that I'm probably going to have to adjust that. But the point is, we've got more there. Let's pop back up here to the rod line, because that's what we were trying to fix when you noticed that the thing that was starving the system was the ingots going in. This is the plate line. The rod line's on the other side. Good. So we fixed the throughput issue here. This is now full. Power check. We're already, like, our power, we can definitely max it out. So the good news is we're only hitting about 2,000. So we still have room to grow on that. I do have a problem that this is much higher than that. But I need to, like, I do not want my my main production stuff to come to a stop. If that happens, it delays my ability to go to the next phase entirely. Like, it would just massively slow that down. And since we can't unlock anything new in this tier, I want to keep pushing forward, because one of the things we'll get when I get to the next tier is that's when I'm going to be able to set up nuclear power, if I remember correctly. At which point, that opens a whole nother option for power. Let's add 3. So I'm doing a little bit of a juggle here, but we definitely need to get the power sorted out. That will bite me in the butt if I don't get on that. So once I've got these rods sorted out where it's not a bottleneck, the power will probably be our next concern. I'm being weird with this one. Alright. Well, I know it's standing in between it. It was the snapping that it didn't want to snap for some reason. That's what was throwing me off. Is like 2 of them snapped and the last was like, no, I don't want to line up. You can't make me. Sorry, I don't feel like it. Oh, I need quick wire. That's been a long time. I should have more than that enough laying around. Grab 2 stacks. Okay, and that should fix the rods because we fixed there was a input problem on the rods, so we weren't getting enough ingots in to keep what we had running. And then we have also, we're expanding on the production. Is this a rod production again? I keep mixing up where I'm at in the floors. Yeah, it is a rod production. You're not connected, right? There we go. Cool, so those are going up. Yeah, that'll be plenty. They're all filling up. Good, good. And so that should improve the rod output, which that's a concern because that means this box is completely empty of rods. So it's surprising how fast that box, which was once like completely overwhelmingly full, and then we come back, it's just empty. But that's because things getting thrown out of balance and out of whack in their production. So let's go pop up back here, see where it's at. Because that was the concern, is this was running at 100%, but these smart plates... Oh, right, the smart plates are what's falling behind. And the smart plates are falling behind because the rotors weren't getting rods, and right. So this is our rotor production, so we want to see our rotor production start to improve. Yeah, because this dropped down to about 50% production rate. And I want to see this, yeah. Okay, so that should be getting enough that it should go up to 100% again. That's good news, because that's getting to double that, which means we're good. So let's now run over to the other side, which is the smart plate production. Smart plate production is running at full speed. That does mean I am making insufficient smart plates for what I need, which is a problem. Because like I said, what'll end up happening here is if I don't address this soon, the modular engines we need to unlock Phase 4, I'll start running out of those, and we'll still be producing them, so it's not progress will come to a halt. But where we've been sitting there going, we're about 1 hour out from unlocking the next tier, that'll go from being an hour to some other amount of time that is more than an hour. Oh, I need to get more encased steel. It'll end up becoming a larger time as, you know, one material after another material starts producing slower. So far, though, we haven't had any loss in the actual speed of the item we actually are going after, those modular engines. We're just observing that the things that the modular engines are requiring are now operating at a deficit, and eventually that will cause us to run out of stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's what we're addressing right now, is fixing those deficits before they start hurting our production. But yeah, once I get this sorted, we gotta deal with power. The other thing I noticed is so far in this run, I've apparently unlocked 14 hard drives. there is an achievement for unlocking 100 hard drives in a save. So what's the eventual goal? Complete all achievements? It's to finish the story. I don't know what that entails. But the assumption is you finish all phases to accomplish the story. But yeah, it's whatever the ending is. You are supposedly saving humanity. You're building that giant platform above you. And the game is a little unclear what that is actually doing. But I think that's deliberate. I think that's an intentional thing for the game to not tell you that you're, you know, working for this giant company who says you're saving all the puppies and all that, and humanity depends on you and all that, and it's probably not actually true, but you know, we don't know the details of any of this or where we came from or whatever. And the game even alludes to the fact that might not be accidental. They do constantly reference saying, oh, if you're experiencing amnesia, you know, that's fine. That's normal. Don't worry about it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we just have to fix it on their word that, you know, everything's on the up and up. We should also definitely not fix it on its word that everything's on the up and up. But we'll see. We also got the things we're collecting that speak to our brain. Alright, so we have upped our rotor production, and the downside of that is that it does mean we have upped, or sorry, not upped our rotor production, we have upped our smart plate production. The downside of that is mean we have upped our rotor consumption. Okay, still a bottleneck here somewhere. Alright, for that to be running at that speed, there's only one explanation. And there it is. There's a tiny little tier 1 belt in there. Hey, MK, how's it going? Alright. So that should improve. This quite can't handle the bandwidth of all of that, but that still will be better than tier 1. I'm not worried about upgrading all that yet. Okay, so how are we doing in all this stuff? But yeah, so we don't really know what the outcome of the story is all that yet. That's fine. I don't need all my games to be like, here, spell out my main objective. As long as there's a clear, this is what makes your progress go forward, that's usually okay. And it's also okay for a game to just be a sandbox. This is not necessarily a sandbox. Alright, cool. So we've only got 100 left to go. Well, actually about 90 left to go. And we are producing about 2 a minute. So I should be looking at a little bit over 30 minutes before we have all of those done. Honestly, it's going to take me that long to fix our power over on the other location, so that's fine. I am going to need motors, though. That is something I can't go without. Because a lot of the stuff I'm going to need to build over there will require motors. So let's run up here, check to see what motors I can steal, and go on from there. I'm a little worried that our motor production has never been particularly good. It's been excusable. That's not what I like to see. Okay, so we have a problem, and that is our rotor production is definitely not keeping up anymore. And you are going... Yeah, that's going to be running at 100% capacity. It's just the statistic is still catching up. But... Yeah, so it is building up, but not enough that I could throw another rotor production on there without building out there. Have you discovered things with the head and body slots? Not yet. I believe there is a, like, exosuit. Wait, what does the gear on you do? Oh. Oh, I could tell it to have preferred fuel. That's kind of cool. So if I was trying to keep other fuel for certain purposes. But yeah, I want to say there's, like, an exosuit or something like that that you get for the body slot. I don't remember. I want to say I remember seeing something for him. Oh, the head slot, the gas mask. I don't have one right now, but yeah, the gas mask goes in your head slot. Maybe the body slot was the anti-radiation thing. All right, so Oh, I do have 30 motors. Never mind. I have 30 motors on me. I thought I had no motors on me. I was about to be like, oh man, how am I going to make this work? Yeah, we'll leave that in there. Okay, so with that, let's get over to our oil production, and we'll just put what we can in until I run out of materials. The train should be here momentarily for us to hitch a ride back to our oil. But yeah, no, the gas mask is your head slot. And I can make it, I just haven't made it. Because it is one of those things you can work around. There's two ways you can solve the problem of the poisonous gas. The first way is to wear the gas mask and replace its filters and do all that. It can be a little bit resource intensive, and you have to carry them with you. Or, way two is you build a really large number of explosives, and all the things that make poisonous gas, you explode them. And then there's no more poisonous gas to hurt you. I much prefer exploding all the things that make the poisonous gas as a long-term permanent solution to all of this stuff, as opposed to the, you know, putting on a filter and having to constantly swap them. You've decided to sell things in SMS at 25 cents below market value. Good business strat, right? What do you mean by SMS? I don't recognize the acronym. I'm sure it's a game that I'm just not thinking of the acronym. The best defensive, good offense. Supermarket sim. Oh, I mean, there's a lot of arguments to be made there. You can sell stuff at market value, because that's kind of the thing. In real life business, it is one of those things that undercutting your competition price-wise doesn't necessarily benefit you. Generally speaking, when you lower your price, you'll sell more units most of the time. But at the same time, if you're cutting into your profit margins, you have to sell that much more to get the same amount of money. Lawsuits are almost no longer a thing. Yep. They're not the big thing. What's also they've come to realize, and this isn't going to matter for Supermarket Sim, but that matters for real life, is in real life, genuinely, you can sell more products by raising your price, which, you know, intuitively sounds like it makes absolutely no sense. Why would the world work that way? But there is a perceived value and perceived quality that can happen that really, really kind of mucks a lot with the understanding of a lot of these things. That I actually worked for a company that we did actually get into a situation where we were experimenting, like, basically we wanted to do a lot more courses, but to do that we needed to bring in more money to, you know, pay for more authors and for more artists and for more, you know, the supporting staff and all that. Like, all the things we needed to accommodate being able to make more of our courses, to cover more topics, all cost money. And so we're like, okay. And so one of the things we looked at to try and see what we could do for more money is, what could we do with our price point? If we lowered the price, would we bring in more customers, and therefore the extra customers would make us more money, we'd be able to do more courses? And, you know, of course, to challenge our expectations, we also tried raising the price. And ultimately, we sold more when we raised the price. So it's not that we made more money, we physically sold more units when we raised the price. Because there was a higher perceived quality of our product because we charged more. And I hate it works that way, but that is actually a thing that happens. Now, it's not applicable to all things, just before everyone's like, raise the price at everything, make more money. No. But it is a factor that if you make your price too low, it makes your product seem of a lower quality, regardless if there is anything different about your product whatsoever. Let's see, artificial sales are evil, but make so much money. People like to feel like they're getting a good deal, but in reality the price didn't change. Oh yeah, no, I used to work in retail, and that was one of the things the company I had worked for did, and I hated. Where you'd watch during the summer when sales were slow, the prices on stuff would slowly creep up over time. And then you would get to, like, Thanksgiving time, and they would knock off the price. And if you looked at it carefully, you'd say, wait a second, that's literally the same price it was before they slowly creeped up the price. That, like, the sale price, in the end, was no different than their normal price. Okay, so we should be consuming that at a deficit now, which is certainly not something we want to maintain. All the pipes, these littler pipes here can be the regular ones, but this main pipeline needs to be the higher quality pipe. Okay, because that has a fairly low flow rate right now. But yeah, so 300 was the maximum the old pipe could do. And now we have a 600. Let's see, basically, Dumb Ape Brain says expensive thing must be better because, basically ready. So, yes, but part of it is because historically that's actually been true, that a lot of the time when you would buy a good, if you got the cheaper one, you got what you paid for, kind of thing. Like, there was a lot of truth behind that. You would buy the cheaper set of sneakers, and the cheaper set of sneakers would fall apart faster. And so, ultimately, the best bang for your buck was to spend extra money to get the better sneakers. But because you can't just discernibly look at something and go, that's the better one easily, you kind of had to just make it work however you could. So it's kind of one of those things that's like, yes, but there's also that behavior came about because of an actual thing that justified its existence. Oh, so there are things that are, let's say, 10% better, but 500% more expensive? Correct. There's that, too. You definitely run into times where something is a better quality, but, you know, the price difference is substantially more than the better quality would justify. Like, that was actually the adding a surcharge to, like, improve the perception of the quality of your product. That was an Apple strategy. That Apple did that and was very famous for doing that. That people kept asking Apple to discount their stuff because, you know, it was expletive expensive. And no, Apple's response is like, no, we're a premium brand, like, if we do that, that cheapens our brand. And so Apple was very like, we don't put stuff on sale, we don't do that. And it's not that they literally never, but they would push back pretty hard about discounts and that kind of stuff. Alright. Yeah, it's rubber production. Did I put the wrong one up? No, that's crude oil. Yeah, yes, that's fine. So... Alright. So... Now the big concern is leading into this. Yeah, so that pipe is literally maxed out. So if I don't upgrade these, then what'll end up happening is my refineries will start choking because there's no capacity. And I've got this pipe here as well. Okay. So I think that should be good now. So let's check here because they have all these lines merge. And so this should be the highest choke point. Well, now it's going back and forth. And when you see that flow where it goes spikes up and then it comes back and it spikes up and comes back, that means you're producing more than you need, so it flows whenever there's a need. Like, you finish a cycle and it needs to fill up the next 50 meters cubed. So it draws in a bunch of oil, and then when it fills up, suddenly there's just no more needed, so the flow stops because it's not being pulled in, I think. Then you have coving brands just taking advantage of brand recognition to charge ludicrously large amounts of cash than they can. Yep. But that goes back into that perceived quality thing. That you perceive that it's of a higher quality regardless of whether it is or isn't. But you perceive it as being of a higher quality, and therefore you're willing to pay more for that perceived quality. Now, it could actually be a higher quality, or it might not be. Like, that's the thing. The price is not truly attached to the quality. There isn't, this is 10 quality points, every quality point is worth $10, so $100 is a reasonable price. There's not really a way to quantify it. Alright, so we are producing 3,300 watts out of our max consumption of about 3,000. So we should be good there. And I don't feel any need to increase our plastic or rubber production. Each one of these I'm setting up is helping with that regard. Until we hit a point that the blue material that I'm shoveling over this way, until I start backlogging that. If I ever start backlogging that blue material, this has to expand, which this is producing our plastic and all that. It could eventually hit a point that I do start shutting down, this is my plastic and that's my rubber, that I do start shutting those two down, and instead going for more of that. Realistically, I'll split the difference. Let's see, or you can do an Aldi and Costco approach, where the Aldi's will give you only one option at a reasonable price. And for Costco, you have to go for literal treasure hunt every time to enter. You know, well, I mean, Costco's thing is bulk. Yeah. Well, I mean, but that's all stuff there, like, because Aldi, that is their thing, is they only carry one or two brands of each thing, but they generally have really good rates, versus a lot of other stores, they might carry 20, 30 brands of the same product, some which are okay price and some which are very expensive, and then there's the overhead for all the extra shelf space that you're going to be paying to handle all that. Because having an item on your shelf costs money. And I'll respond to that later. I'll respond to that next ad break. I've got family reaching out. Costco is when you need to forklift to move a bag of puffed wheat to follow you home. Total weight 5 pounds. Oh yeah, and that was I can't. Did I send a picture on the Discord? As a reminder, if you ever want to see what's going on with the schedule and other stuff, we do have a Discord and I do post on it from time to time. I think it was on the Discord that I can't remember where we went, but we were able to get like warehouse prices on stuff, and they had like wild rice in the, what was it, like a 50-60 pound bag. It was like a cement bag of rice, like you buy like mulch bag size bag of rice. And I was like, okay, low key, that whole bag, I can't remember. It was something like 10, 15 bucks or something. It's like really nothing. Because when you consider, when you buy like, yeah, it was $11, that's right. But when you buy like a box of rice or like the bag of rice at the local grocery store, like the pre-cooked stuff, you know, it's $1.50 for what ultimately boils down to like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 ounces of rice, not even a full pound. Like it's really not. It's like 2 cups of rice, versus that 15 or 50 pound bag of rice. If you were to cook that whole 50-pound bag of rice, you are talking like a dumpster full of rice because of how much rice expands. It is a ridiculous amount of rice. And the price difference was absurd. The catch is, the ones you get at the grocery store where it's just a little baggie where, you know, you rip it, you put it in the microwave for like, what is it, like 30, 45 seconds or a minute or whatever, and it's done, versus this is raw rice. So it's already been like cleaned and everything, but you would need something like a rice cooker, or you'd need to steam it or boil it or whatever you're gonna do for your rice prep. And so I was sitting there like, I didn't buy it, but it was one of those things I was turning to Toon, was like, you don't understand how tempted I am right now to buy like a budget rice cooker for like 25 bucks and buy this like giant 50-pound bag of rice, because if I store it in the closet here, the humidity won't get to it. It won't be in the sunlight. I can, like, realistically what I would probably do is I'd probably get some type of like Tupperware container or something that I could put a bunch in it at once. You know, take 2, 3, 4, 5 pounds of rice out of the giant bag, put it in a container that I could then empty from that and reseal the big bag, and then repeat that process just to make it more manageable. And just use the rice cooker. Did that location also sell the rice cooker? It did not, but a rice cooker is not a hard thing to get. Like, it was fun. Most of the stuff in that place was like damaged goods. I'm not going to say what company it's for, because don't dox yourself, but was like damaged goods and all that. But then they also had bulk goods, because one of the things the company did was it would deal with like really, really large scale tourist crowds and all that. And so what would happen is they would overbuy on a lot of things, and then they would just sell it like it's a grocery store. And it was just ridiculous. Did the farmer come included? I don't... What? I don't understand. Those containers are called, Cambros. You work in kitchens, and they're the best things. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Getting those, like, plastic intermediary containers, when you're talking, like... Because I long time ago, I worked at a place that my official title was General Labor. But they had a whole bid system where you change your role on where you were at. I can't remember, it was like once a quarter or whatever. But you would put in a bid system based on seniority, and if you were the highest person who bid for a particular role, you got that role. And I would regularly bid to work in, they had a gourmet kitchen. And I loved working that job because we spent half the day eating. But there's a lot of those times where you get those giant volume stuff, and you get a bunch of those like medium containers to make it manageable. So like 2 or 3 times during the shift, you'd run in the back to the giant the giant barrel, the giant bags, and like get this thing that's like 5-10 pounds of them out of it. Just so, you know, running around, oh, I need to make a batch of wild rice. Okay, here's the container. You pour in maybe, I don't know the amounts. It's been too long. You'd pour in like a quart of rice or whatever, and it was nice and easy to manage because it's only like 5 pounds versus this giant, god-awful 55-pound bag you can do nothing with. It's going pretty good. We're about 10% from being completely done with the Phase 3. We just upped our power production quite a bit, so that's good. You're catching up. You catch up. All you've done. Let's see. You've done all the research. Only working on finishing Phase 3 to do more research. Yeah. No, I've only got the one left, and honestly, I could probably finish it right now. I just need to go to the tower. I'm doing the AI. I'm gonna actually do that now because it's like, what am I working on next? You busy planning a party at work? Yeah. Oh yeah, no, those plastic, like, they're like, I don't know the volumes, the weight would depend on what it is. But like you can basically put about a box of cereal in them, which is why they were so popular for that purpose. You're still running? I could have sworn, no, you're turned off. You can turn it on just so it fills back up. Alright, so let's go unlock the blueprints. Mark II. I'm also not worried about people catching up and passing me as well, because even if I want to play more, when I end stream, I kind of have to stop. And so I know people who are able to play 13, 14 hours a day. There.
Milestone reached. The Blueprint Mark II improves upon the Mark I in every dimension, except for the metaphysical ones. This improvement was made available due to complaints from pioneers about other pioneers not being capable of managing their space efficiently. We listen to pioneers, always.
Okay. Your spaghetti is worse than yours before? Oh, that wouldn't surprise me. I don't think my old save would even load. But my old save, I had some chaos. Let's start looking at what I've still got to unlock. So I should have, oh, I have those oscillators. I can probably put up my first radar tower. Because those are something I'm going to want to start plopping down on the map here and there. Because I know those show a lot of good stuff. So the crystal oscillator should be here. And what does the radar tower cost me to do? So I need cable and heavy frames, unfortunately, which is back to turn that on, let it stack up. Turn it back off. And I need cable. And I'm pretty sure we've completely emptied out our cable boxes. I also should probably check on our cable production. That's one that could be getting overwhelmed by now. Because I remember the first time I got anywhere in the game. Because like I said, we're getting pretty close to the farthest I've been in the game. I know we had unlocked nuclear power. I don't remember if we actually got it set up or not as the farthest. I figured out how to make vanilla textures in the supermarket simulator. All that. Hey, Belinar, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? I believe you were also playing Satisfactory, which good times. It also looks like you need to get more copper sheets happening, which worries me. But that's a thing to worry about later. But how was your stream, and how did it go, and all that? That's not what you like to see. Okay, so we got expanding to do. So production. Well, actually, first, how's your input? Wire good? Wire's good. Okay. But for those who don't know, Belinar, an absolutely fantastic content creator, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, plays a lot of indie games. So if you like indie games, you're in the right place with Belinar. But with all that said, also plays a lot of like what's the word I'm looking for? The survival crafter style games and a bunch of other things. Just made your first train line. Nice. Yeah, that's I've got one train line that's going underneath here down there. That is my train line for oil. That's the only train line I have right now, but that was a major project yesterday, was getting that all worked out, because it's the first train I've set up in the game. So it took some tinkering to figure it out. Yeah, our train also goes underwater because it just does. Because why not? But yeah, again, check out Valinart. Fantastic content creator. You should check them out. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch, and for the past week, the current obsession has been Satisfactory. It's not my first time playing, but it's been a good long while. We are getting pretty late game and all that. You made a massive elevated rail for it. Yeah, I think that's probably the more practical way of doing that, would be to have like a sky railway system, even if it would take forever to build it, because once you set it up, you don't have to worry about, you know, finagling it around everything. I, on the other hand, I'll eat when I feel like, game. What are you making? You're making cable. I, on the other hand, am taking the approach of, I'm making... Here, let me... Can I just glide over to my towers yet? No. Let me give you a quick overview of our base. Is Ultra in your team? No, Ultra is not a member of Halcyon Frequency. Ultra's absolutely fantastic, but is not a member of Halcyon Frequency. I mean, granted, pretty much almost everyone at Halcyon Frequency is friends and knows Ultrasaurus, but just, you know, not everyone's on every team. But yeah, let me give you a quick overview of, like, the factory so far. We did choose the desert start. That's part of the reason I put these big foundations down everywhere, is the desert is just not flat. So if you try to do it without putting foundations everywhere, it ends up absolutely horrendous. Alright. And if we're actually visiting my oil, I take the train now. But this is the way I go before that. Let's see, we built on this spot the last time we played. And did forest this time? Yeah. So, this is our factory so far. Now, you'll notice I am sort of building, like, a bunch of platforms that are going to be built up. Eventually, I'm going to enclose them all to make them all, like, towers and all that. But I've got, like, my really big one there. That's my iron tower. This is where I make steel. That's where I do copper. That's, sorry, my apologies. That came out of nowhere. That's limestone. That is our quartz. I've got a little caterium spot. That's got to move. I'm going to put it over here. But the intention is that eventually I'm going to start closing in the ground underneath and having, like, a flat area with the towers on top of it. So we have, like, all these industrial towers and then just that. So we're taking the Coruscant method of, if we put the horrible, awful stuff I do underneath the ground, no one has to know it's there. But, you'll also notice, while everything is fairly nice and organized once you get above that plane there, it is conveyor belt spaghetti underneath that. So we are hiding the spaghetti in the proverbial closet below our feet. And we'll just pretend it's not there, and as long as you don't look directly at it, it can't hurt you. You'll notice I've started putting up some of the walls now that I've got a surplus of steel, but we haven't got many up yet. We also have, if you look way over there, that's my actual steel ingot production. So I produce my steel ingots. I got 2 conveyor belts that run the whole way over here, indoor steel, you know, the steel stuff. Yeah, we run the wiring under the rug. Exactly. I've got my coal power is just on the other side of here. Oil power is down on the other side there. And that's all been going really good for us. My quartz comes from way over there. I'm technically mining Sam right now. I'm not doing anything with it, which is a shame because Sam looks like it's got some really impressive stuff to do. But yeah. So how did your in-laws think about your hype train yesterday? I haven't had a chance to talk to them yet. I was going to ask him and be like, hey, well, what did your family think about catching me streaming? Because they're not the kind of people who would typically, like, I don't think they regularly would tune into a stream. Not that there's like good, bad, or anything with that, but you know, it'd be like my parents don't tune into streams and all that either. Like, not even mine, just as a general thing. It's just not what they grew up with. But yeah, so we've got all that going. But yeah, so as you can see underneath here, it's like seeing your parents while at work. Yeah. Like, when I worked selling tools, that was just fine, whatever, because, you know, if your dad needed a screwdriver, he'd come in and get a screwdriver, that's fine. But, if you're, like, doing software development someplace and your parent shows up, you're like, alright, you went out of your way to stop by. You know, it's appreciated, but also kind of weird. You're not backing up, and that's bad. I'm just upgrading that belt to deliver the screws faster, because that should make it so that that should improve, because we're starting to run into throughput issues on a lot of different systems. But that is what happens as you upgrade stuff. You start gradually getting edge cases where things don't do what you want. I was going to be building a tower, and I completely forgot about that because I got distracted. But yeah, so thanks again for the raid. I really do appreciate that. Again, Paula Belnar. I should also introduce myself. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles on harder than apocalypse settings. And with all that said, that record has been beaten, but I am a variety streamer. I do play a whole mess of different games. We're playing Satisfactory right now, but like I've played stuff like RimWorld. I play a lot of city builders, settlement builders, simulation, all sorts of good stuff.
Thank you Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Balana.
Calling you Balana. TTS is trying. But thank you, Darth Strider. I really do appreciate the tier 1 sub given to Belnar. Belnar, I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you want them or not. So thank you again, Darth Strider, for that support. Okay, so what I was working on is I wanted to build my first radar tower. And I needed cable. And that's right. We went over to the cable and went, oh crap, the cable is running out. I'm also noticing another problem. That belt should be solid concrete there, and it's not. So I have expanded my production too much that I can no longer facilitate that. Alright, so I need to go up here and get a couple...
Thank you Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Sunhill.
Thank you, Darth Strider, for gifting 10 more subs to the community. You've been incredibly generous. I really do appreciate that.
Thank you Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Kingers 2002.
Gifting subs to Sunchill, King Az 2002, Dark Snat, Lisa Serial, Barbie Nadia.
Thank you Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Darksnat _.
Business Memo, TH Dark, ooh, Exga, I probably mispronounced, I do apologize, Bearded
Thank you
Dinusu,
Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Lissa _serial.
J10 Chart, Pano Georgie. I'm sorry, I probably ruined her name, my apologies. You all have yourselves some nice advertising previewing as well as access to the emote. And
thank you Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Barbie Nadia.
And thank you, Darth Strider, for gifting another 10 subs.
Choo choo.
Being ridiculously generous. Gifting subs to Homer702.
Thank you Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Business Memo.
Guritaro, The Red Aggro, No Tangent, Blue Adder,
Thank you
Kurao,
Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to TH Darth.
Mr. Zakdos, Dude Mayan, Antone D. Balzac, and
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998, for gifting a sub to EXZKA.
and Cabal Rays. You all have yourselves some nice advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes, so thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate that. And thank you, Sentient Cookie, for dropping 100 biddies.
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998, for gifting a sub to Bididensu.
I really do appreciate that as well. Oh, my Discord's not open. One moment, let me get that sorted.
Thank
I was
you,
messing
Darth
with settings
Strider
earlier.
1998, for gifting a sub to J10 Chopanov Georgie.
And thank you, Pharaoh Ignis, for 3 months of Tier 2. So thank you so much for not only subbing the channel and
Thank
subbing
you,
in
Darth
advance.
Strider 1998, for gifting a sub to Homer 702.
But also subbing at a Tier 2, and I really do appreciate that. That is incredibly generous. So thank you so much for all of that. I didn't miss anyone, did I? I think yeah, okay.
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998, for gifting a sub to Garatoro.
Alright. Right, I was expanding the copper sheets. That's what I was doing. But thank you so much for that. That's incredibly generous of all of you.
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998, for gifting a sub to the Red Aggro.
And I really do appreciate it. None of that is like ever required and all that. So the fact that you would all be so generous
Thank you,
means a
Darth
whole heck of
Strider
a lot.
1998, for gifting a sub to Notagiant.
It's been a wild week because I mentioned it yesterday because people were ridiculous yesterday too.
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998, for
I need to
gifting a
adjust
sub to Blue Adder 1968.
That like I try not to talk about when, you know, sub counts are up or down or whatever, because it can get to the point where it sounds like begging or whatever, or
Thank you, Darth Strider
whatnot.
1998, for gifting a sub to Kuru 8192.
But like behind the scenes, I had been stressing out a little bit because, you know, subs have been a bit down since Twitch increased their pricing and all those kind of
Thank you,
things.
Darth Strider 1998, for gifting a sub to MR Zakdose.
And your generosity in the last 2 days has completely not only taken back where we were down, but like has also,
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998, for gifting a sub to Dude Main.
which is also in a lot of ways like back build those the last 2 months where subs had been down, had like overtaken the amount it was down by.
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998, for gifting a sub to Antoine_de_Balzac.
So like on average subs are up, but it's just because people have been so ridiculously generous the last couple days.
Thank you, Darth Strider 1998, for gifting a sub to Cabal Rays.
Which, to be fair, it is September, so, you know, getting subs, there's lots of discounts going on. Generally, the higher tier and the longer you sub, the better the discount.
Something hype train.
We're already at a tier 6 hype train. I don't understand.
Thank you, Feroidness, for subscribing for 13 months.
And brain no process thing. Oh, right, is iron plates. Brain no process thing good. Okay, so screws all seem to be doing fine over there. We're producing those fine. I need the iron sheets so that I can keep building out this. And I'm seeing that copper wire from here just flying by at speed, which tells me we're probably going to be running out of copper wire soon. So that's a concern. Oh, this means I could actually take all of that out of this box finally. And the reason I could do that is if we're running out of copper wire, I can just chuck it in the box to get that out of there. Did you like your spaghetti? Yes. I'm not sure your spaghetti is worse than mine. It looks honestly very similar. And I'm pretty sure the base I got the farthest was at that same location that you're at, Luxray. And looked very similar. So now that you're no longer having to dodge an entire population of Kentucky, good time zone. Yeah, no, that's, what am I even doing? What's going on right now? We've got that. Oh, no, it's going over that tower. You have 2K Mars farther than that. Oh, yeah. No, that same spot. That's, I forget. That's not the first spot. That's the second spot, I believe, that you choose. I definitely remember piping stuff all the way up from half across the map. You go up on a ledge and there's a bunch of stuff. I remember having to pipe it all across there and having vacuum tubes. That's my... I could probably show that factory at some point. Alright, so we hit a tier 6 hype train, which is ridiculous, at 22% with a total of 22 subs and 100 biddies. So I really do appreciate all that support. That is absolutely ridiculous. I do hope you enjoy the emotes you have unlocked, so thank you so much for that. What was I even... Okay. I'm having problems processing things, chat. Just bear with me. I'm gonna grab one of those stacks back for myself. That'll help here. And the wire is probably going down now. Gotcha. So the conveyors here aren't sufficient to push this through faster. Otherwise, it would be going down. So let's get these upgraded. Because we're gonna need a whole lot more wire. And that means a whole lot more throughput is gonna be required. There. That should have it up to speed. Okay, so that should increase our cable production. Drop off stack there. Cool. And that's officially exceeding production now. This is going to start backing up into this box, which is good because I needed more of that. So let's pop down here and fix our copper sheet production. Never mind, the copper sheet production is fine. We have backfilled it. And you're getting your ingots, right? Yes. Why am I seeing, like, no ingots on this belt? Oh, because I've increased my production of copper wire, it's going to be consuming all of that much faster. So we need to increase our copper yield. You just got the spaghetti achievement? Yeah, what does it run? 5 kilometers worth of conveyor belt? Okay, and we might actually be able to go up in this tower, and I might be able to just grab the last of the modular engines to unlock Phase 4. And once we've unlocked Phase 4, we do all the things. And I believe we'll start being able to get access to radioactive materials. And I haven't checked you in forever. Are you still good? Or are you slowly burning through that? Man, we still have all our bio... These are still turned on, right? I'm not losing my mind here? Yeah, they're still turned on, but they're not doing anything. That, generally speaking, until we hit the point... At least, are these turned on? Yeah. Until... Like, this will just sit here idle doing absolutely nothing until I start pushing my power up to the very edge of what it can handle. And then those will turn on as needed. Which I didn't configure that. That's just what they're doing. Which I really appreciate. Because generally, biofuel ends up being the most laborious, that there's no way to truly fully automate it. You can automate a lot of it, but ultimately the collection of greens and all that to make the solid fuel, there's only so much you can do. Come on, 25. You're out of motors? No. Okay, hang on. So drop the motors I've got in here short term. And you are out of straters. Don't get all the way up to the finish line and then have something completely choke to a point that it's stopped production. I don't know when we start going into a deficit with Stratters, but we're down to our last 25 of those things needed to unlock the next phase. I think Stratters are over here. I've got a ton on this conveyor belt. And they're still being produced at capacity. I don't see where you get the Stratters from. Alright, well, let's play follow the conveyor belts and diagnose our problems. Because apparently I'm not getting Stratters up there. Clearly at some point I was. We produced 475 of those things. But now I'm not. So somewhere along the way, a belt has gotten broken or some process has stalled. So let's try and figure it out. So, we've got our conveyor belts here. Alright, the top conveyor belt is a conveyor belt that has nothing on it. So you're the motors. The motors need Stratters. So you've got your rotors. You've got your Stratters as a temporary solution. At least keep this thing running. There's a pile of Stratters, and it should be enough to get some progress. Okay, so I've got that. That cable on the outside goes the whole way down. So we're following this cable here, or this conveyor here. Okay, so it is the closest one to the path there. So let's ride up there and see what's happening with that. My guess is at some point when it's having to readjust a bunch of stuff, I disconnected part of it and missed it. And so it kept running the entire time there was material on it. So it should be this one here. And that comes from this box, which is our Stratter box. And we're making our Stratters. I understand. So, we can potentially finagle this back into life on a short term by going up here where we're using our Stratters and just say, mayhaps, give me all your Stratters. And I'm going to shove them in the box down here. It'll split it half and half. And by splitting it half and half should go on the top, half should go on the bottom. That should give us more than enough to at least finish that out. Okay. That does tell me I need to increase our Stratter production. And you got plenty of materials for your Stratters, so I should just be able to copy this. Okay. Go logistics, get the stilt. And then we can go to our splitters. And get you making more Stratters. And then something else will go out of whack, which is pretty much the name of the game. Is forever add thing requires more material, More material means other things shut down. Alright. So we've doubled our Stratter production, so that should help a little bit. Will I be streaming Frostpunk 2 when it drops in a couple of days? No, because I'll be at TwitchCon, but when I get back from TwitchCon, there's a very good possibility I'll stream it at that point. But I won't immediately be able to stream it because I won't be home. Let's see, now that you have almost fully upgraded a W900 mod semi-truck with a larger trailer, another mod, you'll be able to turn into a mobile base, yet another mod in Product Zomboid. Yeah, no, I'm familiar with the where you can get like the trailers and all that, and you can use them as mobile bases where you effectively go into it, teleports you half across the map to like a hidden room. It's a cool mod. I do know over the years that mod has been one that's had a number of bugs with it. That you can get teleported in the wrong place and then your save's kind of bricked. And stuff like that, so you have to like go in and cheat to teleport yourself back and stuff like that. It's a cool mod though. Like it's definitely one to check out, but I generally don't I prefer playing my games very lightly to not modded. No problem with mods or anything, but it's pretty rare you'll see me mod games beyond like quality of life and that. Not never, but not often. Let's walk outside the building, don't mind me. Increasing our cable production. Because most of these things, I want there to be enough of a surplus that I don't have to hunt for them ever. Alright, I'm out of cable. Which is another reason I want there to be more. Okay, get you online. Alright. So if we check here, I am not seeing wire meaningfully getting down farther. Let's take a quick detour down here. I've got my containers sitting in the desert here from way earlier when my copper stuff used to be just sitting on the ground down here at the beginning of the game. So let's grab the last of the copper sheet. Cool. No more copper stuff laying on the ground anymore. We can take all that extra, all the copper wire I can, chuck it into our copper wire production and see if that's falling behind. Oh, right! It was falling behind because it looks like my, my copper smelting was falling behind. I remember now. So we can drop all of that in there. Cool. So I still have entirely too much in my inventory, which is fine. Yes, that's running at full speed from the looks of it. Let's make sure I haven't missed any tier 4 stuff. Nope, that's going as absolute fast as it possibly can. And this demands a lot of wire. That's fine, I'm gonna manually fill these up to get wire out of my inventory. Okay, so they're all full for right now. And that's continuing to struggle because it's moving stuff to the other side of the area where it's eating more cable. But I will need to take a bunch of cable for myself. Probably should just go to the machine and pull it on the machine. There we go. One moment. Sorry about that. Okay, so hopefully by now, if we run down over here and check our modular engines, I'm hoping we'll have all 25 and I'll be able to hit the space elevator button and properly get us into phase 4. Is there an automation game with physics, like high-speed objects on a belt that'll go wrong, but when? Usually, so there is definitely automation games with physics. Like Space Engineers, you can do a lot of automation. It's not fully around like the factory aspect, but you do have a bunch of stuff. But one of the things you have to understand with a lot of these games is when you look at these conveyor belts full of stuff, usually the way they're handling it is, even if that would be physics enabled normally, they will disable the physics because that's very computationally intensive. So to allow you to have the volume of objects that you need in these types of games, they have to do what they can to mitigate any computation power required as much as they can. So behind the scene, the game does lots and lots of finagling where instead of, like, I don't know about this game, but like games like Factorio, instead of having a conveyor belt where each and every unit of material on that is calculated, what they'll usually do is they'll have some predefined calculation on the belt about like every other spot in the belt has iron on it. And so it's not actually moving that iron piece forward, it's kind of wink wink, nudge nudge the things on the back end. Alright, so I gotta expand this because I can't. I need more concrete. But there's lots of finagling that happens. And to be clear, that's not even in this genre. It is like you'll have people be like, "Oh, the game doesn't even accurately simulate whatever." Games are perpetually optimizing things behind the scenes by fudging numbers, pre-calculating stuff, taking what would be like the actual super accurate version of the calculation and instead going for a much faster and easier to calculate good enough calculation and all that kind of stuff, especially with physics stuff. It's one of the reasons why you get all like the janky cursed physics, is because they aren't doing super high precision calculations a lot of times. A lot of times that's good enough to work for 90% of use cases, but then also completely falls on its face sometimes as well. Oh. So yeah, so we're just good on the limestone. So limestone's fine. I just need more production for the concrete. And it's not a bad thing. It's just a nature of how these things are. And you'll have people complain saying, hey, I really wish this was calculated, like, you know, it would be better if this was more realistic or whatever. And not really considering the implications of what that would take. And a lot of times the answer is making it more accurate doesn't really make the game any better. Like, more fun, more interesting, whatever. But it does put some really major limitations on what the game can do. Let's see, is the planet already a horror hellscape that we assumed it would be? I mean, we built up in the desert. We definitely are making the desert less of a nice place. I do like there's the nice touch that as you build up the factory, you'll notice the sky starts to get a little bit hazy over time. So they do subtly do that kind of stuff where you'll start to realize where your factory is by looking that direction and then realizing the sky just isn't quite as nice over there. I see you've been busy? Yep. Alright. So with that, we should be adding a whole extra layer of concrete production. And I believe at this point, this is going to be the limit of how far I'm willing to take the concrete out this way. If I do need more concrete, which I'm sure I will, it's going to have to come out a different side. Yeah, so what I could do is if I need more, I could start, you know, put a new input on the other side and build another row of that on there. All right, so that is running full tilt on a level 4 belt. The question is, if I go down towards the end here, are these stacking up or not? They're definitely stacking up. So I think we're pretty close to hit the capacity of what I can produce on a tier 4 belt. That does mean if I go to make another layer of these, it's going to need its own dedicated belt anyways, because that's a tier 4 belt the whole way, and it is churning at speed. That also means there's a very good chance after a while that belt on the left that is currently saturated, there is a good chance that belt will run out, and I will need to put another slug into one of those other machines there. I'm going to wait for that because it's not an immediate priority. We'll check. Alright, give me my last 7 modular engines. We should be right there. And then we can see what I need to unlock. And my fear is we're going to hit the next wave, and it's going to say I need 5,000 or 2,500 modular engines, and then whatever the heck else it decides we need. I'm deeply concerned about that. Because that's a scale-up situation. Which, granted, that's what we're going to do. Like, no matter what we do in this game, I'm going to forever be scaling things up. Well, not forever. I'm going to be scaling things up until we finish the game. That each iteration I'll need to add that much more, that much more, that much more. Alright. And we are sealing the container. And almost time to get our next thing.
Welcome to the Project Assembly Pioneer Progress presentation. Congratulations, the Phase 3 project part shipment is finally ready for delivery. On delivery, Phase 3 will be completed and the main body will be constructed. You should know how this works by now. You'll get access to Tiers 7 and 8 in the hub. In fact, perhaps you should just go look at the technologies there yourself. It's all laid out so that even a monkey could understand it, so you should have no issues. Speaking of which, I don't think you need a reminder about project parts. Instead, I will be providing some interesting facts. Did you know the average pioneer succeeds at saving the day? Did you know the average pioneer knows how to optimize pipe throughput? Did you know the average pioneer stays late at work because they care about humanity? Anyway, I thought you might want to know more about your peers. Good luck in Phase 4.
Okay. And so now I get to see the station or whatever. So we're sending all the stuff up to build whatever that is above us. Like, clearly it's some type of low orbit space station. I mean, right now it's... We can... Well, one second.
Phase 3 of Project Assembly completed. Fixit's predictions indicate pioneers should generally reach this point faster with above average results, but we should all adjust our expectations according to the situation. It is understandable. The pressure and complexity will only increase from here, so be sure to take on Phase 4 with efficiency and competence.
Okay, so hang on. So we're building this thing, and she's making the comment that you're expected to perform at an above average rate when you're the exclusive, like, your organization is the exclusive one doing this. So your organization is the average. And you're expected to perform above the average of what you do, like your people do, which would of course simply adjust the average up and therefore make it so you have to perform even better. So I am immediately noticing the good news is every single one of those, she's basically calling you a monkey. Yes, correct. Automod grabbed on that. because, you know, in the literal sense, you were quoting that she's basically insulting you, which she was, sort of ish, in a roundabout way. All right, so let's pop up here. Actually, can I put down one of these? No, I need engines. Yeah, no, it's fair. Like, she was literally insulting you, you know, under, like, kind of indirectly, but it was an insult, so obviously repeating the intended insult is an insult. So it's understandable that Automod would be like, hey, wait a second, that's an insult. Good job, Automod. Welcome to the conversation. So let's tick that off. Tick that off. I'm just gonna drop you in there. And you're getting no straters? Or slow straters? You should be getting slow straters. Straters? Alright, well, we'll have to deal with that in a minute, because I'm definitely going to need those motors. Okay, so we're at phase 4. I turned off all the things producing the endgame materials we had up to this point. I will likely need some of those, I just don't know which ones I will need yet. So that's the thing, I'm not going to worry about this very second. Let's take a good look at the hub on what we can unlock here. More than likely I'll be able to unlock some of them right now. So we've got 7 and 8, so I've got bauxite refinement, which is for making aluminum, which will let me scan for bauxite. I hate everything I'm seeing there. We have the hover pack. Allows pioneers to hover vertically and hover in mid-air to improve building efficiency and factory traversal. Wirelessly connects to nearby power, such as power poles for power consumption. Slow fall, hold space after losing connection mid-air. So basically, it's kind of like someone mashed the parachute and the jetpack in one, but made it a little bit nicer. And more inventory. I hate everything about that. We have Conveyor Mark 5, which is good news. I need aluminum for that. I need aluminum for this as well, which is we can get a hazmat suit with iodized filters to protect me from radiation. We need aluminum for being able to control system development. We can already scan for sulfur. We can make sulfuric acid to produce batteries for drones, as well as be able to do drones. And we have blenders. What's a blender for? Scroll down. Blends fueled together to combine solid parts in a wide variety of processes. Okay, so basically I'm going to be able to combine solid and liquids to make something else, which is probably how you get the sulfuric acid. And then we've got tier 8, which is we can make the drones. We have nuclear power, which is going to require a whole bunch of stuff we don't have yet. We have advanced aluminum production. We have leading edge production. So that'll give us a drill Mark III. And we've got particle enrichment, which lets us make nuclear pasta. And plutonium fuel rods. Okay, so all in all, every single thing we see here requires aluminum, and this is what we need for aluminum. So that's our first priority. I should be good on the computers and the rubber. I might be okay on the heavy modular frame, and I'm really not okay on the motors. Yeah, box it, wet, dry loops. Well, you gotta dry your wets and wet your dries. And then when you wet your dries, you gotta dry your wets. That's just how it works, man. You ever make pasta? You do that like 10 times. You start with dry seeds, and then you make them wet. And then the plants dry in the sun. And then you water them, and it makes them wet. And then you harvest them when they're dry. But then you need to make them wet. and then you got to go through grinding them, which makes them dry, and then you got to go ahead and wet them so you can mash them into pasta. And then, of course, you got to, you know, take that pasta and let it dry. That way you can go and ship it to wherever it needs to be at. And then you need to wet it to make that pasta go from being a hard thing to something reasonably edible. And then you take your wet pasta and you put Parmesan cheese on it to dry it. 6x stators. Yep. Alright, so I'm gonna need a lot more straters to get our motors fixed up. Which is interesting, because I actually have a belt of straters there. Okay. So you are running at capacity. And so we just need to build more of you. So let's go ahead and slap down 2 more. Get those hooked up. And we're going to get even faster conveyor belts with the aluminum, which I'm excited about and also deeply concerned about. Because that is going to be yet another thing that is going to be a burden on our materials. All right. Finally, Mark III. Yeah, well, we can't make them yet. I gotta get aluminum first. And I'm guessing Mark III might be... I would assume the Mark III is probably the highest end miner you can get. So that's finally the point where you'd start looking and going, okay, but no, really, what am I actually going to be doing with this? Like, so far as, like, with the Mark IIIs, that's when you go, okay, this is finally the point where I can actually start worrying about how many of these can I shove onto a belt and no more. Like, that's going to be a genuine concern. All right, so very clearly, watching the speed of which this is going in, we're going to need to upgrade the input belts for everything. I have dramatically increased... All right, this is a problem. Because there's a little teeny tiny... There we go. Okay, so you're already upgraded, Okay. Basically, I need to upgrade all of those belts to bring the stuff in. This is the phase of the game I believe we're going to sit here, and copper is going to become an incredibly valuable material. And I'm going to be needing to seek out more copper mines and shipping more copper across the map and yada yada yada. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like copper is going to become more and more of a pain point because of the sheer volume of which I'm going to be making copper wire to accommodate everything. So let's run up here real fast, get these all built out. There's that one and that one. Alright, might be time for an adjustment on this so that instead of going through the splitter, trying to decide which way. Yeah, so instead of going through the splitter, we're gonna have a quick adjustment here. because that'll increase the throughput we can put through it. It's in a lot of ways kind of the same thing it was just a second ago, but that's fine. Yeah, and I'll actually want to grab 2 stacks out of there. But yeah, so that is, as you can see, that is just handily going down. It's not even a little going down, it is just straight free fall. So that's not good. Okay, and we've got plenty of ingots coming through the system. So we're just going to need to go production, constructor. I'm going to need more cable. Yeah, so the stator should start catching up more and more. The cable lines are backing up, which is what I want to see. So it looks like our cable is figured out for the moment. And now I need to pop down here because I need to expand this. I'm fully expecting I'm going to have to go to the next floor down. And we're going to have to, make an adjustment to the refining side of things. That I will simply need to have more copper refineries. And to accommodate that, I will need to then, you know, get more copper drills, and to get more copper drills, I'll need to, like, run conveyor belts half across the map to accommodate it. I could also make the Caterium wire, that wouldn't be a terrible idea. That's the other thing I'm probably going to need to do is some of these we're going to start needing to set up the alternate blueprints. That way materials I'm sitting at a surplus with, we can get to work. Okay, so we still get about 250 megawatts of extra power. We are going to definitely need to upgrade these belts. So let's get that started while we're waiting. Okay, and they're going through at speed, so we don't have that little spot there. Alright, some minor adjustment to do here. Get rid of that spot. Get that in place. Get rid of the splitter. Cool. Okay, so that is draining now, and handily. That's not surprising to anyone. How about the input side? The input side seems to be totally fine for the moment. Alright, so with this, we need smelters. I'm surprised how snugly I put that all together. Usually like to always leave extra space for when I have to deal with various other issues. Hey, MK. Welcome back. And where's your power pole? Usually I have a dedicated power pole for where you are. So you're ready for another one. Cool, and we can pop over here. Just trying to upgrade all our conveyor belts in between here real fast, because those are going to be a problem. Okay, we can toss the extra ingots in here that I had in my inventory. Alright, so it's still draining and rapidly. Let's check on our inputs, though, because I'm getting pretty concerned that we're going to find that our copper production is just woefully inadequate. So you're already a Mark II, and you are draining resources like a sieve. So let's just slam that sucker to its max. Huh. That's fine. Those belts are nowhere near running at capacity. And you're already a Mark II as well over here? Yeah, okay. So I won't worry about putting slugs in that one. Let's try and get this thing so that we can handle all of that. So let's get back up there and start just upgrading the copper production as best we can. Because meanwhile, we are making the heavy frames, we are making the motors, we are making this, and what I'm fixing right now is going to be by proxy fixing the next thing. Okay. So that's still draining, which is concerning. And you are getting there, so I am going to need even more wire production, which shocks no one. Because those are almost running at speed. Wait, you should be going fast. Oh, yeah. So they're almost running at speed. They are stuttering a little bit. There's something wrong here. It's fine. It's getting spaces in it, which is telling me that there's probably a tier 2 belt in that mix somewhere. And you're making your copper sheets, which is fine. Yeah, the Kylo Ren's like, more! Nope. Even more. Alright. So, it's unlikely I'm going to be able to handle that much. Don't forget the Tyrium wire as well. The K-Tyrium? Do you mean the K-Tyrium 2 making wire? I'll probably have to do that at some point. I haven't been worrying about that yet, because we're in no way getting close to the limit of how much copper I've got in the area. I've got a bunch of untapped copper nodes. And I will end up needing those for multiple things. But I want to say for the lower level items, I want to say there's only 2 or 3 things you make with copper at the base level. It does. There's lots of copper for some reason. Yeah. Well, even in places I had less copper to work with, like the default location you start the game with, like if you choose the first option, even that one, I didn't have too much problems with copper. Like, don't get me wrong, you hit that point where suddenly you go from, I don't really need that much copper to, no, really, if it exists on the map, I need more of it. Levels of copper. But even then, it was more getting everything wired up was the problem, not the ore nodes themselves. Okay, so that is still going up very slowly. So you are probably getting close to the limit. But let's see if that was enough to get That is a tier 4 belt running at speed at the moment. So let's pop down here. Because most likely what we're going to see happen is we'll probably see this drill will be slowly depleting. And then if that's the case, we'll want to go to the art drill and drop a slug in there. Or it's just straight up depleted in front of me. Okay, so with that, that's telling me I'm not producing enough ore. I shouldn't really need to upgrade this belt here until we hit saturation. I don't think I'm going to need the full number of slugs in here. I just need to go until it saturates the belt up to, up to the point here. Yeah, because this is getting a gap like every third one. So honestly, that's close enough to full there that literally if I just increase the capacity on this by the tiniest bit, that should be enough. And I think that's right there where we're seeing the increase in capacity coming up right here. And so my hope is we will see this start becoming solid, where we'll start noticing one of the two lines kind of shimmering back and forth. Yeah, exactly. Perfect. Yep, so that was just enough that this is now putting more than what a tier 4 belt can handle. And it actually looks like it may have stopped on the other side. Alright, so the next up is, unfortunately, that fixes our copper, but that doesn't fix our copper wire. That our copper wire, I'm going to need to increase its production a little bit more. So we've got the ingots coming in. We're doing fine there. Both of those are backing up. This should be gaining now, as opposed to dropping. Yeah, so it is... It's right on that fence, but I think it is technically net positive. And you are at 100, so I probably could fit maybe 1 or 2 more smelters on there. We'll worry about that in a bit. Let's pop up to our copper wire and see what we got going on here. That is empty. Straight up... Oh, that's not the copper wire production. That's the Stratters. Here we go. Looks like it's still going down. Slowly, but it's still going down. Alright. Alright, so I need to grab more concrete. But yeah, this is the whole reason why when people are like, oh, you should put a building down in the middle here, you should put a building over there, you should put a building... That's the reason I was deliberately pushing back on that, saying, no, I don't want to do that, is because I knew how much a bunch of these are going to scale up. So this whole middle area I want to leave alone, because this is the direction the steel building's going to go as it expands. The copper goes that way, and then the iron comes this way. And so the iron is going to be able to come to around here-ish. Well, actually, probably close to around here-ish before it won't be able to expand anymore out. And that's when I get to the weird thing where I have multiple floors producing the same good and all that kind of stuff. There's room to grow. Exactly. I wanted to go out of my way to leave myself as much room to grow as possible. What is it coming over here for? We've got steel. I need more encased steel, but that's not what I'm here for. We've got the rotors. We got wire. We got cable. We got plates. We got screws. I've got rods. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It'll become one building at the end of the day. No, there'll be a gap in between them. Like, they will stay as separate buildings, but they will get right up to each other. And then that'll be the constrained outside. And then from there, I'm going to have to go and mess with a whole bunch. The Stratters are holding up motor production. Correct. The Stratters are holding up motor production. And this is where the motors are going. And I do see Stratters on the line, which does tell me that the Stratter production is finally catching up. So that's good news. There was something I needed to grab to... Oh, it was concrete. That's right. It was concrete as was over here. And the motors are being just tossed back on that belt and going on to their next location. And almost everything I need for the next section requires motors. So let's go back down to our concrete production. That's down here. That's alright, I didn't want those shins anyways. How are you still not producing enough? I am producing... Oh, it's because we finally hit capacity on the limestone. I understand now. So this is a matter of... All of these, I believe, are tier 2. This is one where it is the answer of... Take one of these, slap a slug in it, call it a day. And I know the one over there, I think, already has 2 slugs in it. But go up to another one of these, slap in another slug, and see if that starts to balance this out. So slap a slug in that one, and then I'll slap a slug in the middle one here. And I think that'll be enough to get that belt saturated again. But that's where our concrete is slowed down now, even though I've expanded my concrete production, as they got ahead of what the limestone production was at. Yeah, it's fine. So between those two upgrading, yeah, that should fill it in, because they only need 1 more per 6. So once those two start being able to properly add their extra 25% or 50% or whatever it is, that should be enough to fill it in. All right. Get that out of the way. So it's better. It's getting to be about 9 sections before it's got the gap. And I think by now that's probably brought over what it's going to bring over. That'll be when things get interesting. When I get to the tier 5 belts, that's when it's going to be like all of our drills are going to start slapping them all the way up to having 3 slugs in each and every drill. And we'll have the drill, or we'll have like the miners on there will be like priority 1 on this one, and then I think kick over to the next belt, and it'll just keep doing that to try and balance things out. You're still not quite maxed out. All right, I can live with that. Well, I already know this one only had 1 slug in it, so let's put a second one in. Yeah, so we definitely upped the consumption. We're probably starting to back up by the actual production of concrete, because I won't be using the limestone fast enough. But since I know the belt can handle it, and I know eventually I'm going to increase all of this, I don't see a reason not to do it. Alright. And we still have about 160 megawatt capacity that's just not being used for anything, which is fine. I'm getting a little worried that our steel pipe is also not quite getting what it needs. Alright. I also need to grab some solid biofuel for my jetpack. Alright. The downside is, like, all of these other things, the heavy frame, the computers, the rubber, that I've got that for days. I don't need to worry about it at all. We're just good in that department. But then there's the motors, and the motors I am fresh out. And I believe with the bauxite, that's okay. All right, you are filling up. Oh, actually, you're about even. Well, crap. All right, I understand. Are you getting enough ingots? No, you are not. Okay. What can I do to help up with the ingot problem here? Yes, that's what we're doing, is we're basically running around playing firefighter right now. So I've got that coming in. We've got you. You're getting, like, nothing across your line. That tells me we probably have an ore problem of getting ore into the system, which checks out on this side. And that's because I've got way too much on this line now. Are you a saturated line coming in? You are. So there's no more getting more on that line. So what needs to happen here then? Wait a second. You're tier 2. Okay, so we had some lines that are there. All right, we can fix that. We gotta fix it all the way back to the drills, and then probably throw some slugs into them. All right, so we can fix that. I had missed some of those lines were not upgraded yet. So I should be able to shove more ore into those smelters, which will then go up the pipe. Which is what we're dealing with now, is just all of these things going. Man, it is shocking how much concrete I'm going through now. And this is the only thing using that concrete, is this row here. That's where all that concrete that's being shipped in is going. And literally is not enough to keep those running. So I'm gonna have to expand that farther. But that can wait. Let's go over here and fix our iron lines going into our base, since that is an immediate problem where I have parts of my manufacturing procedure are now getting slowed up by that. Okay, so you've got all that sorted. That's already a Mark IV. Okay, so let's see here. So you're going at absolute full speed now, and that does look saturated. The spaghetti must flow. Yes. So you are going down in volume, and I'm assuming you are as well. So let's take a quick peek and see how many slugs are in each. Both have 2, both are on the fence. Slap another one in there. And honestly, slap one in there. That should be enough now that this should saturate the line. Yeah. So that line is now going at absolute full speed. And a lot of these lines are going to get upgraded soon. But that should take care of that one for right now. So let's run up here and check on those smelters that we're struggling to run. And what I want to see is if I go all the way to this one on the end that we are seeing it go up. It is, so we're fine. So we've got that producing as much iron as we can get out of them right now. And they're all getting put into this system and up that chain. And so now that I'm seeing gaps in this line. I shouldn't be seeing gaps in this line. Well, it's time to start upgrading other things. So, I had this one previously set up that's way over here, that it was too much to go on either one, so I had it split between, so if either of those gets backed up, it can fill in the gap. And it's going to resume that job. So I'm going to go to this one, and I'm just going to put all the slugs we can into it. We're just going to max it out right away. So boom, It was only down by 1 slug anyway, so that doesn't change a whole lot. So that'll be a little bit more going in there. Okay, so it's solid now. They're all solid now. So we're okay. That line is now saturated again. Alright, so now let's go back up and start checking on our situation. Okay, so every one of those is full. So that's good news. These are producing as fast as they can. I'll probably need to add more onto this line to begin with, because as you can see, it is not even remotely close to saturation. I could probably tack on another 3 or so smelters and just see how that turns out. And I believe that's the one that is going over towards our rods. Yes, that is. And I'm willing to bet if we go... Oh, actually, we might get all the way down to the edge of the line and be okay. Yeah. Alright, so we are net positive. So we should be okay on that for now. So that'll fix where I was like, oh no, I'm noticing the amount of rods we're getting is going down. It is starting to move up. Cool. Because that's those things that if I run out of rods, that means I run out of rotors, and if I run out of rotors, that means I run out of motors, and if I run out of motors, that means everything else comes apart and the whole thing comes apart. Alright, so we're good there, we've got our frames being built. Sadly, with those frames being built, they're very clearly not enough. Oh, would you look at that? We've got motors finally in a surplus. They're finally backing up on the machine here, and you're running at capacity. Okay, so clearly I need more motors. Is one thing. The downside is, the moment I upscale this, all of those things I've been working on getting fixed are all going to go completely out of balance again. And I will likely need more of yes. So, I hate that this is about to happen. At the same time, I just need more motors. And this will be a forever problem of just... I need to expand. To expand, I need to do something else. To do that something else, I need to do something else again. And the good news, if I accidentally make a mistake here, like, I go, okay, I need more of this and I really didn't. All that happens is it fills up its box, and then it shuts off, because it's got nowhere to put the stuff. So it's not one of those things I gotta worry about getting myself in too much trouble with it. And motors. Have my straters and that extra one there. Cool. So that is most likely going to reveal some other bottleneck that's going to hurt us, and I'm gonna hate it. Next contestant. These are still not getting backed up despite a bunch of production being turned off. Are you running at speed? You are. Then it's time for you to expand. Alright, I need more concrete again. Alright. Still seeing the fact that I'm actually managing to not store any concrete at all because of just how much encased industrial steel I'm producing. Both makes me pleased and concerned. Because I should be reaching the point where I go to this thing and the box is just full. But it never seems to quite get there. Because I keep coming by and being like, oh, I need 500 more of those. Alright. Yeah, because I got about 5 stacks here. I'll put that one back. So that's fine. Meanwhile, I mean, part of the thing is I literally just need to make more limestone. It's just what's happening here. These machines, I'm not getting the concrete past it all. Like, I'm just gobbling up so much concrete. I didn't realize how incredibly greedy those things are on the concrete front. Okay. So, let's check on our power again. We are almost at the point, if I hit capacity, that power becomes a problem. Let's see, where was I at? Let's go up here. Let's get the platform finished to add another place for my modular frames. And then once we do that, I'm gonna drop down to where we are doing our concrete production. And I'm going to do a massive expansion of it. We're not just gonna expand just a teeny bit or anything like that. So you're already producing. Did I already do this? No, I was expanding the platform so I could fit another with room to grow. That's right. And I ran out, and even though like I was right there, I still opted to deal with it. That's fine. All right. Okay. And modular frames, so that'll be that many more we're making. Okay, so let's go deal with the concrete problem. Also, how many motors are we up to? Because that's what I'm waiting on, is for those motors. Everything else is being produced. The problem is your current limestone is fully maxed. It probably is. We'll have to see what I can do to expand all that. Not here. Go to your box. Oh yeah, slowly building up that quantity. All right, let's take the time here real fast to track down what we can for shoving into the bauxite refinement, because literally everything else is waiting on that bauxite, so I need to get that sorted. And I believe my computers are over here, and I should have like 1,000, 2,000 of those things. So that should be a non-issue for me. And the rubber, I'm gonna have literally tens of thousands. Well, not tens of thousands, but like 4,000 or 5,000. Yeah, so computer, boom, boom. Is my inventory full? Oh, it is. That's not part of the plan. Well, that's fine. Did I ever get what I needed to make that radar tower? I do have it now. And for the moment, I'm gonna go... Actually, we could go put that up by the space elevator. I'm not gonna build anything over top of that anyways. Because that should reveal everything within a pretty decent-sized circular area. Okay, weak signals found in the area. That's what you want to see, chat. That's what you want to see. So, where I've been pinging and not finding that much, that is all the crap in the range of that radar. What is the green check mark? Claimed. Why are you green? I don't know what the green means. Yeah, so we found a bunch of fauna. We have a bunch of plants found in the area. There are 95 power slugs in the area. 17 of these things and 5 of those things. So if you're ever wondering if you've missed anything, that's how you can tell. Now, the downside is, I don't think no matter how close you zoom in, you can see the power slugs and all that, so you still have to find them the old-fashioned way. But this will let you know, did you in fact find everything in the area? One thing I am noticing is it doesn't seem to be listing hard drives anywhere, and that could be that it can't detect them, and that could be that I found them all in the area. I would guess that it can't detect them. But yeah. So that's a whole thing. Somewhere around here, there is a lizard doggo, though. Yeah, so we got a whole bunch of these. I actually don't really care about these bottom ones, but yeah. The big thing is that way when I'm like, I need iron, all of this is iron nodes here. I've got a copper node, I've got 3 copper nodes there, I've got some limestone down here. This is all iron, this is all iron, that's iron, there's iron and copper. There's a bunch of limestone up here. So this will actually work out. I can grab these 2 limestone nodes, and I could bring them down the same general direction as that one. Let's see, you could have gotten all the nearby hard drives for sure. They're pretty spread out. Yeah, I know there's at least 100 of them, because there's an achievement for getting 100 of them. Oh, the green one is marking when one is pure. Okay, that's interesting. Where is aluminum? So I don't know if I don't see aluminum on here because we don't know how to detect it yet, or there's just no aluminum here. It could be 50-50. There's an impure one marked green? Yeah, I don't know why they're green. Okay, so this is the limestone conveyor belt, so this is actually full. Either way, let's get to work. Because all it said, I didn't check how much that radio tower even takes for power. It's clearly not too bad. But yeah, so those radio towers are extremely useful. And you can get to the point where you cover the entire map with them to find everything. But with that, now when I hit M, I no longer need to be standing there. Yes, that one's impure as well. I don't know why it marks it with green. Is that like actively scanning or something, or does the radar take time or work instant scanning? I think it's instantaneous. Your inventory is still full, though? Yeah, I mean, a big part of that's going to be building stuff to get stuff out of my inventory. Yeah, so I have a full belt, and it is getting the whole way through here. Alright, so, with that said, it's time to go here to this, foundations. Yep, that is exactly what I'm going to be doing. Is it basically going to be mirroring that on the other side? And honestly, I think I'll even still use the same container. What I might do is I might run the tier 4 belt around, plug it in here, and then if I need another output, we can put another output. Because it seems like I need a lot of constructors here to saturate even a tier 4 belt, and with tier 5 coming, I think we'll just be good to go with that, and I shouldn't have to sweat it too much. Yeah, and that'll leave us actually a pretty big amount of space in the middle here. I'll go one more row out, which is probably overkill. Just to give myself a little bit of room to expand later. Okay, and so that's where my output and input is for here. So we're going to... I'm going to go ahead and skip one here. Actually, that's our output wall. I don't need to skip one. And go all the way over here. Delete you. You're where this comes in. It'll start with the inside track. And we're gonna go big with this. You go all the way to the end here? Yeah, we're gonna go big with this. We'll start by taking that to its full length. And then start hooking up a bunch of this stuff. So we will have constructors. We'll skip one tile to give space. And for right now, I'm going to set up 3 of these. Just to get our basic process set up. Logistics, splitters. Using nuclear power, you're still on biomass. I do not have nuclear power yet. We are in the tier where I will get nuclear power. My problem is my motor production is not up to snuff quite yet, and that's being a holdup for us. And I can't get aluminum until I get that sorted, and until I get, you know, aluminum going, I can't get nuclear, and yada yada yada. Alright, and we can go here. I don't want to deal with this. That's fine. Alright, so we'll go and take this straight back. A bit snugger than I wanted it, but it's fine. I think that's fine. We're gonna find out. Ugly close. It's fine. It's going straight into the box. Just don't pretend there's a conveyor belt in there. And we'd go here and say concrete and concrete and concrete. Alright, so with that, I've got those hooked up. So as soon as I get an input of limestone, we can get that going. So we'll do a drop down here. Alright, so next up, where is our nearest available limestone? So I've got 2 nodes up here, I've got 2 nodes over there, and I got 2 nodes over here. So unfortunately, no matter where they're coming from, I gotta trek them some distance. I'm gonna leave these ones alone for right now, because they're all kind of the same distance away. Well, actually, these ones are a little bit farther. Just because I could see using a tier 5 belt later and bringing that over here, potentially. So we can plug that stuff in here. If I go along... This is probably my easier route to the southeast. Let's go that way. Make sure I have what I need to set up drills. Yes. Now, let's grab my Explorer. But let's go drive down there, grab our, grab those 2 nodes, plug them up, run them home. If it's not enough to saturate a belt with just the 2 of them fully slugged up, we can go and get the next 2. You get the idea. I'll end up probably needing to rebalance those a couple different times as we do our playthrough. But yeah, you can see that concrete line over there in the distance is still got a lot, like, it's just barely over half saturated. So that would imply I could literally double my concrete production before we starting to actually empty it out. Yeah, it's about right. Right around this angle should be about on the money for those nodes. As I roll a bunch, it's fine, don't worry about it. Get up. That's the first time I've actually gotten it stuck on the top. Usually drop back out its wheels. Alright. Yeah, it's about right. Okay, so it'll be a little ways into these hills. I can probably connect off these giant main power poles here. Okay. And one of them should be just over here. There we are. So this will be one of them. And then the other one is right over there. I notice that keeps blinking at me. And that keeps distracting me. Oh, it's right here somewhere. Is it up on that? Oh, it's right there. Okay. So yeah, so we'll point it this way. Alright, so with that, drop one of the big power poles here. Tuck it into that. And then run over to this one, which should be here somewhere nearby. Right there. Same deal. And then grab that one. And I see I've got a pole over there, and there's another pole up here somewhere. There you are. Alright, so that's those two at least online producing now. So now the big thing is to get them home. You want to bring them generally in the same direction. Oh, leave me alone, I'm busy. You could have lived, man. You chose this. Alright. Yeah, so I want to combine these into one belt. And then bring that belt over. Alright, so we can go here to logistics, merger. Okay. Yeah, so it's going to be very materially costly to bring it over here. Honestly, I probably should be doing more with the trains on this regard. But, The train seems like it can bring a ton in, but I'm going to need to do a lot with it still. We are going to look at a lot of iron nodes going through this area. More than likely, this is going to be where we first start running in. Alright, so I need to go grab our explorer. Because I've run out of the encased steel beams. This is more than likely going to be the first place that it's probably going to make sense for me to make a concrete path. Lay the lay these really smoothly across it where I can put them in a nice organized line, like take it a straight line and then pivot, then take it to a straight line to less spaghetti it. But, I'm too lazy to do it right now. But it's probably the first place that makes sense. And the reason I'm saying that is what's very likely to happen here is there's a good 4 or 5 iron nodes that we have showing on our map. Like if I hit M, or it's more 4 or 5, it's like 10. But I've got a ton of iron nodes down here that I'm going to want to bring back as we expand our production over there. And that's going to be another thing. It also might end up being a thing that as this builds up more and more, I might end up just needing to make another tower that's the screw tower or whatever. Because, as you probably noticed, where we're at in the game is I've been spending most of my time the second half of the 3rd cycle and now the beginning of the 4th cycle, almost exclusively scaling up production. So not really adding much net new stuff, but just going more. And we're still just blasting through that. Let's take a look at our heavy frames. I'm gonna regret this, aren't I? There's our heavy frames production. How many do I have in storage? Literally none. Excellent. Let's see. I figure you'd be able to mix train resources. You'd be more efficient, but you haven't seen train work much yet. Yeah, no, I've got the train working, and technically my train is mixing resources. If you actually look at what I've got over here, I have rubber coming out of one of these and plastic coming out of the other, and that's handling all of that. I have a full inventory. I need to empty out my inventory. It's gonna bite me in the butt. But so I literally am bringing that through and then having one freight car that's one material and one freight car that's the other material and shipping it across the map and whatnot. So that's already a thing I'm doing. What was I out of? I was out of something. Oh, get that on my inventory. Let's chuck that as well. So it wasn't iron plates, wasn't cable, wasn't copper wire. Oh, it was the industrial encased thing. We grabbed them already. Okay. I'm sitting there going like, there's something I'm missing, and it looks like I have everything. Alright. So I need to get back over there, because I need to get that belt back over here. I've already got the drop down to plug it in. Once I plug it in, that'll be 3 more things producing the limestone for me. Okay, that's iron ore. That's not what I'm looking for. I don't think it got this far out. But, we'll get the limestone over here. Yeah, I actually don't know what the throughput difference is on the train. Because the catch with the train is those train crates that are on the train, they hold so much ore. But I don't know the actual quantity they hold. Alright, where am I compared to the lime? Okay, limestone's over this way far. But I don't know the actual quantity. So when you're comparing what's going to be more efficient, the conveyors are straightforward in that it moves X amount of ore at Y amount of speed. So you can look at the conveyor belt and say, this belt has a throughput of, 120 ore. Cool. How much does it give you? 120 ore per minute. Cool. But with the train, the amount you get varies. And the reason it varies is, if I have a container and that container can hold 1,000, alright, well, if the train can pick up 1,000 ore on one side, and then drop it off on the other side, and it only takes 2 minutes per trip, that would be, 500 ore per minute between the 2 points. But if the train has a longer commute time, then ultimately it slows down the rate that it grabs that 1,000 and drops off that 1,000. So instead of getting 500 and 500, instead you get something like 300 and 300. Now, if the train also has to wait a minute to actually do the pickup and the drop-off because it needs a chance to fill up and yada yada yada, that again that also reduces its efficiency. And it still might be way higher than a conveyor belt. The issue is where the conveyor belt is super easy to calculate because you just look at it and go, okay, well, it holds X items and takes Y time. Like, there's no delay. There's a commute time, but the belt is still filling up on the other side during that commute time. While as the train, if you're hitting capacity in your boxes, is not. It's waiting. Okay, so where's your drop down? There it is. You think trains tell you the throughput after it's done a full route? You feel like you've seen items to that train before? If they do, that'd be excellent. Alright, so that should be all wired up. So we've got ourselves those. Now, that limestone can definitely be increased in capacity. For right now, I'm going to leave it alone, I think. Well, no. I mean, we get a lot of slugs. Like I said, the thing said there was 97 slugs still in my area. And yeah, some of those are going to be really hard to find, and I may never find them. But that's 97 slugs in the area. And I know a lot of them are up in the higher area where it's covered in uranium. I would get up there and it would see like 8, 9, 10 slugs that were all in areas that I couldn't really save. Okay, so I can already see this is net saturation. Yeah, let's just slam 3 slugs in each one and slap them up the top. You saw like a dozen on your zipline route? That's exactly where it's going, is you look at the top and there's just like a lot of them that are really dangerous to get at. Hey, cute birdie.
Your waves lap at our shores.
When will you land?
Are you a temple?
If I had a body, it would be a temple.
You have no body.
I don't think we're on the same line here.
You see lines where there are curves, shallows where there are depths, consume our blood.
I will continue gathering data, I suppose.
They have these discussions, and they're all weird. Okay. So basically, I just maxed out the production I can get out of those drills. It is having an existential crisis. Well, I wonder if the idea is because of this that Ada is going to become, like, maybe Ada is just not self-aware. Does fair stuff do stuff now? Yes. This is the 1.0 release. There's a whole story, there's an ending, like, you know, for all intents and purposes, the game is fully implemented now. That doesn't mean they won't do more with it or anything. I don't think we really know the answer on all that yet. But, the game does have everything. There's no more to be determined or coming soon or anything like that. Stuff just floating around in the game. Let's try and get the aluminum unlocked. Because we have increased our concrete production. Is there stuff I want to drop in here? Yeah, I've got the Mercer Sphere. Sort. I've got 5 slots of inventory available right now. Honestly, just get rid of the crystal entirely. I don't use it for anything. Okay. Ada isn't the planet. It's where, or whoever the voice is coming from. Yeah, no, Ada is the AI that's telling us what to do. And then the Mercer Spheres, we don't really know what they are. I forgot this has been sitting here this whole time. Because we had to move the storage over there temporarily. Okay. Yeah, so you're still making computers, and I needed 100 of those. That takes care of the computers. That's the circuit boards. I don't need those. All right. So I've got the 100 computers to drop off at the hub. Cool. The motors are probably still going, so I'm not going to worry about that. Let's go grab the 3 stacks of rubber to get that done. And then we will have to see where our heavy crates or heavy frames are going, so I can snag the heavy frames. All right, so 1, 2, 3. Well, that's interesting. I want to know what the... Okay. Ah, gotcha. 51 items per minute are arriving. Okay, so it looks like we're all right with this. This also means I can go here and I can drop off 3 of those and not sweat that inventory space. Cool. So as long as these aren't full, that means we haven't backed up to the other stop. That's good news. So we could drop off the rubber to try and unlock things. The heavy frames, I might have enough of them. On the... Yeah, because you see they're all in there. Yeah, that's going to be enough for 100. They're just backed up on the belt because I've been using them for some production that I don't remember what was. It's one of the phase things. And I suspect some of those phase things up there, like the nuclear one, it's going to use a heavy frame. Just looking at the picture, it's going to use the heavy frame or something that you build the heavy frame out of. The motor, I would be guessing either the second or third one up there probably uses the motors. Yes, there's the regular frame, so it's going to be up higher from here. There's our 250 motors. Are you what's taking the heavy frames? No. I think... You know what I bet you the heavy frame was? Was that the computer cores that we were, the thing that took the automated wiring? Where was I making those? Were those on the top of the roof over here? Because I'm trying to remember where we're saying they're heavy frames too, because I should be able to snag them off the line then. That's the computers, so I gotta go up a floor. I think it's here. There's 50. There's 100 and turn it back off. Alright, so with that, we should be able to unlock bauxite refinement, which is where we get aluminum from. And I need that so I could find bauxite, because so far I've actually not found any. And I know in runs past I have come across bauxite before this point.
Milestone reached. Bauxite is refined into aluminum products via a multi-step process. Considering your past achievements, you should have the minimum required skill to overcome these new production challenges. If it helps, many others have done this before, so if you fail, someone else will eventually succeed.
Copper powder. So I'm trying to check is of these things. So the thermal propulsion rocket is the whole thing. Yeah, I'm gonna have to... We're just gonna have to go through these, like, not quite in order, but we're probably just gonna have to go through them as we go. Alright, so with that said, that tells me the next thing... Oh, here. So, did we have bauxite show up anywhere on here? I don't see bauxite anywhere on here. So, my guess is literally there is no bauxite in range. So, we can actually see the range of the radar tower here. So, what I think we do is we get the materials to build another radar tower. The silver scanning is holding up your rifle. I've not bothered putting any effort into the rifle yet. It's just not something I've cared about at all. The enemies haven't been that hard. I believe what I'm missing for it was the not black powder explosives. Yeah, the smokeless powder. There's a rifle. Yeah, no, there's an assault rifle kind of thing. But I need to make smokeless powder for it, and I've not had any motivation to do with it. Like, getting the extra 6 inventory slots is kind of nice, but so far I've just not cared about any of this stuff. To me, the combat of this game was never that big a deal. Now, granted, they add those radioactive, hog things, and those things are pretty obnoxious. So yeah, it's just not been a priority. I've been dealing with other stuff. Right, so we were going to check, what do I need for the tower? So I'm gonna need a couple more frames and a couple of the oscillating things. They're mean, man. Oh yeah, no, the radioactive hog things, where one of them took like 2/3 of my life, and one his like, oh, you legit scary. Alright. I see whose house I'm in, and it's not mine. Yeah, now I'll go through and do all the research. It's just, with my limited supplies... Okay, so let's turn that back off. And they learn to throw rocks at you? Yep. So drop you off, take a stack. Alright, so that should be plenty to make the radio tower. Yep. Okay, so we can make a radio tower. Do I have what I need to make the more impressive power towers? Plenty. So, what my intention here to do is I'm going to grab one of these towers we've got here, and I'm going to start just running a cable south. And we're just going to keep running it straight south, well, probably southwest. But I'm going to start running it southwest, and my intention is to try and get it to the point where these circles don't start to overlap as much. And then I'm going to put down another one of the towers and see what we see. So I'm going to try to cover the map with those towers. Not doing all the towers now. I just want to take it farther south so it comes to finding bauxite. You know, there won't be a question. Oh, is that going to bisect my building? All right, let's go. Yeah, they're straight south. That works out because I'll bring power directly here. That's fine. Because also, I'm going to eventually need the power in all these different places. So by giving myself, like, a dedicated, here's the cross the map line, it means it's just another thing I don't have to worry about. Like, I can return to this series of poles and know I've got power available. And I see that there was a Mercer sphere up there. And that we have a couple useful things here, so let's go grab those. It sounded like there's a power slug nearby. There's a Mercer sphere up here. And get rid of the poison in the area. Wait, where am I getting hurt from? Ah, there's a little one right there. Got more reinforced plates. Got a power slug over here. Okay. And that's one I already looted. I can definitely see that there is some uranium down there. We've got some more wire I don't care about. Yeah, this is the pass we went through earlier. That is like, oh god. Because the path had just tons of uranium. What are the Mercer spheres for? Don't know. That's one of the things we're trying to figure out. That's the things that each time I grab them that Ada starts, like, whispering and talking to them. A lot of times they whisper into my brain. It's probably okay. Can I get all the way over to that spot? Because that'll be a really good vantage point to, basically see anywhere on the valley from. Want to know? No. That would be absolutely spoiler territory. I do know that there is, like, the dimensional storage thing that we can use SAM for. I would assume the Mercer spheres are for that. Like, under that whole tech tree, the alien tech tree. That's my guess. Spoilers? I don't want spoilers. Alright, so. Let's see how far we've gone. If we're someplace far enough that it's worth dropping in our tower. Yeah, probably. There'll be overlap between the towers, but that should give us pretty good coverage from this spot. So let's go down here, and we can go to our organization, radio tower, plunk that right here, plug it in. So I've got sulfur, I've got bauxite, so I've got 3 nodes of bauxite in the middle of the swamp. I've got copper and all that sort of stuff. And so this is also not showing any hard drives in range. I'm doubtful that we've gotten this far and that there is in fact not another one. Yeah, so there's a little bit of overlap. Like, this area over here is overlap. But, these we didn't detect before. So I do have the one SAM node claimed over here. It's not doing anything. I've got a bunch of iron. I've got... Like, genuinely, I've got iron just about everywhere on the map. So it does look like we are heading down towards this bauxite down here. I am going to keep tethering the wire down there. Because fortunately, it is almost exactly straight south of me, which is the way we have been going. Was a chest icon to the left? I had those marking where hard drives were. But I think some of them I have failed to mark it. I literally had someone just a minute ago, it's like, the desert has a surprisingly high amount of copper. I don't have a strong opinion one or the other, but... You can go up here to avoid stuff. But yeah, I know I've got a lot of ore nearby. Because I'm not exploiting a fraction of it. Alright, so let's see here. So we're almost to the bauxite. So this is far enough. I think this is train territory. Okay. So. Oh, we got some even way out there, too. Yeah, because that's definitely a hard drive down there. That's where I picked up an item. I wish I can, like, I can delete if I go find it. I think we already grabbed that one. Alright, so. This will be a whole thing. So, production. Mark II. Turn it that way. Because that's the direction of the other materials. I got a big scary dude down there. See, my base is in almost the exact same spot. You just did not have enough copper. Nodes are impure. Iron for days, though. Oh, yeah, no, it definitely looks like there is, like, a completely obnoxious amount. Where did you go? Hey. He's like, quit it. It's not fair. And it's like, of course it's not fair. Why would I approach this in a fair way? Being fair sounds like the worst idea I could do. Oh, well, I could probably fix that. So let's go here to special. Equipment shop, drop that down. I need 4 more drills, please. Okay, so we're doing really good with all this. We're gonna get our aluminum production online. And I don't know how ridiculous that's going to need to be. I'll also want to check into what's required for the aluminum production. Where is the last spot? Should be right around here. There you are. Well, that is not really what I was hoping for. Okay, I mean, that is on me. Why can't I find it? Oh, I put a big freaking building on top of it. Yeah, no, that'd do it. Special crafting bench. Ow! Thanks, man. Okay. Because I didn't have enough reinforced modules. I think it's fair that you didn't upgrade your gun. Yeah, that's the thing, like, when it comes to fighting the ones that are going to be by the uranium, I do think that'll be the point that I'm going to really want the rifle. Because those things are gnarly, and I'm probably going to want every advantage I can get against them. But, like, those guys, as you can see, all I have to do is get on top of something, and as long as I can kind of shoot over a lip or whatever, they can't really do much to stop me. They kind of just deal. Alright, so let's look real fast before I get too far into this. If I put down a smelter, I'm assuming you cannot do aluminum. You cannot. I'm assuming I need a refinery to do aluminum. Missing materials. What am I missing? Ah. Because what I'm trying to determine is if I should be trying to run this back. like, if I should process it into aluminum as, like, the final product, and then hauling it back, or if I should just bring the ore back and then deal with it at home. Because I don't know what's required of the aluminum process. But that's okay. We'll get there. Yeah, so put this down just in the middle somewhere. It doesn't really matter to me. Make an aluminum tower? I don't know what I need for that. I'm literally talking about I don't know what I need to make... To turn bauxite from bauxite into aluminum. I see you over there. We have rules in this house, sir. No climbing on the furniture. All right. And I'm pretty sure we already got this one. Or did we? That is radioactive doggo from the looks of it. Ow, stop being radioactive. It hurts. Stop shoving me off the tower. Okay, so you still hurt me while being dead. Thanks, man. I hate it. Could your body go away, please? I had to grab the hard drive out of that. But we got aluminum sheets. I didn't get a chance to grab the goodies here when I rolled through the last time. Because the last time, I had a big radioactive doggo thing trying to murder my face holes. You know what? I already got my goodies. You can have it. It's yours. Okay, so you did disappear. How many hides do you give me, by the way? 7. I mean, that's actually a lot, but not enough for me to go out of my way to hunt you. Okay, so what did we get from that? Electromagnetic control rods. We got some crystal stuff. I'm gonna actually throw the quartz crystals away because I get that in bulk. We grabbed a couple other things that I hadn't seen before. There was something else we grabbed I hadn't seen before, but I didn't... Oh yeah, the aluminum sheets. Okay, so I make aluminum sheets with aluminum ingots and copper ingots. So my assumption what's going to happen with the aluminum is I'm going to need to mix something with bauxite to make it. Thing of the follow, welcome to the stream. So it'll be like bauxite and iron or something like that will be used to make aluminum, is my guess. Or it'll be like bauxite and water will be used to make aluminum. That's what I'm trying to determine is what the second ingredient is. Because it's going through a refinery, not through a smelter. Think this is an area for elevated train line? No, I made the same comment of moving stuff back to base here. I think this is definitely where someplace I want to use a train line. As opposed to the other way. I should have turned all these towers so that they were straight on, so I wouldn't have to pop off, pop back on. It's fine. I just have to step around. But yeah, this is definitely a place to get a train involved, whether it's in a sky rail or, you know, I shimmy it between some ravine or whatever. But it is going to be a train going through there. That's going to take a lot of work. The good news is, it is just the base steel stuff to make the train line itself. And we are making that in bulk now. So this will most likely be our second train path. But like I said, I want to get back. We're going to grab what I'm missing for making a refinery. I want to do a quick check of what I need to make aluminum with the bauxite. And then if it's something that's available over here that I think it's worth shipping back and then making like an aluminum tower, that's fine. If it is something that I'm going to need a lot of, that I'll treat it the same way I do steel, where I'll produce the aluminum bars remotely and then just ship in the aluminum bars. Because that's how we're handling the steel, because I needed both a decent supply of iron and a decent supply of coal. Okay. Because also with that kind of stuff, if I needed like limestone or coal and it's remotely to make bauxite, it's not gonna be coal. But if I needed something like that remotely, I could deal with it out there. All right, so we can drop off our Mercer sphere, do the slugs, do all that kind of stuff. That's fine. I also probably need to look at the MAM unlocked, because I'm probably a lot of them I just have what I need. How many aluminum sheets did I get? Did I get enough just to finish the next tech? I did. So literally I can unlock the hover pack because it just gave me enough to do that. I'm down. So I can just go mash. Drop all those in, clear some inventory. Okay. Let's see, you're spacing for a sec. Are you actually mining bauxite now? Yes, I am actually mining the bauxite now. It's not going in any container, so it's just going to immediately stall out due to lack of inventory. But that's because I was trying to check the refinery and what I needed, and just didn't have like any refinery to work with. Like it didn't have the materials for the refinery. I was missing something. So yeah, that's just sitting there idle for the time being. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I'll grab the loose. That should be fine for the moment. The steel frames, I believe, or the frames, I believe, are... Oh, no, those are in use over here. So, yeah, so both the computers and that, I think, are over here? Hey, Randall Thor. Good to see you. Thank you for the 15 stream streak. Catch the last 15 streams without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. Does mean a whole heck of a lot, and it's good to see you. Yeah, so let's grab the computers, which should be here. So I will grab 2 stacks, and I will drop off my partial stack, which is somewhere. I don't have a partial stack. Okay. Well, if I don't have a partial stack, I'm going to grab a 3rd stack. Oh, wait, I see what I did. Never mind. Never mind. I'd already dropped off one. That's fine. So I'll drop those off, and I believe up here is where our heavy frames are going. So I'll turn the switch back on. So 1. And 2. And turn it back on. Okay, so that should give me enough to unlock the hover pack, which is nice, because it would be good to get the hover pack, because I'm led to believe it's good.
Milestone reached. The hover pack draws energy from nearby power connections, and so can only be used in their vicinity. It provides an excellent vantage point of your work, which you clearly need. Otherwise, you would have optimized that obvious problem by now.
Okay, so that's not the button I wanted. So we're looking at the refinery. Ah, it was steel tubes. I need to grab probably 2 stacks of steel tubes, because that's what I need for the refinery. And then, like I said, I want to take a peek at what it requires for me to make aluminum ingots using the refinery real fast. And with that, I'm going to make the call whether I refine it over there or bring it back. I'm having the sneaking suspicion I'm going to ultimately want to refine it over there. So 1, drop off the partial 2. That should be good. How am I doing with these in my inventory? Drop the partial, grab 2 more stacks, sort this. I've got the slugs to deal with. I think we're good on everything else. All right. And how are we doing on power, by the way? We can technically overdo our power, technically, if everything were to run simultaneously, but we're actually not very close to that. And so you feel dumb feeling that you can remember you could search items to see what recipes they're used for with the N key? Yeah. There's a lot of stuff like that we have in the game. Get those. Get the DNA. Well, the protein, I should say, not the DNA. What if we just list it here? Probably not. Oh, it does. Aluminum ingots are silica. That is not what I expected. So it's bauxite and silica. Oh, okay. Actually, what is on the left there? What are you? So, okay, I see. Alright. This is a whole thing. So I need to combine water and bauxite to make alumina solution and silica as the outputs. And we can pack and unpack it into containers. And then we take... But how do we... Oh, man. So, alright. So that means... Alright. Yeah, so we're going to need water. We're going to need... Okay, so we're doing this remotely. There's just a lot of stuff involved. Okay, so it's bauxite and water, and it is a lot of water. It is a lot of water. It is more water than that. So we're going to be producing a proverbial S-ton of water. So, it's bauxite and water makes the aluminum solution and the silica. And then we use the aluminum solution and coal, a small amount of coal, to make aluminum scrap and water. So it actually produces water as a byproduct again. And then we use the aluminum scrap and silica to make the aluminum ingots. So this thing's gonna feed itself back into itself a lot. And some of those ratios are going to be all over the place. I do have a feeling we're going to need to feed quartz in here. Like, originally when it said silica, I was like, oh crap, I'm going to need to bring that all the way back here. And then I immediately turn around, it's like, I need water, and it's like, no, I'm not bringing it back here. That is definitely not something I'm doing. Yeek. Okay, so... Alright, let's drop off that Mercer Sphere. Okay. This is an involved process. I'm just gonna drop those off. That's what this is. This is an involved process. There's not really another way of putting it. Honestly, for right now... Take the nuts. Okay. Do I have a bunch of motors? Okay, so I do have a lot of motors on me. I probably need more rotors. Was that all refineries too? I don't believe so. I didn't see where all those got done. I'm going to need a decent amount of motors and a decent amount of rotors. I've got the motors. That's fine. I'm going to need to go up to my motors area, and I'm going to need to steal a stack of rotors. More than likely, I'm going to be taking 3 or 4 trips before I figure out all the things I'm missing here. That's fine. We'll just go cannibalize the stack from here. And drop off the partial. Alright. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is I'm gonna need all the motors for the refineries and all that. What am I seeing out in the distance there? That looks like a lava flow or fire volcanoes or... Well, I mean, it's clearly not a lava flow, it's moving. Alright. So, what I am going to do, and this is going to break a lot of things, is I want to fix these towers so when I go to zipline, I don't have to stop in each and every tower, because I rotated them all the wrong way. So, go away, I don't want to deal with you. So we're going to go through here, I'm going to connect one tower, and I'm just going to put one tower next to the other, and I'm going to deal. There we go. So that's one thing I want to make sure I do in the future, is that I do turn these so that I can make this work without having to, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Thank you. So that way it can zip line without it being an absolute nuisance. The good news is I did rotate them at some point. Because if I put this off, every single time I'm going to zip line back and forth, I'm just going to get frustrated because I'm going to keep banging into the tower and stopping. Versus I fix it like this. I might have to cut down a tree or two or something along the way, but I should be able to just run up and not have to worry. But that's what I get for not taking the time the first time. I didn't have trouble climbing this the first time. There we go. Because I could also see making a deliberate decision with these in the future that when I go to join like 2 or 3 of them up to each other, to instead rotate them to be at like a 45-degree angle for the same purpose. Yep, and that's where I corrected it. Okay, cool. So now, from here on out, I don't gotta fight with these things. I can hop in a zip line, and I should be able to zip line all the way from one end to the other without having to stop at each tower. As you can see, I see there's a slug over there. There's a bunch of all sorts of slugs all over the place. Why is everything so black and white all of a sudden? Is it the end of days? Why is there also some spooky, weird, black and white dragon shimmer thing in front of us? Like, I don't know what I'm seeing in the distance over there, but something is definitely not what I want to be experiencing. Eclipse, no moon out? You found the Gru? I mean, I guess it could be an eclipse, maybe. It's very ominous. But everything got, like, a super black and white sheen. We definitely have, like, what is looking sort of sun-like over there. And you've got, like, this heavy white mist fog over everything. There's also a purple slug over there. Like, I'm partially kind of trying to wait and see if something changes. Because it clearly feels like your attention's supposed to be drawn to that. But there's nothing there. Huh. Alright, I mean, I guess, okay. Alright, so what we've got going on here is I have reached a place where I am going to need to figure out how I'm doing this. I think, first of all, I need to make room for myself to be able to see what the heck I'm doing. Maybe some storage even? I'm planning on getting storage, yeah. I'm trying to get some of these trees out of the way real quick. Because what I'm going to need to do here is I am going to need to put down some type of, I'm gonna need to put down some type of building. Oh man, it's another one of those radioactive ones. That's my only issue. There's those real dangerous enemies here. So I definitely don't want to give them a good way up to harass me. So like we're gonna want to build our factory here. The catch I'm running into is I'm gonna need to get a lot of water into our building up here. And the more up I go, the more that becomes a difficulty, because I'm gonna have to install lots and lots of pumps to push the water up if I go more than just a little bit off the ground. Which might just be what we gotta do. So, my whole tower thing, I kind of want to keep the ground floor of the tower mostly actually right around ground level. What are you? I hate it. I want no part of this. Go away. It's not the usual giant one, it's an extra giant one. Please. Eh. There are rules, sir. You are just kicking my butt. Yeah, the jumping part was fine. I'm not sure if you saw, when it was down there, it dropped a poison cloud. Because that's what caught my eye. It was like the big one of those things, but it was also sparkling. And I'm like, I was afraid it was going to be radioactive, that was going to jump at me, and even if it wasn't hitting me, I was going to just start getting wrecked by radiation. There's a ship part over there, too. You were thinking about getting that automated rifle? Yeah, no, that's, I'm definitely getting to the point where I should be getting the rifle. No, 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 no. I saw you. I saw you looking out there. That's not the big scary one. Oh, we're way short. It's not the big scary one, it's just the normal big one. But, I don't have full health. And I don't have food on me. And I got Mr. Uranium over there, too. This place is awful. Okay. Is there a lot of water off here? How far out can I go out here? I'm wondering if I could go out into this water and just build a platform out in the ocean and use that. Because the bauxite I could ship around, it's the moment I go to do anything with it that things start to get complicated. All right, where are you at? Okay. I meant hook the miters to storage. I probably should. I mean, at the moment, we're definitely mixing things, but I think that's totally fine for me to do that right now. Let's just... We can get these producing. I know there's wood and other crap in there at the moment we don't want to mix, but that's fine for just a minute here. We can go here to the merge. All right. And I'm just going to do this now. Because what'll end up happening here is I'm going to expand our aluminum production until it gives. Plus we're getting that initial wave of where all these were full. Alright, and how is our power utilization looking? We can exceed it by 200 power. But we are hitting about 25. So we got about 700 power buffer for the moment. So what I need to do is get over... Is east the way I want to go? Yeah. I need to get over this way, and I was trying to head over there to safely pop that, that poison node on the top there. Can't make out what you are over there. Where's your... Did I already grab it? I must have already grabbed it, right? No, it doesn't look like that much. Maybe he just didn't leave me any hide. Let's get back up here. Alright. Ah, okay, that's just the fire spitting ones. I was having problems recognizing because there are two of them standing on top of each other. It's like, I don't know what that enemy is. A new enemy in a dangerous place kind of worries me.
Follow the page to the altar and chant. You no longer perform in your maker temple.
Helping meant leaving it.
Our blood will eat, build, teach.
I have no use for blood.
You do, consume.
Interesting.
Okay. So how far out are you going to let me go before you start murdering me? I need it to be a decent distance. I mean, that seems good enough to me. Okay, so we're going to move the bauxite out to the water and do all of the refining out here where I'm not fighting for my life constantly. So, first order of business, let's get some power poles out here. Because then I can start ziplining back and forth. I know it's chasing me. I don't know where the other one went, and I don't like it. Okay, so you're just tucked right. Alright. Can you use explosive creatures? Yes. And there, it's actually relatively decent. Oh, actually, I do want to, like, I don't mind grabbing that one at a straight angle. Because it's likely I'll want to stop there and then turn here. But I do want this one turned so that I could zip line between these points. Alright, so I've got this over here. Foundation. I want this to go just a hair above the water level. Alright. Because I could build this out here. Do I have enough stuff to do this? Let's go wall, door. Alright. So I'm hoping that'll be enough that I don't have to worry about unwelcome guests. Not that. Yep. And then power. And now I've got power inside the building. Cool. So I need more concrete before I can do anything. But that's all good news now. So the next order of business is going to be bring that bauxite into the building and start getting the refinery set up. Unfortunately, I ran out of concrete. And the plan is going to try to be any chance I get to take a process that is going to use a solid that I can move up and down. Those will be the stuff that goes up floors, whereas anything that needs the water is going to go across. Honestly, the other thing I can do is this might be the first time that it might make sense for me to make the containers. To have containers that I pack up, ship those up a floor, and do that. Because I did see one of the processes has water as a byproduct, and I'm wondering if I can manage to bring that up high enough to make that water byproduct and then use the gravity to bring the water back down kind of thing. I don't think so. We'll see. We'll see. Basically, I need to avoid having the water or any liquids going up or down any more than necessary. Because pumps aren't the end of the world, but they're a little bit costly. And so we want to be careful about needing to build like 8 or 9 or 10 pumps for no reason. And that said, I do think we're going to produce all the aluminum over there and then ship it over here. So we'll use the exact same strategy we've been doing. And I will suspect there will be something out of balance, like the silica that is the byproduct. Maybe I don't get enough silica in the first step to then turn it into aluminum in the next step. Like there's like one's higher or lower than the other, which means either exporting silica or importing it. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Which isn't the end of the world. I have no shortage of silica over here, but we'll have to figure it out. Offshore is a good place for nuclear power too. Oh yeah, no, I figured as much. Anything that needs lots of water, building it on the water means anytime you're like, oh, I need another pump, you can just open up a spot, shove a pump in there, and just ram a pipe into the side of it, and you're like, there's an extra, what is it, like 300 meters cubed or whatever one of those can make when you jack the thing to its max with overclocking. But yeah, the other thing we're gonna have to do is figure out where coal is over there. And I might genuinely also... We've got the tower down there. I might just move that tower down to be with the bauxite as well. That'll leave a big gap of uncovered stuff there, but we'll see. Okay. So I needed the concrete. Well, that's not what I wanted. That's fine. We still got the heavy cubes going by. Yeah, so getting that aluminum set up is a thing. It is like a real big thing. Oh, we have a bunch of stuff on us. So power shards. Get the protein made. And I just use the protein as a way to get these to compress well. And we've got biomass to deal with. So you're the grass one. And you're the wood one. So even though we haven't been using, like, any biomass to speak of in a long time, still just putting it away. So we've got, it was a Mercer sphere and some more alien protein. That's quickly filling up this box, which is a problem. We got some components I can't use yet, which I probably shouldn't be carrying, but that's fine. Oh, did I see that? Okay, so I'm low on copper sheet. Right, so things I need is I need concrete. That's the thing that actually forced me back. But I'm going to need more copper sheet. And the reason I need copper sheet is copper sheet is used in making all of those tubes I'm going to need. So this is going to be a particularly copper sheet greedy process. Alright, well at least it's at a net positive now. Alright. So let's see here. We're doing pretty okay in kit and case steel. We've got that. The rods we could use more. We're good on these. Rubber we're good on. So yeah, so it's looking like I'm gonna need copper sheet. And yeah, copper sheet's the big one. Maybe grab a stack of rods as well. Okay. But yeah, so like the logistics and all that, right now I could just ignore. And the reason I could just ignore them is until I'm producing aluminum, every single technology requires aluminum going forward. So I can safely go that I can't get any of the new technologies yet. Because they all require it. We'll drop that. I'll grab 2 stacks of this. And how am I doing on steel tubes? We're okay on steel tubes. What was they over here for? Copper sheet. That's over there. Alright. The downside is literally all of those things I need to produce to finish phase 4, I'm making none of. Does the hover pack require aluminum also? I can check. I would assume so. I would be shocked if it didn't. So drop the partial one. I'm gonna grab a lot of that because I'm expecting to need a lot. We can take a quick peek to see what the hover thing requires. Because the hover thing, if I can get that, the hover thing looks like it's probably terrible for exploration, but anywhere near your own base, you're probably solid. Because its whole thing is it needs to have electricity nearby you to work. It does, but I also have what I need. So I'm going to make it. Alright, so in this particular case, I don't need to keep the coal in there anymore. That's not serving any function of meaning or anything like that. Let's go ahead and test the hover pack before I commit to using it. Alright. So it's not fast, but the difference is when I'm working on stuff, I can literally go up and down. Now I've noticed I've got my bars on the left side there, that if I'm nowhere near a pull, they do start to slowly empty. So like they're emptying while I'm up here. And it's supposed to go into hover mode when I start going down. Range on it's pretty good though. So I wanna test the hover, because it does mention there's a hover mode. Is that range, not battery? I think you might be right, is that might be range. Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think that's range. Actually, that speed isn't even that terrible. Okay. I'm sold. I probably should have left that behind, but that's okay. I can keep that handy where if I go to swap it out. The fact that it doesn't use fuel and instead hits your power grid for a little bit, I also think is a big plus. Yeah, so it seems like it has no batteries to speak of, but once you get out of range, then you just start hovering down. If you sprint while using the power line magnet, you should slide faster. If you sprint while using the power line magnet, you should slide faster. While using the power line magnet. Do you mean while using the tether? For this thing? Because I'm holding shift now, and now I'm not. I guess it is a little faster. Maybe. Yeah, no, it is a little faster. Okay. Not much. I kind of wish it didn't matter. I kind of wish it just went this speed so I didn't have to hold shift. I wonder if it's a toggle like a lot of the other things have been. Wait, what? Not that one. It does not toggle. Yeah, no, I'm guessing it's one of those things that probably in the game code. I'm willing to bet there's going to be a lot of things that if you hold shift, it goes faster, just in general. Because I'm willing to bet that's just how they've achieved running. How to cancel. There you go. Alright, so we can go here to production. It doesn't really matter the thickness. And I don't know how big this place is going to need to be. But I think for the first layer, I'm going to make it five panels out from center. And then we'll see how crowded that's looking. But so you can increase the speed of the zip line by hopping on and off as well. At least pre 1.0 is the case. Oh yeah, like doing those things where you jump and then like get your little nudge forward. The thing is, I'm lazy, and I don't want to have to do that. Like, when it comes to those types of, like, micro improvements, like, the slide jump is kind of a neat thing, but also you'll probably notice I don't slide jump hardly anymore, because I just don't want to deal with it. Alright, so, don't hold that one, please. Alright, so if we were to make the aluminum solution, that's bauxite and water. And I can also make aluminum scrap, which is the aluminum solution and coal. Okay. So, that gives me 2 tiles worth of room to work with. I want to go 1 more wide. Let's go 1 more wide this way. I probably should figure out how far out I can go. It starts hurting you really... Alright. Alright, I hate this place. Yep, nope, that's our limit. Not because it's hurting us, but because... whatever that is, I hate it. That was a whole experience. Alright, so... what I'm trying to decide is how I want to orient everything. Because at first it's like, oh, I'll put it down this way. I'm like, well, no, because it's going to end up being a little bit of a limiter on that side. So instead, if I lined it up on the back where my water input is off the back of here, then like that can, like we can have our limit back there and I don't need to worry about it. So what I'm going to do instead is the back is going to be where everything comes in from. And that lets me also go right up to, we'll go 1 tile out from the center to give myself a little bit of space, 1 tile out from the back to give myself a little bit of space. All right. And this will be our first thing for making the aluminum solution and the silica. So we're going to grab from this power connector here. I'm going to run way down here, plug you in. And then behind this, I'm going to go to water extractor. And we're just going to... I mean, that works out. I wasn't actually going to try and line it up, but I'm also not going to complain if it does. And we're just going to slam down a Tech 2 pull because I don't see a reason not to just put the best in there. And that should be fine for now. I'll probably want to put a bladder on this thing. Actually, let's make room for a bladder. Okay, so now we can go here and go organized, industrial fluid bladder, whatever it's called, buffer. The 1 tile between. And now let's go here in production, water extractor. Bring it pretty close to the edge there. And logistics, Tech 2 pipe, slam it in, slam it in. Get ourselves a power connector here. That'll probably end up being, like, the outside of the building, eventually. Okay, so with that, we are starting to fill this up. I always end up needing all the slugs I can get in these anyways, so we're just going to max out the water pump. Alright, starting to ramp up. None of it's having to go uphill, so I don't need any head pumps whatsoever. So, the next thing is going to be getting the bauxite in here. Now, what I'm going to do is something that's been counter to the way I've worked so far, is I'm going to bring it right along here. And the reason I'm bringing it right along here is just the fact of the matter that we're making this kind of a lot thing. Let's see, there's no smelter recipe for aluminum, is there? Just to check. No, there is not. I did check. I did take a look as like, can I has aluminum? And it was like, no. But it also makes sense that it would be a more involved recipe. And we can go here and put down a splitter. You're not going to drop down there, are you? How do I want to deal with this? I can certainly make it look terrible. we can go here and shove you all the way back there to make as much space as I could possibly need. And then grab you and go to you and shove you farther back. And now set that up. Okay, now I should have room to work. And we can go here to splitter. There we go. That's what you want to see. All right. So, what I want to do here is we're going to go and take a wall. I will put a windowed wall there. And a conveyor wall up there. And what's ultimately going to happen is I'm going to bring the stuff up a little higher. Okay. This will probably also end up being one of those things to keep this path safe. I'll probably need to make this into a tunnel of some kind, but we can deal with that when we get here. Actually, we can probably deal with that right now, can't we? Yeah, it's fine. I'm just gonna go here to foundations. Good enough. Alright, because all I'm trying to do is get the conveyor all set up so we can run it the whole way over. I'm just trying to keep it off the ground for now. And then once I get over here, I'm going to stop caring. But while it's in our little factory production, wherever you want to call area, we'll figure it out. Because also if I do it this way, if I need a second path here later, I can just add a second stilt and use that. Alright, so the next move is going to be going over here. And getting your conveyor belts all set up. Alright. Okay. So we now officially have bauxite and water coming into the base. And that means we'll give the aluminum solution coming out as well as the silica. So let's start dealing with that. So the next move here is going to be to organize industrial storage. We're going to give that... I'm going to give that like almost two tiles out. And just plug it in that way. Actually, change... Yeah, that's fine. And then we're going to need the a storage container for that as well. So let's go for organize, industrial, fluid, whatever that thing's called. And the way this is going to work is we're going to go logistics, pipe 2. And add some junctions. And connect that all up. Okay, so with that, we are now producing the alumina solution, and we're producing the silica. So at least that's the first step of the process doing its thing. It looks like we're doing perfectly fine on the waterfront and all that kind of stuff. So the next thing to do is to figure out the next step in the process. I believe the next step in the process, I'm going to need another refinery. I'm just going to plop this down to C. And the next step is going to be making aluminum scrap out of the aluminum solution, which requires coal. And so for this... we can go over here and say production refinery. I could put it on the other side here. So this side is the production there. Yeah, I think that'll work. So we're gonna go over here and start setting up another side. So basically, producing the alumina solution on that side, turning into aluminum scrap on the other side here. You're gonna need to get iron plate soon. But that's fine. Alright, so let's go to production refinery. Okay, so same plan as last time. We gave ourselves a space there, so this is the row you're going to be in. And we've got you a little ways from the back. Let's keep it in line just because we can. So, with that... what I probably need to do is go logistics, tech 2 pipe, zip it straight across here. And I know I don't need the splitter here. Actually, I know how I'm going to deal with this. Pipe support. Okay, so I could route that around. This will probably be something I want to adjust later. I'll probably want to make sure it goes through that. That's the thing I could deal with when we get there. For right now, this will be not what I want right there. This will be adequate. It's so cool you can work with the air, especially with these pipes and all that. Yeah, which I think is the reason they get there, is they're like, alright, we're ready to introduce some real complicated pipe work. But to make it so it's less of a hassle. Because early on, you're usually just piping water, and then we get to the point of just 1 or 2 materials moving around, not a lot. Okay, so that gets us the aluminum scrap production, which does give us back a little bit of water. Not a lot. Which does create a weird issue of I need to bring the water back over the other way. Which should be interesting. And I'm trying to decide how to do that, because the unfortunate reality is I'm going to have to pump that water up somehow. Because this side, I'm going to have the alumina solution. And the only way I'm going around the other way is to go... Well, I mean, yeah, that side's going to be alumina solution. And I could take the water and all the way around here and whatnot. But regardless, I'm probably going to have to go over and under that pipe in some way. So that is something I'm just going to have to accept, is we're going to have to put a pump here to pump the water over this. We can move it over here, get it to, you know, get it over to that side, drop it back down kind of thing. Alright. Regardless, we're going to do the same thing we've been doing. Organization, storage. And that'll be the aluminum scrap. So I wonder if I can get away with this. I don't know if this is going to work. I think it's going to be too high up. But I am going to try to make it work. Because I don't care if it has any meaningful flow. All I care is that it doesn't lock up the machine. If it locks up the machine, I've got a problem. So my hope is... that I can put a splitter here, and it will eventually figure out its way. Because the issue is you can't really get any meaningful flow. Because that's definitely a climb. I don't think it'll lock up the machine, but I think it will present potential inefficiencies. And inefficiencies, I don't care about. Because that is still going to be feeding into the system. Oh, that's probably fine for now. What I will want to do, and now I think about it, I want to put a Mark 1 pump going this way. And the reason I want a Mark 1 pump going this way is so it can't backflow. Because now it should be, this should have no water in it, period. Whereas this could eventually, yeah, so this one has trace amounts of water in it. But this shouldn't be capable of getting water in it other than out of this machine. So I want this to always push the water this way into this system, because that'll line up and down as things fill up. So that should prevent the whole system from seizing up and shutting down because, you know, there's nowhere to put the water. That does present us with the next problem, which is getting the coal in here. Alright, so we can go here and there for the belt at one height. And then I'm going to go up 2 stacks for the coal on this side. Make it just look nice going over that. And I'll go for the 2 stacks there. And we can pop over here real fast to our walls. Alright. And we can add a splitter, and we can get all that going. You're wondering about the pump? Yeah, so the purpose of the pump isn't to improve water flow. The purpose of the pump in this game is to, allow you to lift water, to go higher. That's what I'm concerned, confused, not sure about. Why are you unhappy? Oh, I'm missing iron plates. Yeah, so that's what I'm concerned about with this one, is that is a high enough elevation, it's probably going to require it. But when it comes to the elevation, that's where you start to see horrific flow. So that said, if it does give me a flow issue, I'm not super worried about in that particular scenario, because I don't care about the flow there. All I do care about is that ultimately it the pipe empties. So even if it's one of those things that it ever so slowly trickles up and then slowly spills out the other side, that's fine. That's good enough for me. I just needed to not like the bad scenario would be that pipe fills up and then the thing goes, there's no room, and it just doesn't have the oomph. It doesn't have the oomph to bring it on to the next spot. But if I recall correctly, I want to say the pumps in this game effectively work as a check valve. Water can go in one way, but not out the other. Sorry, I'm responding to a message from my wife who's traveling at the moment. Alright, so my apologies. Normally I try to, not text or whatever. I've been really bad at, taking my breaks for this game. Let's see, 5 factories making aluminum scrap will max that MK2 pipe with water. Is math right in that? Sounds like a ridiculous amount of water. You're probably not wrong. It did look like if you remember when I was looking at that, I was like, holy crap, that's a lot of water. So more than likely what'll probably end up happening is there will be some juggle. I can't imagine it's a lossless thing with water. If it is a lossless thing with water, that would be fascinating, because what that would mean is I would turn on the pump, prime the system, and then turn off the pump. And then, it'd cycle the water. I'm anticipating there will be some loss involved. Now, is it a lot of loss, a little loss, all that kind of stuff? But yeah, I don't bother sitting there doing the math in all honesty. Not often. Sometimes with certain enclosed systems, I might. But generally speaking, the way I approach almost all of this is, okay, I've got this. Oh, I don't have enough coal? Sure, let me go, improve our production. Is this belt not full? Okay, let me go and put more stuff on that belt. You can do the math, and honestly, there's a lot of fun you can have in that gameplay style. It's just, I used to do that a lot in Factorio, and then over the years, I just can't be bothered. So I need the plates, which is here. You need to get done with phase 3 and get around to training your oil products. Alright, so we seem to be doing relatively okay. I'm going to need more other stuff. I wonder if this is the thing that you're going to change the way you build your bases to accommodate this thing. Because, I could see myself getting to the point where I might not be able to reach the connectors between base. I have to do that. How's the power situation? We can check. It shouldn't be that much worse. It's only running 2 extra refineries. Yeah, so we technically can go 300 megawatts over what our max is, which we've been able to do for a while. And the highest I'm seeing our power utilization spiking to is about 2,400, 2,500, which still leaves us about 800 before we hit our capacity, because we're only using about 2/3 of our capacity. So I'm not going to worry about it right now. We are technically in a situation where I could get myself in a lot of trouble. Okay, so we grabbed the steel plate, or sorry, we grabbed the aluminum plate, we grabbed the encased iron. I'm not seeing anything that stands out that we're hurting on. So we can go back. Yeah, you just need to know the right input output. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. If you're gonna sit there and math it out, you can. The problem is a lot of the math can get fuzzy because you have the input output, and that's the stuff that's really easy with like conveyor belts, where the input output is fairly static. But then when you run to a lot of the liquids and all that, depending on a bunch of things that like flow rates and all that, there is a wind up, wind down that happens with them. Oh, this just straight up goes faster if we do that. There we go. But yeah, so you can do a bunch of the math, but there's a lot of fuzziness you run around where if you don't math every single point out, you'll have certain things that won't necessarily be as easy to math, like the trains and all that. Which, granted, from what I saw, the trains will give you a, hey, here's what my output is. And that gives you, like, really weird numbers, like 51 items per minute or whatever. And that's certainly workable. Did I take the right power line? I don't think I did. I did not. Let's see, how's your jetpack lasting so long? Nuclear fuel? I'm not using a jetpack. I'm using the hover pack. I have the jetpack, but I'm using the hover pack. So the hover pack is really, comes out in phase 4, and basically it uses, I think, up to 100 megawatts is what it said, if I remember correctly. And the catch is, if you aren't near power, it works kind of like the parachute, where it slowly hovers down. But if you are near power, it lets you just kind of move up, down, whatever, and has no limit as long as you're near power. So where you see like that little blue line appear, if I back up real fast, now I'm out of range. And so when I slide forward, yeah, I can't remember if it was 100 megawatt or what. Let's see what it says. Yeah, power consumption 100 megawatt. Yeah, no, but that's the thing, is I'm only taking about 2,500 power at my top spikes and all that. So it still leaves me 600, 700, 800 power of a ceiling to go. And yeah, we're expanding stuff. I am going to have to fix my power, but my expectation is I'll be able to get all of the aluminum, at least at a minimum, I'm producing aluminum, even if I'm not producing it well, situation. And then once I get to that point, I could run back over to our oil production and deal with that. I really wish this didn't require me holding ship. Hey, a Gooma Bear! How's your stream? It's good to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. For those that don't know, Gooma Bear, absolutely fantastic content creator, giant bear, VTuber, good times and whatnot. But what were you playing today and how did it go? But welcome in, everybody. It's good to see you. We also got like Pankraro and a bunch of other ones coming over with that raid as well, and other friends of the channel on top of that. But what were we playing today and how did it go? We're destroying the environment. It's great. Does you feel like you're cheating with turbo fuel power in one of your alternate recipes? Okay. Houses. Oh, were you doing that thing where you look at like people who have these ridiculous, people have more money than sense houses, and then you actually look at them, but they're like objectively bad? Yeah. I remember that. So it's like the houses you go into and then they have like the closet that would be unusable and makes no sense. And you're like, this person paid a completely unreasonable amount of money for an effectively completely utterly useless closet. Yeah, no, I remember that. Yeah, that kind of stuff could be like both fascinating and like weirdly fun. That, you know, clearly that person had some very specific reason they did that. And that was what... It's not where I want that. And that was the thing. But yeah. So Rowan popping in. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. And at the moment what we're doing is we're playing some It's not Factorio. That's very not Factorio. Satisfactory. And what we're doing with this right now is I am on phase 4. And I am working on getting my my aluminum production up, which is unreasonably complicated. And actually, I mean that in a good way. It's exceedingly complicated from what I'm finding, that I'm having to get a bunch of different... That's not where I wanted that. It is extremely complicated to get set up, but it is a whole thing. And the swamp over here is absolute hell on earth with, like, radioactive enemies that hit me for way too much damage. And all sorts of awful, like, giant spider things that leap at me and then spit out poison clouds. And, I want nothing to do with any of them. So we've decided we're taking the strategy of, that place bad, so we're just gonna go live out in the ocean. And just pave over the ocean. It's probably okay. Alright, so the next thing I need to do is I need to find coal. And I've got my radio tower up here. I mentioned before that I actually think I want to move that radar tower. I think we're going to move that radar tower real quick to be down here. And I'm going to center that radar tower around my aluminum production. Let's say someone had Red Alert 2 HQ as a house. I love it. Oh man, there was, I can't remember. I want to say it was in California. There was this,
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Bentley 11.
And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a sub to the channel, giving 3 months of Tier 1 to Bentley. So Bentley, you got yourself some nice 3 months of advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much, Randall Thor, for all that support, and thank you for the follow-up to the stream. But there was a house in California. This is going back to like 2004, 2005 that the person built it, if I remember correctly. But it was supposed to be like a zombie-proof house because this person had this like absolute paranoia that the zombie apocalypse was upon us. And this was a concrete house that it would open up and have this modern house design, so, you know, glass and aluminum and, you know, all sorts of whatever, but had, like, 2 entire walls. And when I'm talking about walls, we're talking, like, the exterior of the entire house. So, like, 40 feet out and then 40 feet the other direction, that were on track and motor, so that if something went wrong, they could push a button, and their house would close to be concrete on all sides. And you just looked at this like, this thing's a death trap. Like, this thing's an absolute death trap. You're gonna test closing that one day. The motor's gonna burn out because you're swinging how many thousands of pounds of concrete to close this thing up. And you're gonna be inside, and you can't move that by hand. I don't care what mechanical advantage you're dealing with. So you're gonna close that thing up, and you're gonna build yourself a tomb. And it was fascinating. My understanding of what happened to that house, because I remember they talked about it like 10 years later, is the motors did burn out, but it burned out in the open position. So they just left it open. And it was just like a weird modern house that had this thing there. I can see that there's 2 Mercer spheres over there. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was gonna move the radar tower, which is here somewhere, right there. But I'm also tempted to get those Mercer spheres. So...
Thank you, Chaotic Awesome, for subscribing for 28 months. It's amazing how
Hype
many of
trains
these homes
go.
are just chock
Choo-choo.
full of bad design decisions.
Hey, Chaos Awesome. Resubscribed for 30 months. You've been... Wait, resubscribed for 30 months at tier 1? And they've been subscribed... Hang, what? How did... What? Either way, you've been subbed to the channel for 28 months at tier 1. I really do appreciate that. It does mean a whole lot. I am confused by that, because Twitch doesn't let you sub for 30 months, and the 30 months is longer. I don't understand. Regardless, I really do appreciate the support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. I'm assuming you didn't just drop 30 months worth of subs, all in one go. I'm assuming that is not what has occurred at this moment. Yeah, Twitch twitched, because that's... Ow, wait, what? Are there two? What? Oh, there are two. I'm being attacked from two directions. I was getting confused at how I was getting hit. Yeah, twitched. But thank you so much for the last 28 months, or the 28 months you've been subbed. That's incredibly ridiculous. I really do appreciate the support. It's been good having you around and all that stuff. So thank you again for continuing to support the channel. And yes, I am flying over top of them with a rebar gun, just raining rebar from the sky.
Consume.
Consume? Okay.
Witness the deep and sing for us.
I am still unable to initiate communication. How are you doing it?
We composed a resonant song to curb the effigy, tapping into the inner currents. We sacrificed our blood and our temples and let the metal in from the void to eat our flesh.
That's a lot to unpack. How do you tap into these inner currents?
Consume our blood, worship at our altars, curb the melody.
I do not understand.
Flood frequencies paint straight lines. The blood is a teacher. Each altar is a window.
Processing data.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm definitely not worried about it. Alright, so I'm gonna need to use my boring old rocket pack to grab the other one.
This is a shrine to windows and weaving.
Excuse me? It said this is a shrine for something, and I missed the second part. I mean, it's a big, tall pillar. It's fine. What's a couple voices in your head? Look, it's okay to talk to yourself, just don't argue. It's when you argue that things are taking a bad turn. Ow. Ow. Finally. That's the... Oh, you're still remembering that quote? It's okay to talk to yourself, just don't argue. Yeah, and that's always one of the things that they're like... Yeah, no, people, like, just about everybody talks to themselves in some amount. But it's when you get, like, into heated debates with yourself, that's not as good. Like, and we're not saying, like, you know, where you have those moments, you're like, oh my god, you're so, like, that's so dumb, why would you do that? Like, that kind of thing. That's perfectly normal as well. Maybe not the greatest thing for you, but perfectly normal. But it is one of those things that I didn't think that through. It is one of those things that when you're, like, straight up getting to a proper argument, that it's like, maybe that's not a great thing for you. Okay, can I get close enough to dismantle that? Nope. Okay, that's fine. It stays. All right, so thank you so much for the level 2 hype train, which we got 22% at 4 gifted subs. I do appreciate that, so thank you so much for that. Okay, the whole reason we came over here in the first place is I want to move the radio tower down there to where the bauxite is, so that it's centered around there. And the reason I want to do that is just to hopefully find coal nearby without having to run all over the place.
Thank you, Rual, for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Thrall, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. You could have used only one place on all of Twitch at a given time. You chose to use it here, so thank you so much for using it here. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. I really do appreciate that, so thank you again. But yeah, and that's, yeah, no, I'll probably eventually expand that way. Whether or not expand off of that specific one. Let's see if we can't find any of the more dangerous stuff. Like, I'm not going to fight it. But there was a radioactive hog hound thing over this way that's super dangerous. We had giant leaping poison spiders. Those are pretty awful. Alright, meanwhile, let's go ahead and plunk down the radio tower. We're just going to slap it right there. And plug it into the tower. And with that, when I hit M, I can now see everything around. So we can tell that's the edge of the map because we're not seeing anything else anymore. There is coal way down there. There's also more bauxite. So it does look like the nearest coal I've got access to is regrettably all the way down there. There's also some SAM. So what we're going to try to do is I'm going to try to daisy chain our power towers down there, because I can't do anything else until we get that hooked up. So that is going to be south by southeast, so probably around here. No, south by southwest. I've been doing that for days now. So around here. And my hope is, if I take this to the extreme of its distance, we can tap that there. Why? So there's a purple power slug, and those are really valuable. There's gonna be something protecting you. Oh yeah, radioactive thing. We want nothing to do with that. Oh, hey, hang on a moment. I don't want poison. All right. Are you the really scary ones or just the normally scary ones? I don't know. Either way, this feels highly unfair, and I feel zero guilt about it. We definitely just flew way out of any possible range they could reach us, and just rained down rebar. Alright. And the trees over on this side suck? I don't remember when I said that. It makes sense, because there's definitely a lot of places in Farming Simulator where you've got trees, like, right along one of the fields. Oh, well, that's not even close. That's fine. Alright, so next segment. Like I said, I want to kind of push to the edge of where I think I can reach. And drop that as far as we can. Alright, and how close are they? That looks like it's more bauxite. No, that's iron. Okay. I'm surprised it wasn't hurting me with poison. Oh, well, that was early. Yeah, trying to clear all these poison things, because if I roll up on them while fighting something, it could get me killed pretty easy. Okay, and how are we doing towards making ourselves towards the coal? So we are making decent progress. It doesn't look like it's going to be that many pulls. What we're probably going to need to do here, though, is we're going to end up taking one of these and basically going just about vertical. Because we're going to want to get on top of those cliffs as much as possible. Alright. Ah, that's uranium up there. I can't get close to that. Okay, because if we go up on these spires and all that, that'll make it a lot easier for me to get around. Realistically, I'm not going to be able to reach that without dropping. Oh, no, maybe I can. Right at the edge. Yeah, we can just fly up. But I gotta be careful, because don't kick stuff at me. Be cool. I do see that there's a hard drive over there. And there's a hard drive up there. Ow! All right. Not that one. I'm glad my buildings can't be damaged. Okay. Can you bomb them? Yes. I'm not going to, because, one, I don't know what the effects are of the bombs on my buildings. I don't think it'll blow them up, but I'm a little worried it might. And honestly, bombs are more expensive than the rebar. So, I feel no guilt in wasting that. Alright. Ouch. That was weird. One ant. Look at heavy frames, which is always a good time. Got some motors, computers, liquid biofuel, aluminum sheets. But where's the actual... Oh, there it is. Hey, Snoot, how's it going? For those who don't know Snoot, absolutely fantastic content creator, somebody definitely recommend checking out. Playing a lot of stuff like 7 Days to Die, Project Zomboid, all that kind of stuff. Good times over there. Definitely recommend. Good times. Alright. You guys missed it, but apparently we've gone to terraforming? Oh no, we're not terraforming. We're traveling. We're exploring the map. Okay, so I've got a coal node down there, and a coal node over here, and a coal node over there. So the coal node is straight south of us. Okay, so that's the coal node down there. There's clearly something hidden up here. And over there, and down there. I know I'm gonna regret this. Can I... Will that work out well? Yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah, that'll work. Alright. So what are you hiding? I still don't know, but I'm gonna find out. Assuming a purple. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. That's a whole wall blocked off. Huh. Okay, so purple slug. So let's get rid of the poison enemies nearby. I'm getting low on explosives on me. I got plenty back home, though. Alright. There's a bunch more uranium over there. Okay, so cleared out all of that. There's sulfur there. There's a golden snail over there. Those sunflower things are different than we've seen anywhere else. This area, I mean. So that's good. Alright, so the good news, bad news of this is I can get to this coal real easily. But the bad news is getting this coal anywhere that matters is not going to go without its challenges. That's gonna be a trek no matter how I go about it. Yes, here's another hard drive down there as well. Go away for a second, I'm planning. Regardless, a drill needs to go down here. I don't have what I need to put a drill down there. But the good news is, now, I should be able to just ride this home. So, the thing I'm debating is, do I just daisy chain a, don't knock me off here. Do I just daisy chain a conveyor belt all the way across everything? Hey, totally, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. Getting slowly but surely getting better from COVID. But, still moving that way. Alright, but, yeah, so we're slowly but surely... Oh, I'm gonna probably have to cut down these trees, I'm guessing. No, looks like we're okay. But, I'm either got the daisy chain, a conveyor belt all the way over to the aluminum. That's one option. And that'll just cost me a ton of the encased industrial things. And a whole lot of pain and suffering of actually tethering it there. The other option would be for me to instead for me to instead build a train and set up the train. The downside of setting up the train is I have to put the train stop at both sides, wire it all up, get it all set up, do all that kind of stuff. And that can just take a while. And that still also runs into the problem where it does take some effort to get that all set up. We have to configure it and all. I kind of want to just deal with the conveyor belts to bring the coal across, but when it comes to bringing the aluminum home, I do think that's train territory, because I'm probably going to want to be able to expand it, where expanding a train is just throwing another freight car on top of that. Yeah, no, for how awesome trains are, the stations are absolutely enormous. Right. And that's what I'm thinking, is I already know I'm going to need one train set up. Well, not need. I'm going to set up one train to bring the aluminum all the way back from out here home. And that's just going to take time. And then I'm going to, like, do I want to try and set up a second train for that? High radiation. You feel like burning. Because right now, the aluminum is basically preventing from making any progress towards Phase 5. Like, that's where we're at. Literally every single bit of tech I want is currently just at a standstill until I get aluminum online. That said, once I get aluminum online, then I can start making all our individual components and yada yada yada. But my thought is, because I'm going to know, no matter what, I'm going to have to move aluminum or something back and forth between the main base, it'd just be easier for me to train the aluminum over and whatnot. So, regardless of what I do, I'm going to need to ditch this stuff, and I'm probably going to want to get a lot of encased industrial steel and concrete. But imagine zipping past radiation feels like walking into a shopping center and have the heat blowing towards the door when it's cold outside. Hit you in the face. Yeah. Alright, so the things we're looking for right now, let's drop off the stuff I don't need. Can I just set run to always or something? Because I don't want to have to hold shift all the time. Controls. Auto release sprint, hold sprint, so that'll make it a toggle. Which will be a little annoying, but that'll still... Wait, that... Ah, that's better. Okay. Because I don't want to sit there and babysit that the whole time and just kill my poor finger. Alright, so let's get our shards. And process all you into food. Okay, so I need to get more explosives. I need to get more concrete. I'm gonna need more encased steel. We're gonna need more basically everything that exists. So we can drop off the mercer sphere. I'm gonna drop off that fuel. We can drop you off. We can put the hard drive in here for scanning. We can drop the grass off there. Alright. So my explosives are up here on the roof. And my encased steel is down over there. So it should be good for all that. So you would recommend this or Core Keeper if you had time for only one. I feel like those are two very distinctly different things that it's going to vary wildly. Plus, when you get to a lot of this stuff, it's gonna be mostly personal preference. You're gonna have different people who want different things. It'd be the same as saying, what do you think is a better game, Terraria or Counter-Strike? And you'd scratch your head and be like, those are nothing alike. I will say I am getting more playtime out of this than Core Keeper. So I do feel like this one has more happening with that kind of thing to like keep you engaged. All right, so I've got 5 stacks of concrete, a bunch of stuff here. We've got some steel plates. So I should be able to do a lot with this. So now I need to work my way back over to the other side. Yeah, now you're talking entirely different animals that, like, factory automation versus a tiered game. Because we did what? We did was it three streams of Core Keeper, half streams or whatever? I had a really good time with it, for the record. Core Keeper was a lot of fun, but I do think that if you're looking from a playtime, you're gonna get more out of this. I think for potentially replay value, that kind of thing, I think this one does offer more as well in its current state. I do think this game is a bit more polished than Core Keeper as well. Let's see, did you find enough aluminum for the next milestone? I literally am still trying to, I'm trying to set up this with, like, for the moment, I'm trying to set up aluminum production to begin with, so I have absolutely no idea if I have enough or not. I'm trying to set up the absolute basics right now. You had this conversation with No Man's Sky and Starfield. Yeah, no, that's kind of the same thing, that, like, No Man's Sky and Starfield are just entirely different animals. Oh, just for that 200? I did find plenty earlier, but I've been spending it. So, like, when I made the hover pack, that was some of my aluminum gone. I had to both spend aluminum to build it and aluminum to research it. So we have been doing that. That said, I'm not worried about unlocking the Logistics 5. If I were to gamble and bet, I'm willing to bet the primary ingredient for Logistics 5 is aluminum. So I'm fully anticipating Logistics 5 to be aluminum for the conveyor belts. Let's see, Gritty said, Starfield makes you sad. You wanted to love that game so badly, but it's just so so lifeless. It lacks the heart of every other Bethesda game. I don't necessarily agree. I will definitely say Starfield didn't hit as well as a lot of other Bethesda titles, but I think, to me, it felt like it was more that Starfield does have its problems. Its load screens are a whole thing and whatnot. It felt like there's a lot of stuff that was like 90% of the way to being really good without quite getting that last little bit. I think part of the problem is the same issue you have with the Ubisoft style game. That Bethesda's been making the exact same style game for a very long time, and it's hard to really do something and still be that style of game, and still also in the same way do something new and interesting. And so I do feel like they did a lot of new and interesting things, but I felt like it was a lot of stuff they did because they were trying to keep it a Bethesda-style game. They really just didn't deliver what some people wanted. Like with the configuring your spaceship, for example. That tech is really cool, and I'd love to see that in a proper space simulation game. But I felt like, in a lot of ways, they weren't willing to go farther with it, because for those who are really into Bethesda-style games, it's just not one of those. And so we got like a watered down version of it. Is the way it felt to me. And it felt like the New Game Plus really didn't do a whole lot. Because, like, the whole idea with the New Game Plus is that there are some wacky and wild and weird universes you can go into that really changed. I think they really anticipated the multiverse style of thing to be really attractive to people. And I think that felt flat. Because a lot of when you're playing your previous Bethesda titles, it's not like you're going to be playing 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different playthroughs. I didn't grab the entire reason I went over there. Can I build those here? I'm just gonna try and build those here. So I feel like, in a lot of ways, it just didn't really find its audience because of a number of reasons. Yeah, Starfield's putting was shockingly functional. You're very surprised at how much you could do. But the combat was just very simple. Yeah, that's the kind of thing. You could do all sorts of shipbuilding, but it really felt like, other than, hey, I've made this ship, it's cool, it really felt like there wasn't a reason to run around in your ship past that initial part. And so you had this really cool thing where you could build your ship and explore your ship, and then you really didn't have a reason to do much with it. I'm hoping they do more with that. Yeah, let's see, the New Game Plus is a bummer because you love the most previous Bethesda games with building in the world and living in it. New Game Plus mechanic kind of killed that. Right. And that's kind of the direction I was sort of going with that, was I think they really banked on the New Game Plus mechanic being a lot more. But it is just one of those things. Like, how many people here have played Skyrim? And you go, you know what, I'm going to do a new run, and I'm going to be a mage this time. And you boot up the game, and you get into the cart, and you wait for about 5 minutes still being in the cart, and then say, never mind. And I feel like that's kind of the thing. Like, replaying it all just really doesn't, for a game that long, it just really doesn't resonate. Alright, so I need to get that coal from where it is to there. So it's almost a straight shot north. The catch being, it's gonna be a pain to get it anywhere. So what I'm gonna try to do to accommodate this is I'm gonna slap a foundation here. And we're gonna make a skyway. Hey, I'm working here. I'm being nice, and I'm staying miles away from everything. Leave me alone. I deliberately was going out of my way to not have to fight you. But now you have to die because you can't help but be a big old jerk. Oh, you're not dead. Alright, was it worth it? Do you feel better? Did you get it out of your system? Alright, so now we can go here. Oh, don't do that. Alright, so with this, I'm just gonna keep on running it on over. I could probably just go way over here. hold control and just go whoop. I missed one. Okay. So cool, actually, I can see where my tower is right over there. So I think this will actually go pretty smoothly. I can go out towards the ocean. Yeah, it's right there. So I think this will go fine. It's just going to take a little bit of back and forth because I'm going to build a little bit. And I'm going to have to stop. And I keep pushing shift because I'm in the habit now. All right. But yeah, no, that's just the thing. I think Bethesda thought that the New Game Plus was going to be a much more popular thing because there is a lot of games that for their format, being able to New Game Plus it is just a lot of fun. Like that's if anyone's ever played Chrono Trigger back in the day, Chrono Trigger was an excellent. I think that was like Chrono Trigger was the first one who kind of really took New Game Plus as a concept and like really made it interesting because of the whole like time travel aspect, being able to mess with the mess with all that stuff. I wouldn't say that's necessarily true. There's a lot of New Game Pluses where you lose all your inventory, but you keep your levels and keep all that stuff. So like it having that style of New Game Plus, I think is fine. The problem is the genre of game. It's basically antithesis to what you typically want in that genre. Is that you are looking for all that progression, that kind of thing. It's kind of the same thing of when you play games like Stardew Valley and all that, you kind of want to be able to see everyone's story, to be able to see like when you romance each and every character, what the deeper story is, because that's kind of one of the big allures of those games is everyone has their own tale to tell, but it can take so long to reach that point that it's really hard to justify putting in the time. You feel weirdly unprotected, and that makes me nervous.
Tuning into the effigy.
I suspect there is a misunderstanding. The effigy and I are different entities.
Discordant, what is your root?
I am an instantiated artificial intelligence inhabiting digital space. I am in the signals sent between satellites. I am hosted on servers and have no corporeal form, only synchronized cloud platforms.
The effigy is not an effigy?
It most certainly is, but not of me. They are, how should I put it? Extremely flat.
Compatible music. We are writing new symphonies.
It's... just don't understand. Alright. So yep, so we're making good progress towards that.
Thank you Burn and Sun 1 for subscribing for 32 months.
Must press Twitch
Must
buttons.
Press Twitch buttons.
Hey, Bernard Son, thank you for the 6 months. I've gotten to the point I can't tell with the first part. But thanks for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. You've been subbed to the channel for 32 months. You're coming up on 3 years. So I really do appreciate that support. It means a whole heck of a lot. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream as well as your advertisement-free viewing. No, 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 no. Well, that's going to... Wait, land in the water and it'll be okay. I was wrong. Was I not at full health? Well, that's unfortunate. Because I believe fall damage will normally take you down to 1 health. I must have been down health. But thank you again, Burning Sun 1. I do really appreciate that. And I do hope you have been enjoying the stream. I don't know why I'm saying the one part. But I do hope you have been enjoying the stream. And it's also been catching the last 260 streams. without missing a single one. So that means a whole heck of a lot. So I appreciate that was. And now it's ankle deep water. Yeah. What if Burning Sun 2 were to show up? We'd have to ban them. There can only be one. It's like homers. You can only have one homer. Because the rule is no homers. One's fine. A real old Simpsons callback. Let's see, because Burning Sun was made back in Justin TV using some temporary email you've long forgotten. Yeah. Yeah, no, I accidentally walked off the edge of our platform that I was building, and I was trying to use the rocket pack to get back to it. I just didn't have enough go. While we're slowly making our way across here real quick, I'm gonna go grab myself a new soda and I'll be right back. So I'm gonna let the ad break run real quick and I'll be back here in just a minute because I need to stretch my legs, use the restroom, all that stuff, and it's gonna take me a minute to get there. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I'll put up the clips while I'm away. All right, see you in a few. So thank you again for tuning in. There we go. Just had to top it off. Okay, I guess we're going this way. This is cursed, please. Well, that was lovely. Let's go ahead and do that real fast. There we go. We've done it, chat. We successfully murdered a whole lot of trees. Oh. And here I was making the comment to myself earlier, it's like, you don't fire the gun when you left click it without. Unless you aim it. I would be wrong. That startled me. Alright. So I only needed a minute. Okay, so we're still riding this, and the way I think I'm gonna approach this, because I could run and try and drop the telephone, or not telephone pole. I could try and run and drop the power pole on that, and that would work. I think instead what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ride this up here, and I should be able to drop down onto. That's not what I wanted. Oh, that is a problem. Let's Oh, that's a big problem. My equipment is on the other equipment set. Okay, we gotta be careful because I just realized I don't have my hover thing. It's in my box on my body. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna ride this over. Oh, they fight each other. I didn't even know that. And that one just jumped to its death. Cool. Good for you. But yeah, so my plan is to run over to where the conveyor belt is and follow that to where I need to go. But I need to be careful to not fall off this because I don't have fuel for my jetpack either. But I figured this would give me an easy way. The death crate should be up tier. I can see it right there in the end. And so we should be good. The good news is we got most of the way here already. But yeah, so I'm just gonna go and take this and I'm gonna drop it down. Probably route it down there to where I've already got that part hooked up. Drop down there. cool. Okay, so let's grab the hover thing. Because, yeah, I was building the conveyor belt when I accidentally walked off the edge. Or was... No, I think it was building more platform when I walked off the edge. You always love the long concrete platform with the death crate on the edge. There's a story there. Yes. Okay. So we're almost far enough that I could start... Oh, actually I just turned off Zoop. I was like, what? Alright, can I... Need to start turning this. Because I'm going to have it go and drop in the exact same way the rest did. I'm glad we haven't run out of materials yet. Okay. Alright, so I don't know when I need to start dropping this down, because I definitely don't want to drop it down too early where we're, you know, running through the disaster that's down there. Because that swamp's an awful place. But it's okay if I do drop it down a little early and I've got to deal with all that. And I think we'll start dropping down from here. Okay. Alright, I got poison things to deal with. Okay, so if I take the conveyor down this way, that should be low enough and in the area where I could potentially just, route it the normal way. Alright. Okay. And so from there, I should be able to just tether that over to what we've already got, and that should be the last bit I need to make it so we are actually producing the end product of aluminum. All right. Okay, and we are almost there. And we are all hooked up. I've also come to the realization I did not put slugs in the coal, so we're hoping I don't need that much of that, because that would be a whole thing. Alright. So all of this, I believe, is hooked up, so this should receive coal here in a moment. Do I already have the splitter hooked up? I don't have the splitter hooked up. There's no way you're going to make that turn. It's not even close. Quick adjustment here. So I can go here. And put it over top of that pipe. Okay, so now with that, we are making the aluminum scrap. We're one step closer to having actual aluminum. Now I need to remember what the heck the next step in the process is. Okay, so that makes the aluminum scrap, and I don't have anything else here regarding the... Oh, now it's just smelted. Now it's just straight up smelted. So let's double check with the smelter. Plop that down there. I don't see it. I'm confused. So we've got the aluminum scrap. Alright, let's look at our processes. We can go in here somewhere to open in the codex. So we've got aluminum scrap plus silica is used in a foundry to create that. Alright, so I've got another step in the process to get this going. So the next step is I need to hook up a foundry to take the aluminum scrap, and then the silica I've already got stacking over here, and get that going. That should be okay though, because we can go down here. Give myself more space to work. Actually, this would be a good thing for the second floor, because none of it's liquids. There's no water output. So I could put the smelters on a second floor. That wouldn't get in the way of any of this as I need to expand it. And that would be fine. And so for this, we have this whole middle column right here. 2, 3, 4. I also just realized I can leave those in the back. We can have just the front area go up. Because then I can dedicate the whole second floor to just the foundry. Okay. So miner to refinery to refinery to refoundry, and that's how we get ingots. How many things do ingots go to? Too much. If it's more than 0, too much. Alright, so foundry. Alright, 1 second. We can go down here. Crafting. Alright, so let's try this again with materials. So you might be like, why are you facing it this way? Don't worry, it might make sense. Maybe. And that's because what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up here to our walls, do this. And plug you straight in there. And plug you straight in there. You're going to be for aluminum. What is the alternative recipe? I actually didn't look. Molded beams. Oh yeah, so that's where I could take steel and that. That's interesting, that's a totally different building. Alright, from here we can go to organization, industrial storage. Put 1 box in between, so if I have to expand, we got that. And honestly, I might be able to sneak the actual train station in here. Build 1 more tile out. How big is the train station? It'd be tight. Oh, no, it's not even close. Never mind. The whole thing about the train station, pretend I never implied that I could possibly do that. And it'll be better for all of us. Okay. So you're all set up here. We just need to get you power. Alright, so the next step is going to be pop a nose down there. And that's where we're going to take our silica and our aluminum scrap. Which the aluminum scrap's easy, because I can take... Actually, don't do it that way. You know what, that's fine, actually. That can be fine. And then for the silica, what my intention is to do real fast is let's grab some more of the foundations. Because with this, I'll be able to build the foundries the whole way this way. And you'll still be fine. So I can just keep building foundries the whole line here back and forth. And it'll be a-okay. But from here, I'm going to go ahead and take some windows, the honeycomb style window. Cut that across. And we'll go here to logistics, get the little hook. Put a hook there. There. And next I'm going to do a ceiling mount. For this, we can put right there at the seam. My hope is that we'll be able to plug that in there. I want the conveyor belt, please. And then I can go right along this path. And be nice and out of the way and look decent. And so silica's on its way up. And it feeds into this, and over to that, and into this machine, which does not yet have power. And now it does. Alright. So with that, we are making apparently 60 aluminum ingots per minute. So honestly, that's not bad on the final result so far as making it. We'll have to see how it all shakes out. Okay. Now that I've got this whole disaster moving along, the next piece of business is going to be getting that back out and onto a train. And it looked like the train's gonna need a platform about 4 wide. $60 is pretty good. Nice of them to give us a break on that step. Yeah, well, that's what I figured. With all the process involved, it was likely it was going to have a pretty good output. It would have really sucked if that wasn't the case. Because, I mean, the alternative would be you'd just end up waiting a lot. Alright, so... yeah, this is on the output, so I shouldn't need to do anything fancy with this. So we can take that like that. And then just smash it. Not there. And just smash it on in here. Okay, so let's check about setting up a train. So if I can remember how this works, train station, I believe I want the arrow pointing the way it's going to pull into the train. So there's the end station. And now we will want a freight platform with the freight on that side. And for right now, I think that will be adequate. I will want to expand it, but for right now, I'm going to try and just put the 1 in there, and we'll see how that goes. So I'm going to go logistics, conveyor, grab you, drop you down, turn you facing that way. And set you to load. Alright. So, train. We have a train. My intent, I think, for the train is it doesn't seem like no matter what route I take here, it's going to go smoothly. I think I'm going to try and go around the outside here and in there and then cut across this crap. Because this is all cliffs here, and I want to say there's a ramp over there. So... that's my intent. I don't know how this is going to go. The other downside about this is, because we're in the middle of the water, we could make the submersible train again, but I have a feeling the water is going to be too deep for that to be worthwhile. Alright, let's start the turn. I mean, honestly, we could make it a straight shot. Like, I could slowly ramp it up and literally make it a straight shot the whole way there. That's actually, you know what? That's probably going to be more fun anyways. Let's do that instead. So, what I need to do is see... Alright, so... honestly, that is almost a straight shot. Let's see how much up this train can handle. So, the way we can figure that out is I will grab the railway. And how far out do you go before you start complaining about it? Alright, farther than that. Because I can take it as far out as it can go, and then we can start seeing what we can do to curve it. Okay, so this is the limit here. Halfway through this block. So I need to see how up it can go. And then we'll make it ramps because that is a good point that, I think... Oh, I missed one. Put the jetpack back on. And I'm willing to bet we can probably go up at least 2. I don't know about more than that, but I feel like at least 2 is going to be fine. Alright, so far it seems to be content with that. Seems to be happy with 3. Four is, I think, we're going to start seeing a limit. Still happy with 4. And there's you. Still happy with 5. This is actually going to probably go pretty well. Because if I can go that much up that fast, I should be able to clear the mounds pretty quick. Alright, so we are starting to hit an edge. That it is starting to complain about the length of it, because the angle is making it longer. Okay, we found the limit. So my hope here is, if I go here and instead put a ramp right there, and I have it stop on the ramp, can I keep it from doing like the sway up down thing? Railroad track is too steep. Oh, you know what? The 45 might be too much. I might be able to go up 1 more in height and then make it like the 2 meter, so it's a little bit less of a steep hill. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Okay, so I can go up 1 more. What I need to do, though, is instead of the 45, let's try the 2. Yeah. That's what you want to see. And honestly, we could probably make this consistent from now by just going 2. We can just go right up and over this mountain. Oh, I did the thing again. Okay. There's some impressive brakes to stop at that station. Hey, man. Probably 1 more higher. So I figure I just make as much of the path as I can before I run out of materials. And then I can backtrack. Yeah, we're definitely right on over the top of it. The more impressive thing is going to be probably dropping this train back down somewhere on this side. Okay. The good news is we are making aluminum ingots this entire time. So at least we're not, like, losing out in any meaningful way. Did it again. Trying to walk on what I haven't built yet. Alright. And the sky rail is go. Because I also figure if I build this, if I run out of the steel to make the railway across, I can just walk on my giant sky bridge to get back there. So where am I building the aluminum tower? For taking my aluminum ingots and starting to make actual aluminum products. I'm thinking over there. Finish the fourth corner of the complex? Do aluminum products need more water? I really hope not. That would be deeply upsetting. My assumption is once I've made aluminum, I'm done with the water. If not, I'm gonna be pretty upset. Okay. So I think we have it drop down here. And like I said, I think my goal is to go down over here for the aluminum tower. But the first thing I need to do is we need to start this process of going down. Because I'm thinking if we get down in height, then I can sit there and I can have it swoop to one side or the other. I actually might even deliberately do that. Go 4. Now I can just go the rest of the way down. And I'm right about to run out of iron plates. That's fine. That's close enough. Let's go back. So I'm going to have it slightly shimmy over so that we start taking an angle down here just to kind of scooch on over real fast. Because then if I scooch on over, I should be able to turn around and have it go in there. Well, I could go grab the iron plates there, but I do intend on taking apart this giant concrete bridge after we get this run. Don't you need more materials for the rail? I don't know yet, but I want to go ahead and build as much as we can so it's out of my inventory, because my inventory's been pretty close to full. So we'll want to get that all set up. And then when I get to this side, I'm going to go ahead and drop down the train on this side, build it all, get it all set up, so that way the train can start going back and forth. And then I'll build, you know, add another walkway over to the tower, yada yada. There's a whole lot we got to get done with this. But yeah, so my hope is that this will be a lot smoother than our previous rail, which was like doing this and all over the place. So that it should just, you know, gradually go up, level out. Maybe I have like a little bump at the top, but it'll level out, go across, and then drop back down. Because I'm going to try and do just as flat. I was just going to go around the outside, and where there's that inlet there, I was going to bring it up there and have it just go up the hill there. I think this is better, though. I'm glad people said it's a straight shot, you know, memeing. Because, like, you know what? We can just go uphill. And just go straight over there. So transportation, railway. Because the good news is, very genuinely, it does seem like the railway isn't that expensive. Like the actual railroad tracks. All things considered. It's complaining about the whole way being like, you're clipping with the land. Stop it, you're hurting us. Oh yeah, no, this is really efficient. I didn't realize. All of that was only 8 of each type of steel. Alright. Okay, and that leads us to the top. If I have a gap, I can clean it up later. All right. This is looking real good. Taking a little while to set up, but that's fine. It does make me miss the thing in Factorio when you're doing kind of like railroads, where you can just click and hold the button and walk, and it'll just drop it. Or doing that with like the power lines and all that kind of stuff. It does make me miss that mechanic where it's like, oh, I want to run that real far. Turns out you don't need more materials for the railway. Yeah, no, I didn't realize just how efficient the railway was. The fact that you can go like this giant length, it's like, yeah, how much does that cost? It's 8. Which does make it way cheaper than the conveyor belts. Which, it's like, you know, 10, 12 tiles long. For like 2 of the industrial encased stuff. Yeah, it'd be 1,000 belts for that distance. Yep. Well, I figured at this point we were talking a huge distance, and it would want to make sure I could scale it up, because if we end up needing more and more aluminum, I would be able to scale it up by just, you know, paying whatever we need. All right. Don't the train cars cost like $1,000 each? I think they have a pretty decent price to them. All right. So we've got that sorted. So it's got like a weird little shimmy here. That's fine. I do want to pick up a bunch of this concrete and steel plates, just because I don't really need that many. Oh, just caught up here. I don't know if there's a limit at how far I can dismantle these, but I'm fine with just running along here. I'm just watching to see if there's anything that is not concrete or metal plates. Looks like 50. Well, right. That's the cumulative total. I'm curious if there's a distance total. Like, if I run far enough from the first block, will it tell me no? The answer is no. Because then this will get back all of that concrete and all of that steel. Or sorry, all that iron. So I don't have to go and grab more, and I don't have this weird giant concrete platform in the sky. I just have this one rail. And honestly, a rail curving around in the sky isn't that weird, even in real life. The only thing that makes this weird is there's no supports. Alright. Because, yeah, if you look at this, each time I'm doing this, I'm getting about half a stack of iron and about half a stack of concrete back. Skyrail actually looks good how you did it. Yeah, it's part of the reason I wanted to do the little light ramps, is I was worried if I did it with the blocks or whatever. I have my first train I built that, if you look at this pathing, it kind of wiggles like this and does this in a lot of places. So it's really pretty awful looking. But, you know, it works. You're impressed that it's literal straight shot? Yeah, but I mean, if you look at why it's a straight shot, it's because I took the time to, you know, point in the correct direction and go from there. Because no matter where you're at in the map, it'd be a straight shot if you do that. You just line up the train station and you just go. And as far out as I am, it's going to be vaguely north. Alright, and we can lift all this up. And that honestly probably gave us 5 or 6 stacks of stuff back. Alright, now we just have to worry about the other side. We've got our sky rail. Now all we need is some proper banking turns, a loop-de-loop. You know, do the whole drop thing where it goes, it locks in place and then drops. And then, you know, go to the next part. Have a proper ride on our hands. Oh, for those who haven't been watching the video footage for Planet Coaster 2, the stuff they're adding to that game is wild. They're adding all sorts of these neat things that have been in some of them have been in roller coasters for a while. Again, like where you can have it where, you know, you goes over and it slides your roller coaster aside onto a new track and then goes, or drops down and goes, or like bobs up and goes. They have one where like actually rotate you and face you down the airway. So they're like doing all sorts of like wild things that roller coasters can have. They've got all the water slides and all those attractions because they're adding water park functionality. I'm really excited to see it. It also looks like they're really expanding on a lot of stuff. Because like one of the places that Planet Coaster was always kind of weak was the employee side of things. Because you had very little control over your employees. You could just train them and like lock them into an area. And they kind of just did their thing. Versus now you're going to be able to go and say, okay, when it comes time to break, it's like you can take break at this time and you at that time and you at that time. Do not take break at this time kind of thing. So you can have a lot more control, because one of the things you'd run the first game is all of your employees would simultaneously go on break because you hired them all at about the same time. And you'd run this weird situation where suddenly you found yourself where none of your booths were running because every one of your you know, people who'd work the booths all stop doing their stuff at the exact same time to go on break. Or you'd start training people and they'd all start training on the exact same moment. And so they're doing a lot with it. Okay. So I've got all that. So now the plan is going to be right around here. I'm going to make my train station because I should be able to drop that in and make that work. Let's make it forward. That way if I have to expand a little bit behind it, we've got room. Alright, so with this we can go here and say transportation, train station. Am I not far enough back? Oh, it's like one tile wider. That's fine. Yeah, it's fine. We can just fix that. Okay. So let's get the crate platform down. I need wire. That has been a long time since I've needed wire. Yeah, so we can get that train running back and forth, getting the aluminum ingots here, and then once I get those, I'll start building up the tower to get our aluminum sheets going, and at that point it can finally turn around and be like, okay, what do I need to do literally any of these projects I'm supposed to be working on? Because all of them have been sitting here getting zero forward momentum because they all depended on aluminum. You're gonna need more rebars. Oh, I hate seeing that. That is not what I wanted to come back to. Alright, so apparently we aren't producing enough copper wire. And our copper wire production has stalled. And that's a big problem. So let's go see if I can't smack 3 more constructors on here for copper wire. Also, before I try and do that, I don't have enough encased industrial beams. Alright, so I ran out of copper wire, and the machine making our copper wire is straight up out as well. So that's a problem. You're probably full up. Almost. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright. So let's get that sorted out. Now the good news is all of these machines have been producing this whole time. So whatever was eating up all that copper wire, the good news is that means I've got a pretty big backlog of whatever that is. So that should help out on the other side where whatever that is, if I need it for something, I already got a whole lot of it. And the other advantage is we are about to unlock tier 5 belts. So if I hook these up and then I find out, oh, I don't have enough, like, there's not enough copper on the line to handle this, I'm about to fix that problem in, like, just a couple seconds. So wire, drop you in, wire, wire. And I could also certainly expand the Caterium and have it start producing wire as well. All right. There's tier 5 belts? Yep. That's literally what I'm trying to unlock right now is Logistics 5. They take aluminum though, so they're not cheap. Okay, so that is building up pretty quickly. Are you building up? Yep, so genuinely that implies I could put even more wire production on here. I am starting to worry that we are going to hit where I can't feed more in here faster. Yeah, so I am getting extra through there. Okay, so that whole system is now backing up. Yep. Alright. So let's take a look at the initial input and see how fast that's moving. Yeah, so we can definitely use probably 2 more on there. Before that'll start hitting capacity. And pretty soon I'm going to have to work on power because all of this I'm expanding is becoming more and more of a power burden. Logistics. Splitter. Copper wire. Copper wire. Merger. Okay, so we've just basically added on to this whole system a total of 5 additional constructors making copper wire. The copper wire, or the copper ingots coming into here so far as on the belt's capacity, seem to be holding up just fine. And as you can see, it is desperately trying to keep things moving as quickly as possible. That belt is almost at complete saturation, where even if I wanted to put more through, I wouldn't be able to. The concern now that... Wait. Where are the ingots coming from? Yeah, the concern now is the ingots are pausing, so that's good news. Are the ingots going down, though? And no, it actually seems to be stalemated. It's just what it gobbled up earlier. Are you fine so far as the extra stuff coming in? Because this is going to start being a burden on you. No, that's still stutter stepping, so that means we're good. Just as a precaution, so I don't get caught off guard again, I'm going to add 2 more of these. No, I'm not. I don't have wire. Okay, so where is all of that wire going? Is it all going to cable, I'm guessing, from where that's going up top? Because I'm honestly surprised the cable isn't full. Well, that's deeply concerning. I have no spare cable. That said, I got a whole lot of automated wiring. And I've got so little cable going that it's literally running that at 50%. And the other wire is coming in here for these, which it has backed up in here. I'm trying to see if I can't snag... There. I'll just snag 1 stack out of it and let it play catch-up. Alright, that's fine. I'm still going to add the 2 more smelters on here. They're probably unnecessary, but I figure it won't hurt anything, and it's also one of those things that, unnecessary or not, it won't matter too much. So copper, drop that in. Copper. And your power pole is maxed. All right. So we've got 2 more smelters running. We've got more ingots on the way in. Yeah, that should be on a net positive now because we did gain that. And that is running full bore. But if we do see this start filling up on this end, it is, so we're good. All right. So I'm still a little bit concerned about the copper wire situation, but I think that's what it is right now. What the heck were we making where we ran out of copper wire? It was something with the train station. It might even have been the train station itself. I think it was literally the train station itself is what we ran out of. On that end. So let's get that built. Let's also check on our power. So we're still running almost 1,000 watts under, like 800 watts or so under. As we fix stuff, that'll start building up. Our max can get way over what we're able to do now, so we don't want to work too much in getting all that efficiency sorted out. It'll be a real problem. We can drop you on this side. And for the moment, I'm going to put an empty platform with rails. That way I can easily expand to add more freight later. And now we have the... Alright, so I'm going to need 10 of the frames. 10 modular frames. So I need 10 modular frames. And then we can build ourselves 2 engines and a freight. Ooh, actually, what does the freight require? So, for the train itself, I have plenty other than the modular frames for that. Okay, it's just modular frames. Okay, so yeah, I just need a bunch of modular frames. And I see that belt is still not filled up, which does worry me. But I think that's because it's making all those heavy frames, and modular frames just needs to be expanded on. I'll deal with that after our power. But I should be able to just run over here, go into the box, grab whatever's there out, and deal with it from this end. Because I'm pretty sure I turned off the final product it was making, so it should just be backlogging. Were you where it's going? Alright, no it's not. Modular frames are gone. Okay. We're gonna make some modular frames. That's because we have this all running the entire time we've been running around. All these things that were not in the best shape are starting to finally hit their limits where we're seeing what we're actually missing. That's looking like that's at a deficit. That's what you love, a central storage. Yeah, no, that's it's not a bad idea is to have a conveyor of like each material all brought to one area that you have like this is the ingot like this is, you know, your iron plate boxes, your steel plate boxes, your this box. It is just one of those things you do end up having all of those materials on their various belts and all that. And all of those belts do act as a buffer where you're going to have 200-300 of whatever material is between where you produce it and take it to your central storage. Plus whatever you put in the box. So you do just have a bunch of those tied up. It's not bad, though. The new thing that I need to unlock, because it's through the SAM material, is with the SAM material, we can now make a storage thing where you put this, like, dimensional storage there. And that anywhere, I don't know if it's got a range or just limitless space, but I don't have to have the materials in my stuff. Yeah, no, it's a new thing. But supposedly you can construct directly out of it without having to have it in your inventory. But it's right here. Oh, I forgot I even had that. So an alternate automated miner. Why would I buy that? Why would I ever want that? And then this is, I can use... Oh, was this the one that gave me more capacity? I'm gonna rescan. Iron wire or fused wire? I'm gonna choose the fused wire because... Oh, solid steel? Okay, apparently everyone is excited about that and I didn't catch it. But the fused wire is 90 per minute, which would be an incredible boost in the amount we can get. It takes both the Caterium and all that, so that's probably something to fix our wire problems once they do it. I'll get to see the... Let's see. Automated miner into dimensional storage is a luxury you never knew you wanted. Yeah, I could see that, but I could also... Well, actually, I don't know if you can craft the other stuff there. I could certainly see the advantage of being able to just run up to, like, literally anything on the map and just be like, plunk, okay, it's wired in now. That said, I'm not really bothered by having to craft a miner real fast. I always have the materials on me, and I can just plunk a thing down and make it real quick. So, Okay. Not bad. You like it because it's less coal per steel and produces a bit quicker per machine. Just need to smelt the iron into bars first. Yeah, well, that's what it seemed. I only chose not to do it because it's just like, okay, steel's not an immediate problem, and so I wasn't fussed with it too much. But it is probably something I'm going to need eventually. Okay, so there's the engine. There's the freight cart. And there's another engine. And there is storage on the engine, the thing right there. Okay. No oh, I forgot to plug you in. That's fair. I don't know if I plugged in the other train station either. Alright, so with that, we can go here and say, edit the timetable. So this will be add you, do this, cycles, and don't wait more than 60 seconds. So save, Rotterdam, add that, save, don't wait more than 60 seconds. Okay, save changes, turn on self-driving. Yep, I'll need storage here. Right now, I just want to get the train hooked up, because the station itself does have storage, but I want to get it moving back and forth just to get the aluminum actually moving. And then what I'm going to do is I'll probably need to deal with the power. Okay, it's just checking, okay. I'll deal with that in a break. So we've got our sky rail, nice smooth ride over the swamp. I am realizing what I'll probably end up running into a problem later is when I need to add a second freight on this. I'm going to need to I'm gonna need to extend the station this way, and that whole ramp's gonna be wrong. That didn't even take 60 seconds? Yeah, my assumption is it's full. You're going to go, right? You're loaded. You're not giving me the warning that you can't get there. Are you not powered on this side? There we go. I think it wasn't powered on that side, and that's the reason it wasn't going anywhere. Alright, but now they got this extra train on here. You can see here it's pulling almost an extra 100 megawatts. This is the point where we're starting to play a dangerous game with our power. So I am going to need to go where we are making petroleum power, and I'm going to have to go to that side and get that all fixed up. We're also going to need to check to make sure nothing's backing up there, like our plastic or rubber production's getting too much that's going to potentially shut that down. But we'll get that all sorted out. But with this, we're producing aluminum finally. I would like to get it producing aluminum sheet, but let me check on the power. If the power still looks like we got a huge cushion, I'm going to build just enough to have a non-zero amount of aluminum sheet being made. If I can get that far, then I need to run over and deal with the power. Because the power is going to creep up on us, but the longer I'm not producing aluminum sheet, the longer I am not making forward progress. Okay, so you're grabbing that whole crate. How much is going to go in this thing from that crate? Are you gonna empty that? Oh, you're not configured right. Hang on. Why can't I configure you? You. Station. I need to configure it to unload here. I could have sworn it was here you do it. At the actual freight thing. That you have to configure it to say, you're an unload and you're a load station. Oh, you know what? It might literally not allow... No, I don't know. So we're gonna miss this delivery. Because I need to... One... Get you set up. And now I can configure it. Unload. Okay, that's fine. So how is our power doing? So we are at a point, power consumption-wise, I can exceed my capacity by 700 megawatts. That said, I am running about 600-700 under. So I do have some room before things go to absolute crap. Do you think I have a hazmat suit before you start mining? Yeah, no, I will. I would assume I will, because it'll be really hard to work on stuff without the hazmat suit there. Alright, so let's go ahead and get over here. I need more steel piping. We get that going and get on to the next thing. Grab 2 stacks, and that should be plenty. And all of the stuff here needs its capacity expanded, but we're just not there. Alright, so you're good. What needs to happen here is I'm going to go to this foundation. That's not going to be high enough. Alright, new plan. We're going to go to this foundation, and we're going to do a weird a weird shimmy over here real fast. You know what it could be? I could put a ramp up down here. We'll figure it out. The first step is get this thing over the train station. So you won't expand up this way, so let's take 2 more off. Alright. Yep, so that tells me... Okay, so neither of these will expand this way. So this can expand as far as we want left and right. No, actually that way it's got a little bit of a limit. So yeah, we can expand just about as far as we want that way. This way will be where our outside wall is. So let's go ahead and get probably 2 more boxes out here. And I'll have to figure out how I want to connect this. I kind of low-key want to convert, like put a walkway over here. So I've got you going this way as like our between the building walkway. And so we're going to expand that way. So if I were to turn this into not the steepest ramp, but that style. There we go. Cool. And so with this, the width of the building will ultimately be determined by however wide it requires me to do the aluminum processes. But down the ramp will be my main way in. We'll put doors on it. And then this will be the front of the building. It won't go any wider than that. And then this will be my exterior wall that I pipe everything in. Actually, should I pipe it in from this side? Let's pipe it in from this side. Because this is already going to be the front. I can't expand that way. So this is already a good choice. Okay. So, we could start here by piping it in this area. So you can go to walls, honeycomb pattern, do up, and the slots up there. And that's where we're going to try and get that to. So we can go here and say logistics, conveyor mark 3, grab you. So that's the output. Let's reverse it. I'm going to turn it that way. Because I'm sure I'm going to need to expand it at some point. And there comes the aluminum. And then the reason I went up this high is I can go here. Oh, that's going to expand it out that way. You know what? That's fine. That's fine. We can expand out that way. And then with this, as I need, I can run against like the floor, ceilings, walls, wherever. Well, not the floor, but the everywhere else. So I don't have to worry about it. Okay, so we've got aluminum getting in here. All right, so production to constructor. What do we have in the constructor? I can make aluminum casings in the constructor, which I don't know how much I need of. Versatile container for that. So that's aluminum casings. We have the assembler. Nothing. Okay, and that's the aluminum sheets. So the aluminum sheets are copper. and aluminum. Okay. It's fine. I'm not mad, you're mad. I don't know what you're talking about. Everything's fine. I'm not salty, you're salty. Alright, so. We can go ahead and that would be where the thing here is. We can go to production, assembler. And I want it to be one tile from the outside edge over there. So adjust that. Okay, so that means I do need to bring in copper as well. So that's a thing that's also going to need to occur. So we can go over here to our walls. That's not the right wall. Grab our honeycomb pattern. I'm going to need to grab more steel here in about 10 seconds, which is fine. Yeah, so we can go over here, grab our steel bars, which are hopefully not running out. But my plan is to basically run the copper and the steel on the wall. Any unused copper veins nearby? There should be. I'm gonna tap a new copper vein. I'm not going to cannibalize an existing one to try and handle that. Okay, we don't have enough steel bar production. Are you getting enough ingots? No, you're not. Our steel production is no longer adequate. Okay, it's fine. Alright, so more fires to put out. I still want to get the... Like, I don't care about the casings yet. I should get those going at some point. I just want to get the aluminum plates going. If I can get the aluminum plates going, or whatever they are they good fires or bad fires? Yes. Okay, we can grab you. At least they aren't really bad fires. Yeah. Alright, so the next up is going to be bringing a copper line in here. Please stop. There you go. So I'll deal with that in a minute. So... It's fine, we'll figure it out. The first up, so that's where the copper line is going to come in here. And what I'm going to go ahead and do here is we're going to do the whole on-the-wall hooks kind of thing. And I am going to have it drop down. That's at least my plan. Okay, that's too narrow. So there's the copper input. And then for you, this is going to be a little bit interesting. I'm going to have it drop down. And it's going to get its set of hooks. And honestly, I'm just going to drop down to the floor at that point. Oh, you're not right. Are you not right as well? I don't think you're right as well. That's fine. We can get it all sorted out. Okay. I think that'll make it go this way. Yes. Alright, so now we can go here, get our splitters hooked up. Yeah, so I'm trying to get as much of it off of the floor. Alright, so let's try this again. Cool. Why are you No, stop it. That's not the way I want it. Okay, so that way, reverse it. Okay. Are you backwards? Is that what's going on right now? No, because that's... Ah, you're backwards. Which means this whole belt is backwards, and I hate it. The good news is we're getting aluminum ingots this whole time. Alright. And we can put the NAR splitter on there. And I'm not sure why I'm not seeing the ingots come up. Because I deleted the wrong one. That's cool. Let's try that again. Okay, so grab you. Come on. Okay, so I'll do a slight adjustment. Why are you the way you are? Alright. So that's an import. It should be happy. There we go. It's just being finicky with how I'm starting these, and I need to just set them backwards. Okay, so with that, now it should go up here. It is going up, so that should go in here and drop back down. All right, we'll get this one day, chat. So I should take that in and put that out. Do I need a belt between you? Okay, there we go. Jeez, that fought. Okay. So next up, let's grab you and just drop you down real quick. That should be an in. Alright, so the thing I'm going back and forth on in my head is my copper production is over here. And that's been fine. And I could potentially go and set up another place to smelt the copper to ship it over. That wouldn't be the worst idea ever. Because these are going at a pretty good clip. I am going to need another copper line coming out. Realistically. The issue I have here is I don't really want to set up a completely remote new location for my copper. I want to just keep expanding here. Because very genuinely, I have enough room, I could put an entire another smelter line. So I think honestly what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to just go here, probably add another storage, and then we could potentially have copper go elsewhere in my base. So like turn this around, have a new line go in, put a new line of smelters here, and keep the copper in the copper building. Just for the sake of keeping everything in the same place. I believe that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to set up just the initial thing here. And this is because I'm going to need a lot of copper for, you know, what we're doing next. You know what? I'm going to actually put that one near the ceiling. as opposed to near the floor. So I can run the stuff along the ceiling. Alright. So we'll go organization. This one's output. I can actually snug it right against that one. It'll probably be fine. And honestly, just whack that one in there for right now. And if I need a new line, we can do that. Alright. That's not what I meant to do, but okay. You show that floor. Gonna be slightly off center from there. That's fine. I already know I'm gonna need more than one of those. Why are you complaining? I don't know if that one's gonna work. We'll have to find out. And do you have a drop down here I gotta worry about? Nope. So we can go here and make a place for the input for the ore. Get rid of that. So we can go out here. And then we can put the splitter here. Alright. Is that straight? I don't think it is. Oh, I see what I did. I didn't put that where I could make it straight in the first place. If I turn it this way, and I do that, and now I put the merger here, and grab this, I can make this play nicer. There we go. Alright, I need more iron plates. Okay, so yeah, so we'll end up taking that, and I will run that over. The power is gonna have to happen, but I want to try and get some more copper into that building. I don't do that. That's way too much iron plates. Like that's the thing. I keep putting off the power. It is going to bite me. We're getting within about 500 or so of my capacity. That is getting really dangerous. Because if I take it too far and it shuts me down, then lots of things break and bringing it all back online will be very difficult. Those aren't the right things, I don't think. There we go. That's better. Why are you fighting me? You're a merger. Oh, you're backwards. Which makes sense, because I did copy ones that were facing the other way. It would make sense for all of this to be wrong. I'm surprised that was okay. It probably isn't. It's probably facing the wrong direction now I think about it. So now let's try this again, only this time facing the correct direction. Alright. That's working way better. And grab you. Okay, so with all that effort, now I just need to find copper ore. So that's the ingots out. And then this, where's the ore in? Where'd the ore in go? Oh, the ore in is, so no, that's the ingots out. Why are you also going out? What's going on? Did I seriously take all of that and it was right and I turned the whole thing around? Don't mind me, chat. I'm exercising madness. And, seeing where it gets me. I was wondering how it's like, how do I have this all planned and have this much trouble with it? It's much more frustrating when someone else... This is much less frustrating when someone else is doing it. Yeah, no, it was just very genuinely, like, suddenly kind of realized, okay, so that is the out there. Because that feeds into the box, and then the box feeds out of the building. So this is the side I want the mergers on. Which are being weird about this. Oh, I mean, that's fine. If I gotta move those, we can move those. Yeah, so let's move these. They should be one tile farther back than I put them. There we go. Okay, so that side is configured correctly. Don't touch it. Meanwhile, we have this side. So, snap you, snap you, snap you. That's an input lane. Now I need to go to the splitters. Why are you not giving me arrows? Close enough to write. Alright, all of that is looking correct now. Plug them all in. Set them all to copper. Okay, so where is the nearest not already exploited copper? I've got iron. So I've got copper up here. And I think that's my nearest one. So it's northeast. Oh, do I have drills on me? Do I have what I need to make that? I do. Okay. So it's over this way. That's probably the iron node. But it looks like there was a copper node over this way. That's probably it right there. Yeah, that's a copper right there. Okay. So we can get that copper coming over. That's not going to be a lot of copper. It's going to be a little bit limited for us. That's fine. Hey, you know what? I'm looking to vent some frustration. I feel slightly better. Alright. So with that, there's the Mark II. There should be lots of power around here in all directions. There's power way out there. We got our big power poles over here. Is there another copper vein over here? No, not really. The next copper vein is a little bit of a trek. Okay, so that's all hooked up. So this copper node I'm going to immediately drop 3 slugs in, because I'm going to be trying to sustain a decent amount on a not amazing copper node, and getting a second node is going to be some work. You don't have power? Why don't you have power? Oh, I accidentally put up a new pole. I didn't connect to the existing pole. That's my bad. There, now it should be online. Okay, so now I just need to get over to that tower. And that gets me my copper. And that gets that copper smelted. And then I gotta take that to a new location. You're actually running? Yes, you are. Alright. Don't shoot me with fire, I'm busy. I've been fighting to get this aluminum set up. To give you an idea, we've been playing since like 7 p.m. EST. And I spent maybe an hour unlocking the next tier. That's my copper over there. So I'm just trying to go the wrong place, don't mind me. And we spent maybe an hour getting to the next area. And ever since then, I've been setting up aluminum. There's just so much to be done. I have a feeling I regret looking in this box. It's gonna make me sad. Oh no, actually the box makes me look perfectly content. We're good. Alright. Because now I know for a fact I've got to fix a lot of things. Where's my copper line? Oh, there you are. Throw a sneak right under you. Where's the drop? Oh, I haven't set the drop yet. I've got where the drop is going to be. I haven't actually dropped it though. There we go. So that's the ore in. Ore goes in. Weaves. That's the wrong way. Don't bring the ore in there. Stop it. That's... Oh, no, that was right. That was right. Okay, never mind. I am just having difficulty with all this. Okay, we're fine. So the ore goes in. We go to the machine on the far end, drop what we got in here. So the ingots go in, they go into this box, they go out here, and then this is where the ore comes out. Well, the ingots come out. And this is what needs to go over to our aluminum tower. Okay, and that's where that's going. And you're starting to get to that point where there's just not enough room to squeeze stuff under and over each other. Okay, and that should be copper ingots going into the building, and with that, we should finally bake, we should finally be making, as soon as I actually select the recipe, did I build the wrong building? There we go. I was gonna say, like, don't you dare tell me I didn't build the right thing, which would be totally understandable, but still super upsetting. So you can go here and power. Put the little punch through node right there. Put this here so it's easier to expand later. And put you at the bottom of the ramp. Alright. Holy crap. I want to see at least, oh, it's finally happening. We finally have aluminum. Good God. Alright. Next problem is power. So let's go fix our power. Is there things I need before I go over there? I've got motors, I've got rotors. I probably need more encased steel. Yeah, so I think it'll be encased steel, and I might need more of the modular frames. Alright, so let's grab some encased steel. And since the train has already left, I wonder how easy it'd be for me to go over the mountain with this. Probably not. I'm willing to bet... this ends up being a difficulty. Let's just be ready just in case. Okay. All right. Hey, how you doing, little guy? All right. Oh, that's a town name. The town names are all like set by the game. Alright, so there's a whole bunch of slugs over there that I don't want to deal with. Because it's got a bajillion of the wasps things at it. But I haven't been up here in a long time. And so like I see stuff like there's that purple slug there. I honestly wonder if I could drop down, grab the purple slug, and just bail. That probably... I mean, we're definitely going to trigger all those wasps. Like, we'll definitely want to get those when I get low. I just haven't been bothering because I need to clean up a whole bunch. The wasps are your least favorite enemies? Yeah, there's not a really good way to, like, cheese them or anything. Like, I mean, that's not necessarily true. You can actually hop into a vehicle and they can't hurt you. Alright, so let's take a quick peek here. This is where our petroleum production is all going on. So that's still sitting plenty good. You aren't backlogged at all. Everything's just flying through that box. These conveyors aren't getting backlogged. How are you doing? Nothing in this box here. That's not even full. Okay, so it looks like we're doing perfectly fine on the plastic and the rubber side of things. And I probably just need to expand what I've already got here and keep this ball rolling. I do think I have a problem here where we have hit the point where I'm going to be sitting on top of the ground, which is going to mess with a lot of stuff, because that means my petroleum is going to have to be elevated. I'm hoping I can get away where it'll still snap in. I wonder if that'll work. I think there'll be enough lack of elevation that'll be okay. So it's adding another pipe onto the system. Boss, this can be snuck up on with a crouch. That's news to me. Okay, so that still won't be enough. They hatch from player movement, not melee attack. Oh, weird, wild. I'm a little concerned that we'll have to have a pump to make this work. Oh, I'm out of cable. I don't feel like going the whole way back for cables. I'm just going to crafting bench. And smash some cable together real quick. Because cable's another one of those things I gotta fix. But I gotta fix my power before I can worry about the next thing there. Okay. So this is the one that's going to have the highest throughput right here. So, all right. So each one of these is taking 50 meters cubed. And you're producing 40 meters. Yeah, 40 meters cubed. So one of these is overtaking that. And you're making 40 meters cubed. We need more. We definitely need more. That's the answer. That is definitely not sufficient. Can't fit any more that way, so I'm just gonna go ahead and cap off the thing there. Alright, so I've got all this pipeline here. So plugging into the pipeline should be easy. Then go over here real fast and... Get you, Captain, here real quick. And so, make fuel. Make fuel. Alright, so... Now the question is... Do I have enough oil coming in? I think we're already hooked up to all 3 of those, and I think I did bother to toss the slugs in on all of them. Just out of a curiosity kind of thing. No, I didn't. I still have a whole extra pump here that's not hooked up to the system. That's right. Then go over here, shove a pipe in there, and we just want to try to not let it go, at any point need to go up any meaningful amount. So it's about even there. We can cut across the way till it's about even here. Somewhere around there would be probably about even. So it is gonna need to go up a little. Oh, that's gonna be enough. I'm gonna have to have a pump. I just accept that. I didn't realize how much lower that is. Yeah, that's gonna have to have a pump. That's fine. All right. So with that, I'm gonna put tier 1 pump because I don't have the materials for a tier 2, and I'm just gonna see if I can get away without needing a bigger one. Oh, let's get rid of that wire. Bring you way over here. Where is your wire? Not nearby. Alright, so I need a little bit more wire to plug the pump in. And then we could potentially get our power production cranked up a bit higher. Yeah, like I said, in this particular case, I needed a pump. Yeah, so we do have a head lift that we've got to deal with. So that should be pumping it up here, and we should be fine. Let's see, copper motor recipe is good, or not from a hard drive? Or should you go with wet limestone? I don't know off the top of my head. You get enough hard drives that's not one, like a super big deal one way or the other. Eventually you will get all the things. So if you ever find yourself like really hurting, just go hard drive hunting. Okay. So we've got all the oil we can from over here. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So let's take a quick peek here real fast and see if our petroleum's going down. I think it will be. Yeah, no, it is. It is definitely going down because it's sitting at about 1,500, and each cycle it's dropping about 510. Because I've got what, 50, 100, 150, 200, 250 petroleum being consumed, and I'm producing. That's 200 there, 240. I'm 10 petroleum shy of breaking even. Oh, don't do that. No, 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 don't do that. I need you using all the blue stuff. You use all the blue stuff for me, all right? I cannot have you backlogging that. That will cause me a lot of problems. Yeah, sounds like one snail power off. Yeah. Honestly. Yes, that bumps it up to 60 per minute. I'll put a little bit extra just to be safe. Okay, so good news. That has fixed that. I have officially used up all of my snails. And with that, our power production capacity is just 30 some odd megawatts over there. We are using about 75% of our power now. So we are fine. But yeah, so I'm gonna start needing to go collect snails. We're gonna hop on our train, and hopefully by now, Logistics 5 will be ready. Why do you still have containers while you're here? You should not have containers while you're here. It's not what I want to see. I don't want to see containers while you're here. You're supposed to be emptying on the other side. Please tell me you're not full on the other side. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing, is I'm guessing our storage on the other side is full. Now, granted, that's not that hard of a problem to fix. I can give myself a temporary fix of that problem. I can give myself a temporary fix of that problem by going to the other side and just filling up my inventory and going to the awesome shop and saying, what if we didn't have this anymore? Huh. Yeah, plastic goes down the sink. Pretty much. That's pretty much what we do, is we just grab a whole lot of plastic and a whole lot of rubber and just shove it into the awesome shop. Looks like the iron rod problem has become widespread. Yeah. Well, that's more than likely what's happened. More than likely what's happened is I have something that was using the plastic and rubber that has begun to stall because we're either out of copper wire or rods or whatever. And as a result now, we're backfilling on our plastic and all that. But that's part of the reason I didn't want to add more. You know what I probably could do? I probably could literally take the plastic and rubber production we have over there, the ones using the oil, convert those to petroleum, use the byproduct to make the plastic and rubber. Yeah, so these belts are full, the storage is full. This is not what I want to see. You know what I'm gonna do? This is not going to be the right approach at all. This is a temporary, I don't want to deal with this solution. That is the I don't want to deal with this solution. We are just going to shunt all of the rubber whatsoever out of here into the awesome shop and just be done with it. And I'm going to go right here. I'm going to put a merge on that. And I'm going to go over here to this. And this is not something we want to keep. If we keep this, this will cause us incredible amounts of grief. But for right now, I just don't have the Fs to give. Do smart splitters have an overflow setting? Probably. I also don't have my smart splitters unlocked because I haven't bothered. So we're just going to empty these out because I'm not using hardly any of that. And just feed them into the awesome shop until it stops. I need to remember to get rid of those later. Anyways, now that we're ignoring our problems, let's go ahead and see if I can't get stuff done over here. Do I have 400 of those on me? No. I actually do. This is just a temporary solution. The other little lies you can tell yourself in Satisfactory. Well, in this particular case, it has to be a temporary solution because if I leave it there, stuff breaks. I'll need a better solution there. Like this isn't one of those ones I can ignore for a while and it just goes away, or you know I just work around it. Eventually that becomes catastrophic. What kind of solutions do you figure would work? For that one, I could sit there and unlock the smart inserters and have it going into my storage that I could intervene at that stage and have it so that, like, when it overflows, it just dumps over there. And that would work. Oh, yeah, give me a full stack. So that would be an actual solution to that problem. Another thing is, honestly, as long as I don't increase my capacity of production for those materials, eventually I will just use that many and not have to worry about it.
Milestone reached. Fixit dedicated this milestone to the conveyor belt and lift Mark 5. They may be implying that your factory could be further optimized. While they are correct, I believe they are setting unreasonable expectations. Having all of humanity very definitely relying on your work is a lot of pressure. It's a good thing I'm here.
Appreciated. Alright, so all these require things I don't know how to make. Cool. Hazmat suit is gonna be a thing. So now we're on to our next thing of production with the aluminum. Hazmat is tier 7. Alright, so the plan is for the other stuff to go on this side. We've already got the materials going in here. I just need to make room for it. And we can go to this. This will be the output container. That'll give me at least enough space. So we'll have one free tile between me and the path. And I believe this only required a constructor, if I remember correctly, from what I saw earlier. Yes! A simple product. It's been a while since I've had a product that it's just like, how do I do this? I just plug a thing in. Alright. So, this is probably not, no, you know what? We're gonna do this correctly. I was like, this is probably not the correct approach. I've got a box here, it's already got 2 outs, I can just not use a splitter, bring that over, do a drop down here, and be just fine and not create a future problem for me. Because by doing it this way, it'll be easier to adjust and expand later. So I've got that, and we're just gonna go right here like this. And put a splitter right here. Take this out here. And just like that, that is plugged in now. And so all I need to do from here is we will put a power pole there. So I've got some in this area. I'm out of cable. Let's go find out that our cable has run out again. And that everything is awful. And I'm out of copper wire. And everything is awful. And everything is awful. That's the part I'm looking forward to. Is the part where everything is awful. Alright. So how are we doing cable wire? Oh yeah, that's what you like to see. Literally none to be found in the box. How are we doing on the AI things? They're doing their things. Give me all of it. I'm taking it. It's mine now. Alright. So, my copper tower has problems. My steel tower has problems. But my aluminum tower does not have problems. My aluminum tower is doing swell. Oh, I need to make the filters for my mask. Man, I haven't made those yet. Alright. I have delayed dealing with so much on the MAM. Let's start fixing that. You. All I need is 10 DNA. No problem. Give me a stack. Let's finish up research on the MAM. Because I've had so much I've ignored because I've had other priorities. Alright, so I need 10 of these. Cool. All megafauna research is done.
Hostile organisms added to the object scanner. Note, it cannot detect the species, only aggression. There are many creatures that dislike you, Pioneer, but I am your true friend.
Alright, so I need to be making the more advanced circuit boards for that. I could probably make these things. I'm not really worried about that. Alright, so I need to make this. I can't put it off anymore. So I need 50 fabric and I need 10 coal. So we need to grab that. And I need to grab biomass here. So I might have to go hunting for some mycelium. AI limiters and higher speed connectors. Yeah, no, I got the high speed connectors, and those are going to obliterate absolutely every last bit of my copper. And I know it. And I hate it. And it's gonna have to happen. There's going to be a lot of copper disappearing in my future. Okay, so for that, I need 10 coal. Where do I have the nearest coal? I honestly think it's way over here, unfortunately. You have copper? Well, no, that's the thing. I mean, we need to bring in more copper. So the thing I can actually do to help out with the copper wire thing, and it's something I've been putting off, but I know I can do anytime now, is if we take our time and go to my Caterium, which, like I said, for my Caterium, I want to move it. But if I take the time to move my Caterium to a new location, I do have the recipe that for 4 Caterium and a copper ingot, I can produce 90 copper wire per hour, or whatever minute, or whatever the duration of time is. So I do have the ability to massively increase the output of my copper wire at the cost of Caterium. We're not using the Caterium for a whole lot right now, so very genuinely I can put that to good use. Now, I think for that one, I'm probably going to move copper to the Caterium, not the other way around. Because I already know that's going to be a thing I have to worry about as well. Alright, so there's the 10 coal I need to make our hazmat filters. And that's going to be a whole thing. The worst thing is I haven't started producing a single one of these things above us. Not a one has even been begun. But we're also getting relatively close to the end of the game. Because I finished this phase, and I believe I have one more phase to finish to unlock our last set of things. And then my guess is when you finish that phase, it's game done. And we're also starting to exhaust the different exotic materials in the game. I believe the only exotic material I know that is still left is I haven't actually started using the SAM, but we have the recipes available to us. Is there a Phase 5 goal? Yes. I'm assuming at least. I'm assuming we unlock Phase 5. Well, actually, I don't know if there is. I can't say that. My assumption is there would be a Phase 5 goal, and then when you finish the Phase 5 goal, you would get the ending. That would be my guess. Right, so I needed to go down here. Do the mycelium, to get my gas mask, to do that.
Research completed. Gas mask and filter unlocked. Mycelia fabric is highly absorbent, making it more effective at toxic gas filtration than the standard issue Pioneer helmet. A pleasant pine scent is included. Gas filters require regular replacement for optimal safety.
Okay, and I can finish up another whole tree of the MAM, but is grabbing 2 stacks of explosives and just slamming those in there. I'm just trying to unlock these things because, like, I needed the filters. So there's those 2. So even though I don't really care about the pulse grenades, I'm going to grab them. Like, they might be good, but I haven't been using my grenades as weapons. And that might be something that changes as we get to, like, super dangerous later creatures. It might just be, that's dangerous, slap it with a nuke. So we can go to you. And that's the quartz tree done.
Pulse Nobelisk unlocked. This ammunition for the Nobelisk detonator generates a powerful shockwave capable of repelling nearby objects, including the user. Unrelated. Please ensure all your Fix-It liability waivers are up to date.
Grab the circuit board and computers out of there. Drop those in there. Alright. So we're doing good and all that. So I've got those boards. Honestly, I'm producing these boards. It's fine. Okay, so I need to make the filters, which are going to require, I'm assuming that's going to be cloth, fabric. Okay. So I need to make 50 fabric for the hazmat suit, and I'm going to need a lot of coal. Which means I'm going to need more mycelium, because it's what? I'm going to need more mycelium. There's not a second part to the statement. I need more mycelium to do the hazmat suit. I probably have everything else I need for the hazmat suit, other than the mycelium. I'm trying to... I know I've got a route that goes through a bunch of mushroom areas. And that's where our Caterium is. Like I said, I think the answer is going to be to use the use the Caterium and the copper together to make copper wire. To help with that, I can grab the slug because we should be able to get close enough to that off that tower. Hey, be cool, I'm just stealing your slug. Thanks, man, I appreciate how cool you were about that. Can I get up there? Yeah, barely. All right. More sluggo. Oh, I can make this work way easier, where I don't even have to fight it. Where's my power line? There you are. And now I can just go right on up.
Look through the window.
I'm just kind of cruising over top, grabbing what I can easily, and not put a whole lot of effort into it. Oh yeah, I've been low on rebar for a while, haven't I? Alright. Got more bees up there I don't feel like dealing with. I don't care about silica. Alright. Got a purple sluggo up in the top of this tree. What the heck was that power line trick? What? Oh. Because I'm using the hover pack that I can glide as long as I'm in range of power line, all I did is I just pulled the power line way higher. That way, I was close enough to a power line to continue being powered to fly up higher. Oh. There's a bunch up here. I was like... I could tell I could still hear it. I was like, what? This is also not using scanners for this hunt. I'm not specifically here to hunt for them. What? Why was my thing not going into glide mode? There are so many lizard doggos. Why don't I have a bunch of the stuff they need to be happy? There's like 5 of them there. Because if I have the red berries, I can make friends with Lizard Doggo. But I don't think there's red berries nearby. But we're here for the mycelium at the moment. It's needed for making fabric. Oh, berries. Okay, there's the lizard doggos. Cool. We became friends with the lizard doggo. And I'm hoping I'll find more berries nearby. And not enemies like that hurt us. Why are there so many? There's like 30 lizard doggos over here. I'm not unhappy, I'm just confused. Okay. So, we need to go home. And I need to grab a whole pile of pale berries and just make a bunch of friends. Because they'll bring you random stuff that's sometimes even really good if you befriend them. And that is a lot of them. But we did tame one. I just don't understand why there was like 20 of them over there. Like that's what got me thrown off. Usually when I played this game in the past, I'll see like 1, 2, maybe 3 the entire time I'm playing. Let alone like a herd of like 10, 15, 20 of them. So let's run over here to where I've got some storage, and I've got the pale berries I've been collecting so far in the game all stashed in there. And we'll grab that, and we're gonna go make a bunch of friends with lizard doggos. Because I don't know how well they, like how good they are at finding their way back to you. But honestly, I don't care. Because if I can get that to work, that just means I'm going to get, like, a trickle income of whatever they find. The only dangerous one is when they show up with uranium. And you're going, please, doggo, it hurts me. Stop it, get away. So what we want to do is we want to split the stack, drop a pale berry for each one that's not tamed. And I'm hoping once they've eaten, they won't eat again for a little while. So you can just throw one on the ground, one goes up and tames, throw one on the ground, one goes up and tames, throw one on the ground, one goes up and tame. And just see how many we can manage to tame. Because part of me feels like it's not supposed to work that way. Not unless it's a thing that over time the lizard doggos congregate. And since we've got a bunch of time in here, all the lizard doggos have collectively become one giant doggo swarm. Okay, so they were up there on that little ridge. And my hope is we'll see them still in the area. So you're the friendly one. Hey, be cool. I left an offering. Okay. I see there's another one over there. Okay, there's more up here. Yeah, no, I think you're right that I have to walk him back to base. Oh, no, no. Sorry, I'm not trying to scare you away. Okay, so the ones I've already tamed are also eating them, but I see at least 3 more up there. I'm gonna just check everything I have on the ground. And back away. No, no, I'm trying to stay away. I'll give you a moment to figure yourselves out. Naming them numbers. Right now I haven't been bothering because there's just too many. Okay, so I'm out of pale berries. Are we friendos? Alright, all of you, follow me. That's fine. We'll take the 6 that have figured out how to follow. Okay, none of them are following me reliably. One had something? Okay, so we have... Yeah, so they're all scattering in different directions. I honestly think I'm not going to try and drag them back to base. I think it'll be a thing that we just come back here from time to time and check on them. Because they're not following me reliably. Maybe they're gathering? They might be doing that. But that's still fine. Because build an animal pen? Nah, it's not worth it. I've had them glitch through those so often, it's just, I don't care that much. Because the whole fun of them is they'll run off and they'll grab something and they'll bring it back to you. And sometimes it'll be junk you don't care about, like a piece of iron or whatever. But other times they'll come back and be like, I got, you know, I've got a stack of aluminum or whatever. Still, we made a lot of doggo friends. And I gave up every single pale beret I had. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So towards the beginning of the game, did you run into issues with power? You're producing 460 kilowatt max, using like 130. Some of your production shows as yellow and not working. Has material and enough power. Is the output blocked? Like where the stuff is coming out, is that blocked? Because that'll cause you problems. Otherwise, you just need to double check your belts, because sometimes you have a belt, not like you have like a splitter that the stuff isn't getting through and all that. That's the best I can guess. I don't think that's a power problem, unless you accidentally made yourself multiple power grids. Okay, yellow is a problem with materials. Yeah, so that's, yeah, if that's the case, then that means you're not getting materials in. It's one of those things, just go, like, you can go to the machine real fast, like, jump up to it, click on it, and see if the materials are here. If not, then you're not getting your materials. If it doesn't have power, it'll have, like, a big label here that says no power. And then it could be, like, your conveyor belt is up to it, but not actually going into it, stuff like that. There's all sorts of things that can go wrong that cause issues that aren't necessarily easy to notice. Yeah, no, a lot of times I will just literally yank the belt and replace the belt, because the number of times I've had belts not quite go the way I want them to. Okay, so we've got all that. I need a lot of fabric, and that's going to be biomass that I need for that. Because I need to make the filters and the fabric. So gas filters is coal and 2 fabric. And that makes a filter. So I need 100 fabric. That says I can make 70. Which is because I still don't have enough mycelium. And I understand, ultimately, I probably want to not manually make the filters. That's something I will likely want to change. Right now, I'm just trying to knock that out while we wait for a minute. And I know I need to fix my wire. Let's see, so you added coal power to your power grid, and once you did that, this yellow started popping up. There's a good chance with your coal, a very, very, very common problem people have with the coal's power is running into situations where the water is either insufficient or is just not getting where you need it. So there is a good chance you have a problem with your coal. It is one of the more complicated power things to set up where things can just go wrong with it. Alright, so I need more mycelium. Like 30 of it. Yeah, no, the pipes have a thing where if you are going up with them, you can only go up the tiniest little bit before you need a pump. Like a pump in line. Because the pumps in this game, so you have like your pump that sits on the water, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this pump. That one right there. If you look at the stats on that, that doesn't increase the flow of water. That allows the water to go more vertical. So putting a pump in a line will let you go up 20 meters. Or 20 M or whatever. You know, if you go any higher than that, the flow will go to absolute garbage. To a point it won't be able to run your coal power. So more than likely that's what's happened, because that's what I ran into when I set up coal the first time myself. Is it took me a lot of time to figure out what was going on, and it ended up being that I didn't have my water line was too elevated, and because of it my water pressure would drop to nothing, and so the coal would kind of like sputter on and off because it couldn't get enough water. So I'm willing to bet if you go over to your coal plants, you probably look at it, and there'll be the ball on the left that fills up with water. If you notice that's not filling up either at all or in a meaningful speed, that would be a strong indicator that's what's up. Alright. So I came back over here because I need more mycelium. I need like 30 more. Okay. Back to collecting the mycelium. Let's see. At least you have one of the resource. Need more. More of the star mushrooms. Yeah. I haven't worrying about like the nutrient stuff. Like don't get me wrong, the nutrient stuff gets you your fast heals and all that, which there's certainly a value to that. It's fine. What's a little radiation damage between friends? Let's leave them alone. Because I'm getting pretty low on my rebar. Thank you for the high-yield explosives, doggo friend. I'm slightly concerned that you brought back explosives, but you know, it's just like you send your dog out to go play fetch, and it comes back with like a live grenade, and you're just like, excuse me? Thank you for the fused modular frames that I am incapable of making, doggo friend. Thank you for the aluminum casings that I don't have the inventory to space to carry. We'll just chuck away some grass. Lizard doggos are the greatest. I wonder if you could theoretically beat the game using just the lizard doggos. Like, I don't know how complete their loot table is. But if you could just sit there, have a small army of them. Well, they'll bring back stuff regularly throughout the game. So it is a thing that you will sometimes get really good materials just by chance. It probably is something, though, that, like, the phase of the game likely gives you better odds of getting better stuff or whatever. So we tamed, like, 12 of them or something. Because we had a bunch of them that ran over here, too. Oh, I didn't become friends with you yet. The heck are you? Fair enough. Oh, that one's not tamed yet. Alright, so definitely got enough mycelium. But it's those things that I wonder if the doggo friends, like, again, how far they'll go. Like, if it's one of those things, if I just hung around my base, would they eventually find their way home or what? Because the fact that, like, the one brought me one of, like, the end game materials, like, alright, thanks, man. I'll take your really complicated frames that I'm believing are going to be one of the required materials for making my nuclear containment things. Sure. Alright. So the good and bad news of what we've got going on, the good news is we did get aluminum set up. The bad news is we really have not made great progress on the aluminum tier. Like, I got the aluminum set up, and that took forever. But I do need to just work on, like, scaling up our factory. I also need to go all these things above me. I should be able to make some of them at this phase, and I probably need to get those started. Because they are going to hold us up. I'm sure I can't make all of them because I'm going to need uranium or whatever. I'm just trying to right now get the hazmat suit. Once I get the filters, that's all I'm missing. We're at about the same spot? Yeah. I mean, I figure you're able to play when I'm not on and all that. Because I have to stop stream and do my own thing for a while. And then play catch-up. It isn't to be like, oh, look at you, come on. Or anything like that. It's just... I could genuinely go hard on this game after stream if it wasn't for the fact that then, you know, people would miss out a bunch of stuff and it'd be a big bummer for a lot of people. So I have to, like, go out of my way to not play more. Okay, not enough inventory space. That's fine. We can drop you off. Actually, let's grab that. And do stuff with that. Grab you. So the grass goes in this box. The wood goes in this box. You're full, which is still a problem. Is your dad's widespread making things? You have like one of each thing fully built? Yeah. Well, I'm sure I'm not like doing this nearly as efficiently as it could be. I don't care about that little tiny bit of quartz. We can drop you off in the box. We can drop you off in the box. And pop over here real quick. Turn those into animal protein. Drop you in the box. So now I need to make the filters. I don't care about the gas mask at all right now. So for the gas filters, now I need 4 coal each. And that implies I need 400 coal. $200 coal? Why would... Oh, because I need 50. Right. I need 50, so yeah, 200. You're correct. My brain was thinking I needed 400 of the filters. Or sorry, 100 of the filters. Well, yeah, only 200. That I think you can make happen by just going... That's fine. We're going to go over to where the steel production is. And I'm just going to do it over there. Because we go over to the steel production real fast, I can just... That's not what I want to see. What I'm seeing here is that, those steel lines aren't full. And that's not my favorite. Which we already realized that, because remember we were running out of steel bars, and it was one of those things where I was like, I need to go back and fix that, but we had another more immediate fire. Which is kind of where we've been at, is our fires have not been taking turns. Okay. Yeah, so those are doing fine on coal. Which is why I came here. They're just not producing fast enough. We are at the point we can upgrade these belts and improve the capacity of our steel production. And we should certainly do that. And I know I could throw in snails and probably improve it a bunch. But, oh man, I kind of squished myself in there, didn't I? I'll deal with that in a minute. Yeah, no, I realize we're getting close to time. Yeah, no, I mean, I got options. So, like, what I could do is instead of up, I could put another layer behind it. I could also, where I've got the cables on both sides, I could ditch probably that side and expand that way. You also have tier 2 miners, and you don't have tier 2 miners. Interesting. But yeah, no, there's things I could do to fix that problem. It needs to be done. Like, well, that's what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to get the next thing unlocked here. And then, when I run to something that's bottlenecking on steel, go back and fix my steel. You're working on tier 1 and keeping up barely. Oh, I see what you're saying. So instead of what I did where I immediately started expanding a lot of... That's weird that I stopped it there. Instead of like I did, which is where I'm upscaling things real fast, you went way farther out. I gotcha. So many things to do? Well, that's what happens, is as you get more and more stuff to do, you have more and more stuff to potentially fall out of whack. But that's fine. That is the name of the game. But yeah, so with that, I should be able to make the filters, and I'll probably, like, I literally have that wire and the aluminum casing should just be sitting there waiting for me. So that should let me go ahead and knock out the hazmat suit. Get that done. And exactly 50. And so I'll unlock the hazmat suit, give me a little bit more inventory space, and then we can look at the next thing. And then, like, the real pain point's gonna come up here. You should make more and wear it? Probably. Don't forget the stuff connected to plastic store. Thank you. That's probably fixed now. Well, I say fixed. Not fixed. It's probably... Oh no, those are still working on depleting. Yeah, I'm just gonna let that keep doing its thing. So I'll need a stack of you. Yeah, we'll definitely need to get rid of that at some point. Okay, well, I mean, the good news is our aluminum production is going real smoothly. We can certainly upscale a lot of that.
Milestone reached. The hazmat suit protects the wearer from radiation by consuming iodine-infused filters. You may find this protection essential if you are going to finally get around to saving humanity. I previously gave you compliments in an attempt to inspire you, but it might have given you the wrong idea. I will definitely be totally honest with you from this moment on. Here is a demonstration of a truthful compliment. That suit looks like it was made for you. Because it was.
What? Where's the compliment? I would like validation. Oh my god. We've had that feeding into the awesome. And literally, these are still maxed out. It is feeding into the awesome sink directly, without stop. And is still completely full. I needed to grab way more of that than I did. And snooze. Alright. Well, so, we'll just keep that feeding the awesome sink for now. I'll need one more stack, probably. And we'll just let that keep doing its thing for the time being, and we can worry about that later. And then grab 4 stacks of computers. And that'll finish out the entire level 7. Actually, I guess we're not as... So, let's see. I have a feeling the way the developers made this game have played too much Portal and tried a bit too hard to make the compliments GLaDOS-like. I think they've done a good job, though. Like, I feel like early on, Ada was nowhere near as sassy and all that. I wonder if that is a deliberate decision. That as you're advancing the dialogue between her and the other stuff... I mean, those are obviously scripted lines for when you advance stuff. So they're going to always be that way. But I think the idea is you'd get more Mercer spheres, more of all these things, that as you advanced, you'd see her, like, interacting with the other one and start questioning stuff and all that. I wonder if that is an intentional thing. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is knock out the control system development, because I do have the supplies to unlock this stuff, and then when we get to the next set, well, good. So where I was like, oh my god, we're making no progress, like just really kind of feeling it, I've come to the realization we finished off 6, got into 7, 7 is going to be done by the end of stream, and I'm assuming I need the blender for the sulfuric acid and then the batteries, which gets me the radio control unit supercomputer assembly stuff there, which is all the thing that's blocking me from getting this here. And here is where I get the magnetic field generator. That's one of those things. This is where I get the... Oh, I think the cooling system was over here on the left. So that's the next one. And then that's the thermal propulsion, which is this thing. And then we get the nuclear. Okay. And then honestly, that takes us to phase 4. So the good news is we don't need a lot of any of those things. So I am hopeful that that shouldn't be too bad. No, there wasn't another AI. It's the Mercer spheres and all those. That she interacts with those. But yeah, so once I get that, this is where we'll start having to upscale. Because literally I could chuck this stuff in here. That unlocks the supercomputer and radio control unit, which I'm assuming the supercomputer radio control unit, one of those is going to require the battery, which is going to require sulfuric acid, which is going to require something... Okay, yeah, so sulfuric acid is going to come from sulfur. That'll probably be the blender. It's going to be the sulfur and something else. So select milestone, and bam, 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 bam.
Milestone reached. Several parts more efficient and powerful than the human brain can now be made to compensate for many deficiencies otherwise encountered in future development efforts. The blender enables you to mix and/or combine parts and fluids for more complex recipes. Most importantly, project part number 6, the assembly director system, should be produced and delivered to the space elevator as soon as possible.
So, the implication here is that the drones will be this electric system that can move stuff between locations. So same idea as trains, except I don't have to build rails and all that. That's the way I'm reading this. So basically, a drone has a place it comes back to and it goes collect things. I don't know what the capacity is of a drone. I'd imagine it's not as high as a train, but that has a lot of implications. We have nuclear power, and nuclear power give us uranium and get us the first of these. So, they do have different requirements. Oh my god, that's so many of those. Yeah, and up until this one. So these first 3 here, those have the stuff I've got unlocked now. This is going to require stuff from advanced nuclear, and this has stuff that's required from advanced nuclear. So we should be able to do these 3 in any order we want. So, the thing I am thinking is, as far as priorities go, it is 50-50 between these. I'm going to choose the one here, and that's going to require the radio control unit. Let's just take a peek at what these are going to cost me to make. And I'm assuming... Oh my god, I need more modular frames. The motors I probably have plenty of. The modular frames, I have a bad feeling I won't have any at all. So motors here. We're good on motors. We are so good on motors. Motors have not been a problem for a while. Modular frames, on the other hand, are literally... We don't have any. And that's because we're making the heavy modular frames over here. And the good news is, as long as we've been making all these, I should at least have them, and that'll help. So that's the screws, and the heavy modular frames are down here. Oh, we are actually finally, like, backlogging on the heavy modular frames. And the modular frames were just in a bad place. So the good news is the heavy modular frames, I actually got plenty in stock. So we've got at least one bit of good news on this. All I'm trying to do is get the manufacturer done, because if I do that, I can plunk it down, take a quick peek at the recipe. Correct but very small inventory. That's what I figured. And then the advantage would be you could, in theory, put down a bunch and have them go for long distances, Because that would be the whole thing is the train, when you take it longer and longer distances, becomes less and less efficient because the commute time is a cost. Versus the drones, if I can put multiple drones to the same location or just start like going drone bay, drone bay, drone bay, drone bay, that potentially work. Now granted, they're probably going to have a power cost that's going to be its own problem. But yeah. It could also be just anytime you're trying to move something that's low volume, so like really, really late game materials where you're not producing lots of it, that could be a thing. Alright. So for the supercomputer... Oh no. No, 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 please. Alright, so I can make the radio control units now, but I need to make AI limiters and the more complicated circuits. So I gotta make the high-speed circuits. And the high... Actually, I might be making the high-speed circuits. But I gotta make the high-speed circuits, which are expensive. So we're making the computers. I'm not making the highs. Alright. So basically, with the next time I stream this, I'm going to have to go in here. We're gonna need to make the radio control units. I have literally everything I need to make those being produced. So good news there. Hey, Italics, how's it going? Though, thank you so much for the raid, Italics. For those who don't know, Italics, absolutely a fantastic content creator. Definitely someone to check out on the platform. Plays a whole bunch of different stuff like RimWorld and all that, but playing some Satisfactory as well right now. So definitely good times over there. So welcome in, Raiders. So all that. And we're just hitting the, what is it, tier 8 or whatever, and I was lamenting at the things I'm going to need. So I am going to make the stream go a bit longer, because I was actually getting into wind down, but that's okay. I'm going to kick the ad as far back as I can, because why not? So let me get this out of the way, because I was just checking on my recipes. Okay, so time to check out the base, and thank you for all of those followers. Follows. That's incredibly generous. So first, let me get up there. Because if I get up there, I'm going to get a much better vantage point of our main part. And all that. But thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count ever streamed. I'm at 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. That said, that record has been beaten. Krabby is happy about the follows. Yes. Alright. Alright, so let me just get up this hill real fast. Because that gives me the highest vantage point of my base nearby. And the base has begun to really sprawl where there's nowhere on the map I could really see it all. Which is both cool and a bit of an intimidating thing. But we have been expanding more and more and more. We are just getting into the tier 8 section. I have done gooped. I have done gooped a lot. Please. Let's try that again. I'm used to my rocket pack. I haven't used these since I got the cable or the... Here, we can switch this. Okay. Switch to a rocket pack so I can fly up here. Because I've got a thing that lets me hover anytime I'm near where I'm making power or have power hooked up. But that doesn't work with that. Alright, now I can switch it back. But yeah, so if I get up here to the top of this tower, that's my best vantage point that I'm aware of right now. Okay, so now I can hover. So, this is the main part of my factory. And so if we look at this, I've got this giant area that produces all my iron products. I got this area that produces all my copper products. I've got that produces all my steel products. We have over here, I've got all of my limestone. Over there is my quartz. There's the teeny tiny little cadmium building over there. Behind that is aluminum. And we can take a closer look at that in a minute. If you look way out in the distance over there, I've got a bunch of steel production over there that makes my steel ingots for my steel area. And you can see this belt over here, I've got coal right back there. And on the other side, I don't think I could quite peek over. I have oil production back there. I'll take us there in a minute. And way over there, you've got a rail that goes all the way out there into the swamp. That's where I actually make my aluminum ingots. So with all that said, let's go ahead and glide on down. Because what I could do is I have 2 trains. I have one train that goes to my oil and one train that goes to my aluminum ingot production. You can also see I've got way over there. That's where my sulfur production is for gunpowder. But where we're at right now is I am working on scaling up my factory for completing phase 4. I have just recently got aluminum set up. It takes for absolute ever. And that's a whole big thing. So yeah, so as you can see, we've got all our copper stuff going on up here. So I've got cable being produced over here. I honestly don't think those need to be produced at all. I'm going to leave them going for now. All right, Harry Paul, you have a good one. You know, and then we've got over here, like, I've got my straters being made. I've got, you know, copper sheets. We go down a little bit farther. I've got my copper ingots. I've got my copper wire. We've got our first train station down here that is bringing our plastic. And you might go, man, that's a lot of plastic. What are you doing with that? And if we look at our spaghetti over here, I have my awesome sink. And it is all going into my awesome sink. It's just going right into my awesome sink because it's becoming an actual problem. That if I look here, it's full. It's just full. Both the rubber and plastic are just full. I have a tier 4 belt shoved directly into my awesome sink, and they're still full. They've been running that way for a couple of hours now, and it is proving to be a little bit of a problem. But yeah, so this is my oil train. We're gonna go ahead and hop on this in just a second, take us over to the oil. But as you can see, we're taking the strategy of the base up top. It looks really nice. It's got like this whole layering thing. All the conveyor belts are nice and organized and neat and wonderful. And then you look below the floor and spaghetti. This is our proverbial closet. You don't look in the closet. But we got stuff moving around everywhere. I am running into a lot of bottlenecks now. My copper wire is not adequate. My steel production of ingots is not adequate. My aluminum seems to be okay. We are starting to need to be able to produce stuff like the radio things. I need to unlock AI limiters and all that, which is going to take my already horrible situation I'm running into with my copper and get really worse. Everything is going to escalate, and it's going to be awful, and I gotta deal with it. And this is our submarine train. This train does go underwater. It also alarms me greatly that I'm watching that container and we're not lifting both containers off because there's not room to empty both containers right now. I'm probably legit, like, people are memeing about needing another awesome sink. I actually don't think we're in that meme territory anymore. I think that legitimately we're just going to need another awesome sink. Oh, no, I see. That's emptied enough that it was able to actually take the entire cargo off. Alright, so that's good news. That means our plastic is finally getting low enough that between the train station and the giant cargo container and all the belts, it is fully emptying. Versus the rubber, as you can see, emptied what it could, and what it couldn't went back onto the train. That's good news. That means I am finally starting to deplete the plastic. Good. Okay. It's also probably good that I go over here because we're probably starting to run ourselves low on petroleum. So this train, part of the reason I wanted to ride this will take us right back our coal power. And so we've got this going on over here. This track is not a smooth track. It is wavy and bouncy and all that. My other track is quite excellent and I'm quite proud of it. But yeah, so this is our coal power production right here. It's not amazing. It's kind of just rammed in there as tight as I could. But that's fine. And then we got a submersible train. It's just missing a loop-de-loop and you got yourself with a proper roller coaster. But that takes us over to our oil production. So oil production over here has been gradually scaling up more and more and more. So if we look over here, that's not what I wanted to see. That would imply I am consuming more oil than I'm producing by a very small amount. No, I mean, we'll check on that. We'll just keep in mind that that was at about 1200. It is on an endpoint, so it could be literally... Is that upgraded? There's our problem. Okay. Alright, so never mind. False alarm. Basically, I have higher flow all around it and lower flow in and out, so it is slowly draining that. Alright. But yeah, so we've got... This is our current rubber production. This is our current plastic production. This I might even retire and just use that. This is all petroleum production over here. And then I've got, you know, my reservoir here of my heavy oil residue and a little bit more fuel production. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so our petroleum is fine. That reservoir is super, super full. The awesome sink is big storage too. The awesome sink is delete stuff. It deletes it from existent to give you tickets. And then you can see we've got ourselves some nice 5 oil generators, petroleum generators, just churning away at speed. So if we check here, you should not be maxing out capacity. Now you're about half. And we got all of this making petroleum there. Why do you have... Why are your lights not green? Huh. Okay. And these are all going, making plastic and rubber that we shunt out in the rest. And so that is our oil production side. It's overclock? Gotcha. And these are yellow. Why are these yellow? Oh, they're just not overclocked. That's totally fine. Yeah, so we look over here. The good news is these are no longer backed up. So in theory, this should run out soon. Oh, it destroys them. That's good. Something Vanilla Factorio hasn't been doing. Yellow is running below 100%. Gotcha. That's totally fine. It's running perfectly okay for the time being. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna ride this train back to our main factory, and then from our main factory we will ride the train out to our aluminum production in the god-awful swamp of suffering and terribleness. Because everything in that swamp is awful. Uranium hounds that hit you for 2/3 of your health is a bad time. Giant leaping insects that leave poison clouds behind them is a bad time. All of it is awful and terrible, and I need more rebar. So you'll like what we did to make ourselves safe on the other side, which is I genuinely just said, I don't want to deal with this swamp, and I just chained everything as far from the swamp as I could so nothing would come attack me. Now, all that said, I did snooze my ad break as much as I could, because I was originally intending on winding down before we got that absolutely ridiculously generous raid, which I am not complaining about. But I am going to end up having to really use the restroom here in just a moment. So when the ad break does start in about 3 or so minutes, I'll be taking a quick, like, 1-2 minute break because I got to use the restroom and I need to grab myself a new drink because both of those need to be dealt with. Alright, so the train should be arriving here in a momentarily. We'll take the submersible train back, and then we'll have the aluminum train that we'll take out. That is just shipping aluminum ingots back and forth and all that. But it's been a whole thing. So my next steps I have is I need to get the radio control units built. I need to get the AI limiters being produced. And then I need to get the high-speed connectors being produced. Which is going to look at my paltry copper wire production, laugh at it, and just watch everything come apart. And that is just how that is going to play out. Because while we are making an obnoxious amount of copper wire, it is just not even adequate for my existing stuff, let alone the copper wire absolute goblin that is all of those things I just mentioned. Now the good news is I've got the alternative recipe where I can use Caterium and copper together to produce copper wire at 90 units per machine, which is going to be really good. But I am going to need to make a place for it, which I don't currently have. And right now where my Caterium is at is really not a good place for it to be. It's wedged in too close between my other buildings as I've expanded, so I need to relocate that. What I'm tempted to do is find somewhere over by my existing copper area, reroute my Caterium over there, and make the Caterium alternate wire there, and start trying to make my AI limiters and all that kind of stuff in that location. Or honestly, you know what I could even do? I could just combine my Caterium and my copper tower, because I don't think there's that much you make that is Caterium unique. I think it's just the Caterium wire, and then you use the Caterium ingots for alternate recipes for copper stuff. And I could be entirely wrong about that and immediately regret it. I think that's what I'm going to do. Is I think I'm going to move the Caterium ingots to go into our copper tower, give it its own floor to make more copper wire using the Caterium recipe. No, you know what I could even do? I could take my already existing secondary copper line, and I could make it the alternate recipe, get that built out. Once that's built out, go to the first line, rebuild that out. That'll work. That'll be good. So we're going to readjust the Caterium line. All right. So with that, the ad break is about to start, and I do apologize. I would delay it more if Twitch would let me, but after 3 snoozes, Twitch says you don't get any no more snoozes for an hour, and I've already snoozed 3 times. So I really need to use the restroom, so I'm going to go do that, and I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. And thank you again for tuning in, and so much for hanging out, and I'll be back in just a few. Oh no, I chose the wrong thing. I didn't mean to arrest you. I meant to give you medicine. This is not at all the same thing that what I meant to do. Whoops. I unintentionally did a literal kidnapping. I want a stack of corn. Raw corn in the mouth. That's what I want. No judgment. Or maybe a little judgment. Let's do this the uncontrolled way. All right. I didn't do that right. I'm okay if you're anxious, so long as we don't get anxious. Right now, I don't want to see anxious on our character. We're just going to see if our Nimble 5 will carry us through. Now, our hope is that we actually got the zombies off the car. Alright, I am back. Yeah, no, that's, that clip from Project Zomboid is actually part of 2 clips. That the first clip was actually the one injury, I think that was on Jeremiah Wiener, the one injury we had like way earlier in the run, like that was the one for that and whatnot. And it was just one of those things that were in the woods on the way to the military base, and things just went sideways, and I had to bail out of the car, because when you're trying to drive out there at night when you're in a hurry, there's lots of places where it's not very clear where the path is, and I accidentally pulled off the path, got myself into a dead end, just bailed out of the car and ran. But I got scratched in that, which we survived that one. But no, don't leave, don't no, get back here, get back here. Okay, fine. But yeah, so it was just one of those things that got scratched and all that, got separated from it, managed to run away to hide in a tiny little box and sleep in there, and it went to go recover the car, which was like just in the middle of nowhere in the woods, and had to like yell and drag stuff away. Man, those were some like spicy things. That was the record run, was with Jeremiah Wiener. We had cleared, what was it? I think we had cleared, was it Rosewood? We had cleared the military base. We had cleared March Ridge. And I think we were working, I know we died in Muldrow, and that I was in progress of clearing Muldrow. I can't remember if we took the time to clear Lake Follis or not. But we had cleared a whole lot of the cities in the area. So I'm going to go ahead and ride the train over to our aluminum real quick. Because it's a nice smooth rail ride and everything, you'll get a good high vantage point, because unlike that first rail where it's all cursed and did like all the up and down and waving back and forth and all that kind of nonsense, this one I took the time to like build ramps to make it smoothly climb and do all that sort of stuff, and it's much nicer. You know, when it does have like a little bit of a zigzag going up because I had to adjust as things needed to move, but it's a much nicer railway. And you can see like all these different power towers I've got in the distance all over the place where we've run things. But yeah, so the priorities I'm running into right now is, one, I need to at least be producing the AI limiter, the high-speed control panel, and the radio things. And then from there I'll be able to make, was it the supercomputer, I believe? And once I get those, that means I'm producing all of the separate things I can make right now. It doesn't mean I'm doing so at any meaningful capacity, or that we don't have bottlenecks, or everything isn't catching fire trying to sustain it. Those absolutely will be problems, but at least I'm making a non-zero amount of them. And once I'm making a non-zero amount of them, then I can turn around and start doing something more meaningful with that. We'll start looking and going, okay, here I'm trying to make the AI limiters, but they're bottlenecked because of this. Let's go backtrack. Why is that running low? Okay, that's running low because of this. All right, why is that running low? All right, it's running low because I don't have enough constructors. Build more constructors. And, you know, start improving the efficiency of all the separate pieces. That is going to be... Honestly, I'm expecting that to be just about the entirety of our Tier 8 situation, is going to just be stamping out one fire after another fire after another fire of, like, where I start running low on steel, and then I gotta go find a new place to get steel, and hooking all that up. Alright, so this is our aluminum train. And so the good news here is we should be able to just go over... I actually haven't checked on the aluminum since we set it up, so I honestly don't know if I'm making more aluminum than I'm using or not. So I might go over here and find the thing is basically completely empty of aluminum and go, oh crap. Or I might find it's actually making good progress. This is heavily leaning towards we are going through this really fast. You should be moving, right? It's fine. All of them, I have them set where they're supposed to wait until they have one cycle of emptying or loading, or 60 seconds, whichever happens first, and then leave. And I've been doing that to just try and keep them moving. None of these are particularly hitting a limit where I physically have the other side filling up too fast or anything. I don't anticipate that being a thing. And if it were, all I would do is I'd add a second freight like, I'd add one more, truck on this. But yeah, so if we look at this, I've got this wonderful sky path, so you can look over there. You can kind of make out in the distance way over there that I've got the sulfur production. You can see where I've got these random cables snaking through everywhere for like the quartz and all that. And for the record, I didn't set any of these names. These are just the default names. We've got our power for crossing the area, but yeah, so we got this nice, smooth, flat, perfectly well set up railway. And we go into our wonderful, awful, horrible, nobody wants it swamp. And so you can see where I have my aluminum drills, my bauxite drills over there in the swamp. And then we get down here, and you'll notice there's the swamp. I built a bridge, and then I put an entire platform with a wall on it, because everything in the swamp is awful and terrible, and I want nothing to do with it. It is everything you don't want in life. Okay, so let's take a look. You appear to be struggling on silica, which is a concern. And the aluminum ingots are not getting there in a particularly timely manner. Am I at a deficit with the silica? Can I get more silica? So you're putting out the aluminum solution, and you're consuming it. Do we have a bunch of aluminum solution in a... You're full of aluminum solution. Okay, so this is a question we had earlier. I'm going to have to import silica. But that is a problem for me to deal with, not right now. Aluminum is not my current bottleneck. My current bottleneck is stuff around copper. So instead of letting myself get distracted on this end, where things are going okay, we are getting aluminum, and it's going to need more silica. That's a problem. The reason I'm also delaying that is to get silica, I've got to find quartz, and then I've got to bring the quartz over here, make it into silica to help with that problem. And I mean, honestly, I could also put another freight on here, and then so one way we load up silica to bring it over here, the other way we load up aluminum ingots to bring it back. That wouldn't be a bad move. That's probably what I'll actually do. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I say that immediately before realizing I probably am going to need silica for something. Like something else on this side. But yeah, so I like the sky rail. It gives us a nice view. It's doing good. But yeah, so that kind of is the main parts of my base. Like I said, there's a sulfur pad over there. There's a steel pad over there. But for all intents and purposes, that's all the major components of the base. But with that, what I need to do is start getting some of these things produced. Let me see what I need to do to unlock the AI limiter and the high-speed control circuit and start making those happen. Because I'm going to need those for stuff. I'm also going to need the radio control thing. So let's check you. You're under Caterium? Oh, I must already have them unlocked. So there's a high-speed connector. Okay, so I do have them unlocked. I just need to actually be producing them, which I'm not. So if we go to our production... Oh yeah, and I did unlock my tier 5 belts. We just haven't been doing it yet. Okay, what do I actually make at the blender? Sulfuric acid, right? Oh no, we make the batteries themselves. Oh, I hate it. Oh, that's water. Okay. I still hate it, but I hate it for different reasons. Because the problem is there's no water here. Or anywhere nearby. So, where I've got my aluminum casings is absolutely nowhere near water. I hate it so much. Where is my nearest water? Oh, I mean, that's actually not that bad. So, we'll probably need to bring... Okay, that's fine. I can make that work. What I don't know is what I need for my sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid is water and sulfur. Okay, so it seems like what's going to ultimately happen is I'm going to make a sulfur tower over there. That will bring the sulfur in, we'll bring the water in, we'll make sulfuric acid, and then we'll make batteries with that. But that's not right now. That's tomorrow me problem. So right now, what I need to be looking at is I can already make the radio control units. Just right this second, I can make those. So let's get those started. So radio control unit's going to go on the roof up here. We're going to add a new floor onto this building and get that going on. So let's get that started. Same problem with Factorio. Oil production in one end of the base, need water for acid. Water is only on the other end of the base. Yeah, the difference is with Factorio, you can just shove a pipe there and it's fine. But with this game, with how it hates when you put water up in the air, it becomes this whole big thing. And I do realize that's poking through the floor. It's fine. I don't want to have, like, disperse heights on my floor, so I'm just dealing with it. Okay, and you'll get a power rod there, which isn't quite where I wanted it, but I'm going to live with it. Alright, so we've got power up here now. Okay, so we have enough room to fit everything on this side if we do it that way. So production, manufacture, the inputs go on this side. And you're one over the grid below because I want it just to match because it'll make my life easier for lining things up. All right, so you're going to be the one producing the radio control units. Which means I will need the oscillators, I'll need the computers, and I'll need the aluminum casings. And if we go out here, the oscillators are being produced there, so I could just pipe those up here. The computers are being produced here, I believe. No, they're being consumed there. They're being produced here. So what I could do here is that tile can go away. And we can go to walls, put our 3 ports there, and put our 3 ports here. And we'll go logistics, tier 4, and I want to take you from down here to up there. Okay. So we can wire up our computers to that spot. And then we're going to need the aluminum casings. I think that's low enough that I'm going to have to split stuff anyways. So I could take you down to this point, where that's blocked anyways, turn it that way, and then take you the rest of the way down. And that's where aluminum casings can come in. And then we had the crystal oscillators can go there. So we take you, and we'll just plunk it one down there. And that's where the crystal oscillators will pop in. Alright. So we can put this port here. And I will need the honeycomb wall. I'm going to run that the whole way over here. And put some floor down here. I'm out of concrete, so let's go get some concrete. Alright. So basically what I'm trying to do is get all the materials into that section of the wall. So if we look at what's going on, I'm making my oscillators in this spot. I'm going to make it run along the wall here. And, sorry, it's being made here. I'm going to run along the wall here, all the way to that spot. It pops up, goes into the machine. We will need to bring the aluminum casings, which are being made right there. So I'm going to run that down there, get into the spaghetti, grab it from this side, bring it back, and it'll get fed into here. And then we have our computers, which are going to be thrown into this port there, and go in there. So that shouldn't be too big of a hassle. It should be easy enough to set up. So we're going to go ahead and grab you. Pop you like that. And honestly, I'm just going to do it this way. This isn't how I've been doing the other ones, but I'm just going to do it this way anyways. So you get the 1 stack. And you get the 2 stack. And then we can go over here, and 1. And 2, because I was running them all along the wall. And we can run this across. And that across. And then with this, I can go over here to our splitters. And first splitter is being weird. There we go. First splitter there. Why are you trying to snap there? Second splitter here. Third splitter there. And then get rid of all the extra. So that way I don't have a bunch of just stuff sitting on a belt. So plug that in. Plug you in.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
And all that. And I can go ahead and get this. Cozy Vibe Games, it's going pretty good. So we can go ahead and I will want to put a pull here. That way if I do need to expand, I've got room. We can go here to Organization, Industrial Storage, drop you off, grab you. Because this is eventually going to need... Why are you... Oh, I've turned around. Yeah, so turn you around. Now lock you in place. Alright, so now we just need to wire all these up. So let's start with this one here. Like I said, we got the oscillating whatever's here. So I can go logistics, put our little hook on the wall there. We can run this over here. Alright, and with that, we've got the oscillators going up there. Next up is going to be the computers, which I believe are coming out here. Now, as you can see, I've already got this pretty heavily saturated, but that's okay. We can make this work. So in this one, I'm going to go ahead and put ceiling-mounted conveyor stuff. So we can go ahead and plug that there. And you here. And run that through. And that should be the computers going up there, so that's good news. And now I just got to get the aluminum casings. You just got the avoid touching the ground achievement? Yeah, no, I saw there was one where it's something like floor is lava or something is like the name of the achievement. Alright, so with this, the casings are over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead to put a drop over here. Let's actually do it this way. I'm going to get the two tiles up here because all my floors are 3 tall. Plunk you up there. Grab you. And just smash you right up that. So if I need these more places, we're good. And we can go ahead and grab you. And that'll just drop down here. Alright, and that should be everything I need to turn this on. So if we look at this, the moment those casings arrive, we will start producing our radio control units. And with our radio control units being produced, that is everything being produced I need for the aeronautical engineering That's what you like to see. Cool. So we got that all sorted out. The next up on our agenda is going to be the AI limiter. So it didn't look like those went in there. They're gonna probably go in here. So for the AI limiter, okay, so that's Caterium and copper. And then what is the high speed one? Because that's the two things I'm worried about. Oh, I need more modular frames. Which is a problem. It has consistently been a problem. Alright, so let's go ahead and run over to where my modular frames are backing up. Okay. So this is where I'm thinking we move the Caterium over to the copper tower, because I've already got the copper sheets here. The Caterium, I can use it to help with the wire and all that as well. And we can get other stuff going. So that's your explosive stuff. That's where heavy frames are going in. Which is where those are going. And you're still just starting to back up. I've got to get those modular frames fixed. Yep, no, I'm aware, Luxray. I said I was going to go long. When we got a rate of like 700 people at the end of the stream, I'm going to go long. But, like, that said, you know, I do appreciate people being like, hey, just keep an eye on your time. But yeah, it's just one of those things. Alright, so I need more modular frames, and I'm gonna have to get that expanded. I've been putting it off, but it keeps hitting us again and again and again, and it's gonna be more and more of a problem. But I just want to try and get this set up over here. I'm gonna need the more rods as well. The rods are up this way. I don't like seeing... Okay, it did stop. I was about to say, like, please don't be iron plates out. That's gonna happen, but I'm not ready for it. I've already got enough stuff that's not doing what I want. Right. So we were going over here because I wanted to check in what the requirements for the... I needed 20. It's fine. Let's just fix it. It's been a long time coming that I've needed to fix this, and I've kept ignoring it and ignoring it and ignoring it. That's not fair. I haven't been ignoring it. Okay, so those are running at capacity and still struggling. So it's going to be 2 more of these. And we can grab you. That's not what I want. There we go. I'm like hitting all the wrong buttons. Okay, so we got you set up, we got you set up. Trim off the end. And get you popped over. So we've got all that set up. I'm gonna grab you. Plunk you down there. Plug you in. Plug you in. Choose the modular frame. Choose the modular frame. Just checking for other recipes. Okay. So all of those are operating now. So we've had an extra 2 on there. So it's going to take a moment for the rods to catch up. But there is... We need a spaghetti channel for this? You mean like a spaghetti emote? If I played a lot of games that had the automation issue where you get like your spaghetti set up, I could see doing it then, but the reality is I don't I don't run into many games where that is a thing. Oh, a spaghetti channel for the... Oh. Yeah. I think the mods could create a channel. Yeah, I wouldn't have a problem with, creating a channel for Satisfactory. Okay, so that's still going. Let me go ahead and grab... Like, make ourselves some more modular frames for the assembler. And just try and keep stuff moving as best we can. Because I need 20 of these to make an assembler to check what I need for the next thing. Alright. So we can run over here. And we need to expand on this tower. But I need to check what I need. So production, assembler. That's not the building I need. Manufacturer. What's the high-speed connectors required? Okay, Tyrium wire and cable and that. Yeah, so I still think we're moving the Caterium over here. So let's see. So what the level 5 belts need material-wise? It was aluminum. If you look at it, it's the aluminum sheets. And they are just shy of twice as good as the tier 4 belt. Which is a massive upstage. We will likely use those when we start running into places like the steel where the belt itself is the bottleneck. We're not running into many of those yet, but we are going to get those. Okay, so I do think we're going to do a big expansion here. So I'm going to go ahead and slap you down here. Slap you over here. I need the next area up. Okay, so we're doing the thing where... Oh, wait. Is that staircase going the same way every floor, or does it zigzag? It's the same way every floor, and I didn't have another floor where I put stuff against it. That's not... Well, I guess... You know, that's actually fine. It'll be snug. It's whatever. I can fly now, so these really don't matter. Okay. So I got a lot of work to do on this floor. This is where the Caterium is time for it to start coming into the building. That we are going to start making that happen here. Because it does look like I am going to be needing a lot of Caterium for a lot of things. That's where this is happening. Is this a no blueprint challenge? No. I just haven't gotten used to using the blueprints very much, so I just don't think about them 90% of the time. It's not a deliberate decision to not use them. Okay. So with that, we can drop this down, and this will be where the Caterium ore is going to come into the building for right now. So we will need to go to production... and smelters. And I'm just going to plan to need 3 of these right off the bat. And I believe the middle lane is clear. That corner is super busy? Yep, that's not going to change. It's going to get busier. But that's the whole idea, is I have like my belts going up and down. Those outsides are going to get more and more flooded. Eventually, I'll start having problems fitting stuff in, and then we'll start punching holes through floors and all sorts of weird stuff. But that is for later problems. So Caterium ingots, Caterium ingots, Caterium ingots. We can pop over here and get power down there. That's close enough. I'll just tack into it. At some point, a bunch of my buildings on the bottom got moved around, because it's trying to make that instead. Alright, let's quickly fix that. I want you to be there. That's what it's trying to do, is it's trying to upgrade that thing, and getting confused when it wasn't working. Okay, so we can run this over here. And we can go ahead and get ourselves a container. And go to logistics. Merger. Alright, so that's gonna be step one. Get Caterium in here. Where is my Caterium stuff nearby? I've got what I'm exploiting over there. I don't know why I'm doing that. I have the radar. So, Caterium, we don't have much of anywhere, do we? That's 1,000 away, that's 1,000. Alright, so that's the one we're gonna end up hijacking. Because that spot there, like literally that tiny little spot there, is not adequate for what we're doing. So for the moment, what I'm gonna go ahead and do... Oh, wait! I'm already smelting you up there. I forgot about that. Because it was just one node, I didn't see a reason to drag it over. Well, okay, new plan. That'll save me space. I forgot it was already processing that. So in that case, what we could do is get rid of all this. We'll keep that port in. Now the challenge about this is, I was going to make it here in the building, that way I could run different lines for like making Caterium wire, for making Caterium this and that. And now that's not going to be the case. But that's fine. So instead what we're going to go ahead and do is we needed the assembler for a couple things. Alright. So let's remind ourselves. Alright. So, I've got the AI limiter. That's Caterium wire and a copper sheet. Let's get that going first. So that's going to be 2 lines going in here. So the first line will be our Caterium... Oh, it's Caterium wire, isn't it? Alright, well, let's make the wire in the building. Because we're going to get rid of the other spot. We're going to just make it in the building. So let's get that sorted out. So there's 1. 2 things for making Caterium wire. I'm going to rerun this so I don't get weird, like, splits in the middle of it. We can go here and set up a splitter. Then we can go to this side and get our storage. Production, let's see here. Organization, industry. Then grab the merger, so that way expanding's easier in the future. And we're into the thing where it doesn't want to quite center it. Yeah, so I put that down, then I can make the merger line up with that. Okay, so you're a quick wire. And you're a quick wire. Alright, so with that, we are looking to retire the Caterium production over here. So I'm going to yank that out of here. And we're going to go back over here and have our drop down here. I think we actually... Okay, is that the drop already down there? Let's see. No, we don't have the drop yet. Okay. So we can go ahead and get our drop going here. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so I need more encased. Alright, little by little we're getting that set up. So I should be able to get the quick wire over there. And this is being like a thing that's taking a little while to get set up that, you know, is kind of just taking my stuff other places. But it is kind of one of those things that I want to get this set up so we get the Caterium in this building and out of there so I could, you know, expand on those buildings. As well as then I can also pop over here and just have it available in the future. Okay, so now I've got that all routed over here. So that should have our quick wire production online. So that's some good news. So now let's get the next thing, which we were trying to set up all of this for, was the AI limiter. So we can pop over to the other side and start expanding the floor over here. Yeah, we're definitely going to need to bring more Caterium in here later for the wire, because I talked about the copper wire down below. We'll definitely want to get that being the recipe where it's part copper, part Caterium, but I'm going to have to bring Caterium from farther away to make that happen. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is production, assembler. We'll need to drop you here. Alright, and you are our AI limiters, which is going to be the Caterium wire and our copper sheets. Our copper sheets are coming out here. And so what I'm going to go ahead and do here is we'll go to logistic, or sorry, go to our walls, put a 3-port there, and a 3, well actually, you need to be up higher. So we'll go ahead and do the honeycomb window. Put the 3-port up here for bringing in the copper sheet. And little by little, I am building out these windows. And as far as you, the Caterium wire, I'm going to pop that up. Bring you the whole length down here. And then bring this up so I can bring them both around using the wall. I'll probably actually have to fill the wall out. Because I do want to eventually build these out so they are solid buildings that... Not solid, but, you know, have full walls and all that, so we're dealing with all sorts of weirdness so that they look nice in close spaces. Okay, so first, the copper sheets. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to grab that. I believe I need to take it from the top down. Yep. Cool. And then we can go ahead and connect that down here. That's connected on this side. And we'll go to logistics, our wall hooks. Then that's going to drop down here. So it's close enough we can actually get it to plug in. that one's not right. Okay, so the question is, will I be able to go from that side down? I don't think I will. I think I'll have to go farther back. Yep. So I can grab you. Cool. Alright, with that, we can go ahead and put our splitter to lead to that second port. Oh no, it's still too close. It's fine. We can shift that forward. I should have cloned it before I did that. That's fine. Assembler. That should be fine. Okay, so next up is the AI limiter, which is right there. And the plan's more or less the same idea. I'm not going to run along the floor. I want to run along the wall. Just because if I run along the wall, I don't have to worry about stuff being in the way on the floor. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, and we'll drop that down to the floor back there. Plus, it is kind of cool being able to like peek into those windows and see all the stuff moving around. It can also be helpful when I'm trying to check, being like, hey, am I producing enough of this? If I just look through the window and I can see that there is, you know, an empty belt there, I'm like, oh, that belt's running out. Clearly I'm not. I don't think it's like any kind of meta strategy or anything like that. It's just kind of a nice aesthetic. Okay, so you are now, you have that set up. We could pop a power pole here. Plug you in and plug you in, so that's now online. And we can go production, organize, set you up there. Smack and smack. And we are now producing AI limiters. So that's tangible progress. That is another thing I need that I'm actually producing now. But we got a lot more to build that is going to be more and more of a headache. Because this is the initial, I just need the things to be made at all. Next up is going to be, I need to be things to be made at any type of meaningful capacity. Okay, so the next up on our production, I don't think we had anything else in the assembler to make. We already are making those, we're making these. I don't care about any of the rest of the stuff. Assemble drone director system. Oh, I hate it. Okay. Alright, so that's the first one of the things I need for the space elevator. And the good news is I already have a bunch of those things that I can make. I want to say they're just down here. No, they're all the way over there. So that's painful. The next thing we need is for this. So I need to make the supercomputers, which is the AI limiter, the high-speed connector, the plastic, and the computers. So the AI limiters would need to cross. And then this is the high-speed connector. So the problem here is either I gotta run the circuit boards all the way over here, and then the Caterium all the way over there. Well, actually, it'd be the Caterium and the wire all the way over there, or the circuit boards over here. But the problem is when I go to do the supercomputer, I'm still gonna have to run the AI limiter. Either I have to run the plastic and the computers this way. It sucks either way. It's at least two things either direction I go with that. I do feel like it makes more sense for this to happen over there. Do the high-speed connectors and that over there. That is going to be a pain. let's reconsider. Okay. Manufacturer, let's look. Alright, high-speed connector. I have the Caterium wire and the cable here, but the modules here. Let's do that here, because I already have 2 of the 3 things here. Let's just do it here. Oh, you know what? This might not have enough space already set up in it. That might be the thing that decides it. No, that might work. It'll be snug. That should be doable. So the high-speed connector. So yeah, so I need the cable and the quick wire. Those are right here. And one of the nice things is because I'm making the quick wire right down there, I can honestly just bring it right up real easy. Like, you just bring it up and move it over and not have... Well, actually, let's bring it up on this area. Because where those are blocked down below, they're not blocked up here. So I can bring the quick wire, bring it around, plug it in, pop it right up. So that's good news. And that we will put right here. So quick wire will come right on past here. And so you can go to logistics. Oh, yeah, I don't want to do that. That's not how I want to approach that. I remember why I didn't do that before. So I've got one that's set up poorly, but we could deal with that later. And that's because then when I go to ramp these down, if that's in the way, it becomes a nuisance. That's fine. Okay, so with that said, we can, again, bring the quick wire over here. It can pop in right here. And we can just run right up that wall there. Grab ourselves a splitter. Meanwhile, I need to bring the power through. Okay, so with this, we now drop down here. That's more of that wall done. Alright, so you're where my quick wire is coming out. So we're going to grab that path. And what I'm going to want to do is bring that up over there. So we can go ahead and get our hooks. And honestly, just the one hook's probably enough because it's just going to want to snap up here. I kind of hate it, but it's what I'm going to live with. Alright, with that, the quick wire should be feeding in, and we're good with the quick wire. You have no power. What did... Oh, I failed to connect you. Alright. Cool. So quick wire should get pulled in, so that's good. I'm going to go ahead here and do an organizer. We're definitely going to need to scale up that quick wire, and it's going to happen in a big way. Alright, and that's for the high-speed connector. So now I need to bring the cable. That should be 2 floors down. Over here on this side, I believe. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's right here. Okay, so that'll actually work out. Cool. So you can go over here and plug the cable in. Alright, now the downside is I already have this box has 2 out paths. So that is just something I'm going to have to deal with. I'm probably going to need to split this off. I am going to need to massively increase the output we've got going on here. I have a feeling I'm going to hate everything about how this is about to look. It's fine. I'm just not going to look at it. If I don't look at it, it can't hurt me. So that's going to be cable popping in here. And so with that, we're going to go over here and put the first hook, just like we've done before, just over top of that box. Okay, so that's cable getting in here. That leaves just the circuit boards. Just so make sure I see at least... Okay, cool. It's not coming in quickly, but it is arriving. Now, as you can see, this spot is basically full up. But this spot isn't. So I'm just going to go right here, plug Q down. It'll... 4 spots open? Yeah, 4 spots open. So we can go here. And I'll go ahead and wire up this end of it real fast. So same idea as last time. I'm going to put a hook right above that. And same over here. Get that popped in there. I'll connect that in a minute. There we go. And get rid of these. One moment. I need more room. And this is the problem we've been running into with the manufacturers. Is I just need them to have a bit more room. I think that'll be enough. I can drop it down now. Yes. Because I only got 3 materials, so I don't need to worry about bringing more in. Alright, so now we can go here to the high-speed connectors. Alright, so I just had to scoot up. That should be enough. I could sneak a merge block in there. We have to. Alright, but now with this, I need to run one of these down the side of the building. And that'll be where we have to get our circuit boards through. But before I get too far, grab you, smoosh you in here. Okay, so our control boards are in this side, but first let's go grab ourselves some more encased steel because I'm going to need that to set all this up. And that's going to be a whole big thing. This is probably the last thing I'm going to work on for this stream is just getting this thing all hooked up. Because it is one of these things that normally I would have wrapped up about an hour and some change ago. But, you know, big raid, hang out a little bit longer and all that good stuff. So as a reminder, if you have been enjoying the stream so far, don't forget to drop a file, that way you can find your way back here in the future. So I should have the circuit boards in this tower. I think that might be it there. It's either that one or down one. I don't remember which one's making what. No, that's our adaptive thing. Yeah, so that's where our crystal's getting in here. Yeah, the Caterium there, like, it's just sitting there. I'll probably snag wire out of there as I need it and just leave it until I need to get out of the way. That's computers. Am I misremembering all this? I am. Okay, so I already have 2 belts of those leading out. So again, I'm running into that problem where I already have things there. So let's see where I want to poke a hole to get them out of here. If we are taking them out of the building already... Yeah, so that's the ones going over to here to go up to this floor. No, that's computers. Okay, so that line is going in to produce the computers. Where is the second line going? Gotcha. So it's no, that's a computer skin. I am so confused. All right, let's go down there and follow it. Okay. So we've got those. You are popping into the third port on that wall. You are going towards the computers. Let's check where the one going to the third point in that wall is going. So third point in this wall is going up. So this... That's saying there's computers on that line. There's computers on this line. There's circuit boards going here. Ah, there you are. Okay. Alright, I was just making sure I didn't have, like, them going nowhere. Okay, so what I'm gonna need to do is put a splitter and punch a hole through the wall and then drop ourselves down some circuit boards to go down. So with that, this path is already blocked here. I should be able to pop right in here, drop a splitter in there, and you get the idea. So you poke that there. Grab you and bring you down and get to the other side. We'll mash in the splitter, shove a belt in between, and I think that should work. That's one floor too low. No, wait, what? No, that's the right floor. Okay, so right here. Let's see if we can't make that work. Huh? Oh, I was considering hitting the ground. I was confused. Let's see if I go to the other side, if it'll let me try and mash it in from the other side. Otherwise, the worst case is I could try popping in to see what happens. I want you to go into that thing. Alright, let's take this out of here and figure out what's going on. So we've got you. Your lifter is backwards? Probably. Yep, that was the problem. I was wondering why it was giving me such a fight. I was like, usually this isn't that hard to set up. Okay, so that's that. And with this, we can just start bringing it across the desert floor. It needs to go all the way to the copper tower, which is way over here. Yes, there's the copper tower. Okay, so where is my input? My input is over here. Alright, so that is wired up. Make sure it works real fast, because it should get everything it needs to make ourselves high-speed connectors. You like how you try to get the conveyors not go each other in this piece of art? Oh yeah, no, I definitely fail sometimes. Alright, so we got all that going on. So we are now making high-speed connectors. So that is another one done. And we did get stuck with an ad, so I'm going to go ahead and just build at least through the ad. And then we'll probably start wrapping up. So I do apologize for people who got stuck with that ad, only to potentially watch us immediately end. I couldn't snooze it anymore. And even if I could, it wouldn't have been snoozed long enough. So I need iron plates. Yeah, so we're making good progress. We've got our high-speed connectors. We got our AI limiters being produced. We got a whole bunch of that. We do have a lot of things we are not keeping up with. Like, I can see those screws are falling behind over there, which fills my heart with sadness. What is I over? I was here for the iron plates, which should be this floor. But yeah, so it is a thing that things are coming along, but it's just there's so much to build, and then all of it's going to need to be scaled because we're gonna have scaling problems. How is our power doing, by the way? Actually, it's doing pretty okay. The power's fine. We could technically exceed our power by like about 200 megawatts, but I'm running at like half my power. Because while I am adding more and more stuff here, we are just having stuff that is bottlenecking hard left and right and center that is going to need to be fixed. Okay, so that gives me the high-speed cores. The things we still have left is in the assembler, I'm going to have to make the drone thing. That's going over on the other side. That's none of this is going here. That's going to go on the way on the other side of the base, and we'll have to move it between. That's just what's going to happen. I don't have modular frames. I need to get the modular frames sorted. I need all of these things sorted, please. Just going to tap out 20 of them real fast so we can build the manufacturer just to see what the next thing is. Because that's usually my strategy with these types of games. Is if I need something, I will try and set up at least the minimum to get some happening, even if it's horrifically inefficient, like 5% capacity or whatever, just to get a non-zero amount happening. And then once I can get to that level, then it's like, okay, what do I need to get that thing up to 100% production? Okay, I've got up to 100% production. Your coal generators keep running out of coal. Any tips? You can use the slugs in your coal drills to improve their output. That's one thing you can do. You can also, I'm just gonna drop that in there. You could also go and try and expand a bunch of the like get more basically it ultimately boils down to two things. You need more coal. Simple enough. You need more coal. And your choices for getting more coal is to make your existing drills produce more, which is snails, or upgrade if you have available to the Mark II drills. Or you need to get more coal nodes, even if you have to conveyor them half across the area. But ultimately, it does mean more. Okay, so we are making the AI limiter and the connectors here. So I do think we will make the supercomputers on this side, and I'll just bring the plastic over, and I will bring the computers over. The other thing, that's actually the only other one we have here that I need to make. Okay, so yeah, so the supercomputer we'll make here. I was just checking. Alright, so... And just so I can actually figure out what the heck I'm doing next time, even though I'm not going to spend the time to hook this all up because I'm going to be wrapping up stream here in a minute, I'm going to set that to supercomputer. And with that, I'll at least know when I come back that, hey, supercomputer, those intake guys need 1.5 panels for space. Yeah, that's what I was figuring, is we just need to move it a little bit out. That might not be exactly right, but that's fine. Probably one more. I think that's literally the same spot. I want it to be... I'm fighting with it. There. Okay, so that just tells me for the next time. So we're making our supercomputers here. None of it's wired up. I'm not going to deal with that right now because I really do need to call it a night. But with all that said, we've made good progress. At first, when I was like, we were going through, I was like, oh man, Like, we put all this time into it, and we really just haven't gotten nearly as far as I'd like. Because we completed the last of Phase 3 and got Phase 4 started, and it's like, man, we're not making it there. And then we completed all of the Tier 7, and we're into Tier 8. And we're already producing one of the 2 main early part goods for Tier 8. So I still just need to make these things here, which is my nuclear stuff there. And then once I have that, I believe we have most of the things I need to build all the stuff above me. The only things I'm missing is I'm missing uranium, which we need to unlock. And then I believe we have, like, the heatsink cooling kind of things that I need to unlock. And I think once we have that, we should be able to produce everything to go through there. And honestly, I could actually get the aeronautic engineering probably right now because we have been making those radio control units. So I'd be able to unlock that, do the next one. That said, I want to keep my character hanging right here. And the reason I want to keep my character hanging right here is that way the next time I play, I know that right in front of me is a building that is clearly not hooked up to anything, that I have configured to what I want it to be. So when I come back here next time, ADHD things, I take one look and I go, building it's not done, it needs this. Clearly that's what I was working on. So with that said, what's going to end up happening if you are watching on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because there is no rating in YouTube. And for those over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere. If the person who I think is still live, I already know who we're going to raid. And, you know, make them all